In the next town over, a man had killed his family. He'd nailed the doors shut so they couldn't get out. The neighbours heard them running through the rooms, screaming for mercy. When he had finished, he turned the gun on himself. Everyone was talking about it, about what kind of man could do such a thing, about the secrets he must have had. Rumours swirled about affairs, addiction, hidden files on his computer. Elaine just said she was surprised it didn't happen more often. She thrust her thumbs through the belt loops of her jeans and looked down the dreary main street of their town. I mean, she said, it's something to do. Cass and Elaine first met in chemistry class when Elaine poured iodine on Cass's eczema during an experiment. It was an accident. She'd cried more than Cass did and insisted on going with her to the nurse. They'd been friends ever since. Every morning, Cass called to Elaine's house, and they walked to school together. At lunchtime, they rolled up their long skirts and wandered around the supermarket, listening to music from Elaine's phone, eating croissants from the bakery section that were gone by the time they got to checkout. In the evening, they went to each other's houses to study. Cass felt she'd known Elaine forever. It made no sense that they had not always been friends. Their lives were so similar it was almost eerie. Both girls came from well-known families in the town. Cass's father, Dickie, owned a local Volkswagen dealership, while Elaine's dad, Big Mike, was a businessman and a cattle farmer. Both girls were of slightly above average height. Both were bright. In fact, they were consistently at the top of their class. Both intended to leave here someday and never come back. Elaine had golden hair, green eyes, and a perfect figure. When she bought clothes online, they always fitted perfectly, as if they'd been made with her in mind. Writing about her in her journal, Cass used words like grace and style. She had what the French called je ne sais quoi. Even when she was clipping her toenails, she looked like she was eating a peach. When Cass came round to Elaine's house, they would sit in her bedroom with the carousel lamp on and look at the Miss Universe Ireland website. Elaine was thinking seriously about entering, though not for the title itself, so much as the opportunities it might offer. The previous year's winner was now a brand ambassador for a juice company. Cass thought Elaine was prettier than any of the contestants pictured online, but it was tricky. Each of the girls competing to be Miss Universe Ireland, and from there to be Miss Universe for the World / Miss Universe overall, had an adversity they had overcome. One had been a refugee from a war in Africa. Another had needed surgery when she was a small girl. A very thin contestant had once been very fat. The adversity had to be something bad, like a learning disability, but not really bad, like being chained up in a basement for 10 years by a paedophile. Cass's eczema would be a perfect adversity. They wondered if she held her skin up against Elaine's long enough, whether she could pass it on to her. But it didn't seem to work. Elaine said the adversity requirement was unfair. When you think about it, it's almost like a kind of discrimination, she said. The housekeeper knocked on the door to say it was time for Elaine's swimming lesson. Elaine rolled her eyes. The swimming pool was always full of band-aids and old people. Coming from here, she said. If that isn't an adversity, I don't know what is. Elaine hated their town. Everyone knew everyone. Everybody knew your business. When you walked down the street, people would slow down in their cars to see who you were so they could wave at you. There were no proper shops. Instead of McDonald's and Starbucks, they had Binchy Burgers and Mangan's Cafe, where the owners worked behind the counter and asked after your parents. You can't even buy a sausage roll without having to tell someone your life story, she complained. The smallness wouldn't have been so bad if the townsfolk had had a little more sophistication. But their only interest, besides farming and the well-being of the microchip factory, was Gaelic games. Football, hurling, camogie, the county, the cup, the under-21s. That was all anyone ever talked about. Elaine hated GAA. She was bad at sports, in spite of her grace. She was always the last up the rope in gym class. In games, she confined herself to the sidelines, where she scowled, flicked her hair, and wafted reluctantly back and forth with the general direction of play, like a lovely frond at the bottom of a noisy, grunting ocean. The Tidy Towns Committee, of which Cass's mother was a member, was always shiting on about the natural beauty of the area. But Elaine did not accept this. Nature, in her eyes, was almost as bad as sports. The way it kept growing, the way things like crops or whatever would die and then the next year they came back. Did no one else get how creepy that was? "I'm not being negative," she said. "I just want to live somewhere I can get a good coffee and not have to see nature and everyone doesn't look like they were made out of mashed potato." Cass didn't care for GAA either, and she agreed about the general lack of je ne sais quoi. For her, though, the presence of Elaine was enough to cancel out the town's faults. She had never felt so connected to someone. When they messaged each other at night, sometimes they'd stay up till 2 in the morning. They got so in sync, it was almost like they were the same person. If Elaine texted Cass to say, "WTF was up with that jumper today," she would know immediately whose jumper she was talking about. A single, unexplained word, bagatelle or lick out, could make her laugh so loud that her dad would hear from across the landing and come in and tell her to go to sleep. In some ways, that was the best time of all, better even than being together. As she lay in bed, messages flying back and forth between them, Cass would feel like she was flying too, far above the town, in a pure space that belonged completely to her and her best friend. Most days they went to Elaine's house after school, but sometimes, for a change of scene, Elaine would want to come to Cass's instead. She liked to hang out in the kitchen talking to Imelda. That's what she called Cass's mother, Imelda. So casually and naturally that after a while Cass started doing it too. "You are so working those jeggings, Imelda," she'd say. "Oh, you think so?" Cass's mam, Imelda, would say, and she'd lean over with impossible willow-like grace to examine the back of her own thighs. "I wasn't sure about the stripes." "The stripes are what make it," Elaine would say conclusively, and Imelda would look happy. Cass's mother was a famous beauty. She too had blonde hair and green eyes. "It's so weird that she's your mam," Elaine said. "Doesn't it make more sense that I should be her daughter?" "Then we'd be sisters," Cass said. "No, I mean, instead of you," Elaine said. Cass wasn't sure what to do with that, but the fact remained that Elaine got on better with her mother than she did. Imelda liked to give Elaine face creams to try out. They traded beauty secrets and product advice. Cass was a bystander in these conversations. "Nothing works on her skin," Imelda said, "because of the eczema." "It's a real adversity," Elaine agreed. Once, Imelda had taken the girls with her to Dublin for the pre-sales. The discounts hadn't been put on the price tags yet. Only platinum customers knew about them. This secret elevation over the other shoppers made Elaine visibly giddy. She watched Imelda stalk the clothes rails, whipping pitilessly through the garments like an empress at the slave market. As if she could see the difference, like an aura around her, a platinum glow. Cass did not totally get the Imelda worship. In her view, Elaine was much prettier than her mother. "Yeah, but your mom's got to be at least like 34, Elaine said. "I mean, she's really kept her looks." Elaine felt that her own mother hadn't aged well, and had once confessed her greatest fear was that her looks too would be transitory. and that she would spend the rest of her life as one of those lumpen potato people she saw shuttling their shopping trolleys through the little car park. It was true. Even now, as a mother of two, Imelda had an electrifying effect on people. When she walked down the street, women would cock their heads and gaze at her adoringly. As if at some dazzling athletic display, men would stop and stammer, their pupils dilating and their mouths quivering in half-formed O's, as if trying to push out some ineffable word. Cass's own effect was not electrifying, and when she told people that Imelda was her mother, they would stare at her for a moment as if trying to solve a puzzle, then pat her hand sympathetically and say, "It's after your father you take so." Elaine said it wasn't just about looks. Imelda also had mystique, magnetism. "I can't believe she married your dad," she said candidly. Cass too sometimes had trouble believing it, that her dad, who was so thoughtful, so sensitive, had fallen for Imelda's 100% superficial allure, like every other chump. She didn't want to devalue her mother in Elaine's eyes. At the same time, she didn't know how Elaine could think Imelda had mystique. To spend time with her mother was to get a running commentary on the contents of her mind, an incessant barrage of thoughts and sub-thoughts and random observations, each in itself insignificant, but cumulatively overwhelming. "I must book you in for electrolysis for that little moustache you're getting," she'd say. And then, while you were still reeling, "Are those tulips or begonias? There's Marie Devlin. Do you know she has no sense of style, none whatsoever? Is that man an Arab? This place is filling up with Arabs. Where's this I saw they had that nice chutney? Kay Connor told me Anne Smith's lost weight, but the doctor said it was the wrong kind. I thought it was supposed to be sunny today. That's not one bit sunny. Who invented chutney? Was it Gorbachev?" And on and on. Listening to her was like walking through a blizzard, a storm of frenzied white nothings that left you snowblind. Frankly, she would have preferred that Elaine stayed away from her house altogether, that after school they only went to Elaine's, where Elaine's housekeeper, Augustina, would make them iced coffees, and they'd sit in Elaine's bedroom looking at the Miss Universe Ireland website, swapping sex tips they had never used, ranking the best-looking boys from the secondary school down the road. At the same time, she knew she should be thankful for her mother's undeniable glamour, thankful to have something in her life that her friend envied, especially now. The fact was that their lives were not so similar as Elaine imagined. Yes, they had the same tennis racket, the same terry hoodie and peach Melba, but though Elaine hadn't seemed to realise it yet, some of the other things they had in common were actually things they used to have in common. Both families had Brazilian housekeepers, but Mariana had been away visiting her family for almost a year now, and Cass knew she was never coming back. Cass could say where the best shops were in New York City, and the best beaches on the Cap d'Antibes, but Elaine's arms still bore the tan fade from her holidays, while, if she looked at her own arms, which she tried not to, Cass could see that between the patches of eczema, they were clammy white, almost indistinguishable from the fabric of the ugly school blouse. When she first became aware that business was slowing down, as her dad put it, she thought it might not be a bad thing. Elaine had confided recently, before they became friends, she thought Cass and her family were stuck up. "Not just me," she hastened to explain. "It's what most people think." Cass had been horrified. She knew her family was well off, but she had never behaved like this made her special. Maybe it wouldn't hurt if they were brought down to earth a little. Then Elaine would know she wasn't trying to act superior or compete for the limelight. But the slowdown quickly became more of a free-fall. An air of dread gathered over the showroom, and she used to love to visit it. From the wings she would gaze at the dazzling bodywork, the gleaming newness that was almost overwhelming. She would sit in the display models in turn, imagining a different life to go with each. Princess, explorer, scientist, fairy. Now she couldn't bear it. The unloved, unbought cars, still dazzling desperately, reminded her of stray dogs in the pound, waiting to be put down. Dad did his best to comfort her. "Things'll pick up," he said. "It's all cyclical." But that only tightened the knot in her stomach. Dickie Barnes was not a natural salesman. Often, when Cass had called into the showroom, he would be sitting in his office reading a book. If he did happen to be on the shop floor, that was almost worse. Someone would come in looking for a new car and he would steer them towards a used one. If they wanted a used one, he'd push them in the direction of a smaller, cheaper model. More than once, she'd heard him talk people out of buying cars altogether. When this was put to him, Dickie liked to quote his father, Cass's granddad, who had said that the key to business was not selling cars, but building relationships. "Once a customer trusts you, he's with you for life," he said. And by way of proof, he'd point out to the street, where you could see the Morris Barnes Motors sticker in the back window of every third car that went by. But now the customers had stopped coming. It wasn't Dad's fault. There had been a crash. That was the word they used on the news. It made Cass think of something sudden and explosive, a car hitting a wall. But the crash was slow. In fact, it had been going on for years, and nothing had exploded. Nothing had happened at all that you could see. Yet somehow, because of this crash, there was no more money. Even the banks were out of money. Last year, the microchip factory had let 100 people go. Half the shops on the main street had an A4 page in the window, thanking customers for their many years of loyalty. Everyone was in the same boat. And yet, some people were in a different boat. Elaine's dad had gone in with a developer on a small estate of houses, carved out of the woods behind Cass's family's land. Now the developer had gone bust, and the unfinished houses were mouldering away. Elaine told her Big Mike was spending 3 days a week up in Dublin now, arguing with lawyers. But somehow, as well as summer holidays in France, he had taken the family skiing in the autumn midterm break. They had still had a standing order of lobster at the delicatessen, and every Sunday at Mass, they sat up at the very front. "That man is nothing but a crook," her mother said. She couldn't stand Big Mike, with his smirk and his investments and his Gucci cowboy boots. And him only a yahoo that grew up on handouts from the Lions. But he knew how to use his loaf, which was more than she could say for some people. Cass's mother was not handling the downturn well. She had always been an assiduous shopper. She knew every delivery man in town by name. Her walk-in wardrobe was a secret paradise of unworn sweaters and shawls, boots that crowded the shoe rails like giddy dancers, waiting to pour onto stage. Now, with things the way they were, she couldn't even shop in the sales. For Imelda, this was like a death sentence. Other than Tidy Towns meetings, which took place in the back room of the Olivia Smith boutique on Main Street, she had largely stopped going out. At home, with no one to look at her, she fell into black, ugly moods. She'd lie on the couch with a magazine propped against her crossed legs, snapping the pages so loud Cass could hear it from upstairs. Then, with a hiss of dissatisfaction, she'd toss it aside and go stalking from room to room, clicking her fingers, active, but with nothing to do, like a grounded teenager or a supercharged pensioner in an old folks' home. Before deciding on something guaranteed to make her angry, like attempting to bake a soufflé or knitting socks. Imelda did not listen to the news. She didn't want to hear a whole load of blather about global this and economic that. When it came to the failing business, she knew where to put the blame. Imelda had long held that Cass and Dickie were in cahoots. They liked books, clever talk. They had a bond, she felt, that excluded her. Now she believed Cass had turned her father against the garage. Last year, Cass had done a project for geography class about climate change. With your parents' help, you had to calculate how their work contributed to global warming. Dickie had thrown himself into this. He loved homework. They sat in the kitchen and made a list of all the cars the garage sold, estimating how much CO2 it had taken to make them and ship here, worked out on average roughly how much greenhouse gas they would release over their lifetime. And at the end, they added the numbers up. Cass could remember that moment very clearly. It had all been fun until then. "Flipping hell," Dad said. He looked from the picture Cass had taken of Morris Barnes Motors to the images of sodden Bangladeshi refugees after their village went underwater. "That can't be right," he said, checking the final total again. According to Imelda, he was never the same after that. He'd started making vegetarian meals and cycling to work. "Lunacy," Imelda said. "What does it look like, a car dealer riding a bike to work?" Morris himself, Cass's grandfather, had to fly back from Portugal to talk him out of expanding the fleet to sell more electric cars. "We're not selling to Bjorn and Agneta, the Swedish architects, Dickie," he told him. "People want diesel. Now you're sucking diesel. That's the bumper sticker. Not now you're sucking bloody soybeans." But the damage was done, Imelda said. He never put his back into it again, and all because his golden girl had made a song and dance. "I hope you're happy, miss." Cass couldn't deny it. She had been disturbed by the project. It wasn't just the garage. She was up to her neck in climate change too, looking at Instagram, eating an ice cream, switching on a light. Her most casual act left a toxic trace behind. As if she had a marauding shadow self that choked the very world she lived in. For weeks she had moped around, paralysed by the inescapability of her own evil. She would stand on the threshold of the back garden, looking at the flowers and grass and the trees in the distance, imagining everything turning black, the birds and the insects falling out of the sky. Even on good days, like when Elaine gave her a bracelet she had two of, she would remember suddenly all of the animals that were going extinct and how the earth was going to flood and everything was doomed because of the Barnes family. Still, she was old enough now to realise that the international car trade had not been brought to a halt by her transition year geography class. "It's happening all over the world, Ma'am," she told her. "It's not Dad's fault. It's a global phenomenon." "A global phenomenon and a work-shy attitude," Imelda said. That was why it made Cass so nervous when Elaine came over. Her mother's mood swung like a ship's lantern in a storm. Who knew what she might say? It was quite possible that she would start complaining about Dickie in front of Elaine and give the game away. And what then? What would Elaine do? Would she think less of Cass? Would she still be her friend now that their lives were no longer the same? She tried to dissuade Elaine from visiting. She subtly undermined her mother when she could, but although she had recently run out of toner and complained that her face felt like it had been tarmacked, Imelda was as beautiful as ever, and Elaine remained obsessed. It was Elaine who noticed the wedding photos. They were in the good room, where strictly speaking they shouldn't have been. Cass and PJ were only allowed in there when there were visitors. That was the rule. But Elaine wanted to look at Uncle Frank, who she thought was hot, even though he was dead. Anyway, she said, technically she was a visitor. The good room had the artificial feeling of the roped-off section of a guided tour. There was an enormous couch of turquoise velvet, a crystal chandelier, lots of little tables crowded with china ornaments. The mantelpiece was covered with pictures of the family through the years. Morris and Peggy in sunglasses on the deck of a yacht. Dickie and Frank as toddlers in matching dungarees, Frank in his football gear. "That's how hot he is," Elaine said. "He even looks good in a GAA jersey." Cass's first Holy Communion, PJ's first Holy Communion. Dickie, Imelda and the kids on holidays past, in Malaga, in Chamonix, in Disneyland, in Marrakesh, skiing, snorkeling, sunbathing, riding donkeys. But no wedding photos, Elaine pointed out. Cass was sure she was wrong. There must be something tucked away somewhere. But she looked, and there wasn't. "Mysterious," Elaine said. And this time Cass couldn't disagree. Having her picture taken was literally her mother's favourite thing in the world. The house was full of free newspapers and glossy magazines, in the back pages of which Imelda appeared, glowing, at the town talent show or the Lions Christmas lunch, or the new Hermes store at Brown Thomas, or the relaunch of Cody's pub, with the mayor or the PR or one of her friends from the Tidy Towns Committee, looking wan or orange or cellulite-y beside her. For her mother to pass up a photo op like her own wedding was not so much baffling as genuinely shocking. They spent the afternoon in Cass's bedroom, coming up with conspiracy theories, but nothing explained it. That night, Cass sat down on the couch beside her father while he was watching TV. "Hey, Dad, do you have any photos of you guys' wedding?" She had rehearsed this line in front of her mirror for maximum casualness. Her dad didn't reply at first. Instead, he stroked his chin, keeping his eyes fixed on the screen, so she wasn't even sure if he had heard. Then, just as she was debating whether to repeat the question, "There are some somewhere, all right," he said at last. "I must see can I dig them out." And he turned and looked at her with the same smile as when he was telling her business was cyclical. "What the fuck?" Elaine said, when Cass relayed this to her. "I know," Cass said. Until then, in her heart of hearts, Cass had suspected that the answer to the riddle was something mundane. That the pictures had got lost when they moved house, or PJ had spilled paste on them, or there was some olden days type mishap with the negatives or whatever. Now she wondered if there genuinely was a secret conspiracy. "You have to ask your mam," Elaine said. "Yes," Cass said. "I can do it if you don't want to," Elaine said. "I'll ask her," Cass said. That was the answer. Imelda was no good at lying. If Cass timed it right, she was bound to blurt out the truth. Right now, though, Cass was trying to steer clear of her mother, who was in a particularly bad mood. Last week, Dickie had sold her car. She'd parked it at the dealership, as was her habit, and went off to do her messages. While she was gone, Big Mike had come in, looking for a car for Augustina, the housekeeper. He told Dickie he only wanted a banger. Then his eyes fell on the Touareg. It wasn't, as Cass's dad had repeatedly and vainly pointed out, actually her car. He'd been trying to shift it for almost a year. If he'd sold it to anyone else, maybe she wouldn't have been quite so angry. But she was convinced Big Mike had bought it out of malice. "He's rubbing our faces in it." That's what she kept yelling at Dickie. Until she calmed down, Cass thought it best to avoid any provocative questions and keep Elaine out of her way. Elaine, however, didn't like to wait. That Sunday, she ran up to Cass after Mass in a state of great excitement to say that her father had been at Dickie and Imelda's wedding 17 years previously and had told her what had happened. "Something happened?" Cass said. Elaine couldn't tell her right now because she had ballet. "I'll come over to you later," she promised. "Is it bad?" Cass said. But Elaine was already climbing into her dad's car. When her friend rang the doorbell, Cass made sure she was the one who answered it. She hustled Elaine upstairs before Imelda could see her. She'd come directly from her dance class, wearing a hoodie over her leotard. She sat herself on the duvet with her legs crossed, but for a moment she didn't speak. Cass had been a little offended that Elaine had gone ahead and uncovered a secret that rightfully belonged to her. Now she felt a sudden sting of dread. Maybe her parents had never got married at all. Maybe they weren't even her real parents. "So?" she said. Elaine goggled at her with glassy eyes. Then she said, "There was a bee." "What?" "There was a bee," Elaine repeated. "I don't understand," Cass said. Elaine, keeping her face very stiff, explained that as Imelda's father was driving his daughter to the church, a bee had flown in the window of the car and got trapped in her veil. She started freaking out, Elaine said, but her dad thought she just didn't want to marry Dickie. When at last he realised what was happening, he'd pulled over and tried to get the veil off her, but it had caught in the seatbelt, and he couldn't get it free. So he jumps out of the car and he runs around to the passenger side, Elaine said. But just as he finally untangles it, he hears this scream. "It stung her," Cass said. "Right on the eye," Elaine said, with a certain amount of relish. Imelda's father had tried to find a pharmacy on the way to the church, but the best he could do was a little pub, where he'd bought her a twister to hold against the swelling till they arrived. It didn't help, and Imelda had kept the veil over her face as she walked down the aisle, as she stood at the altar, as they exchanged vows, even when Dickie went to kiss the bride. She didn't take it off right through the reception, Elaine said, and she wouldn't tell anybody what happened. Everyone just thought she'd lost the plot. "Jesus," Cass said. "Yeah," Elaine said. "So that was why no pictures?" Cass said, "The sting was that bad?" "My dad said it looked like she had a pig bladder stuck to her face," Elaine told her. "God," Cass said reflectively. A moment passed in the silence. Then, at exactly the same time, they caught each other's eye. Once they'd started laughing, it was impossible to stop. Before long, they were rolling around on the floor. Cass laughed so hard that she thought she might throw up. A bee stuck in her mother's veil. A literal bee in her bonnet. It was too hilarious, too perfect. And that she had never told her children about it, even though the whole town knew, that was the icing on the cake. Imelda was so vain, she couldn't bear to be the punchline of a joke. That evening, after she went home, Elaine sent her a close-up picture of a bee with the message, "Will you be mine, Cass?" Cass sent one back of a bee superimposed onto a wedding dress that said, "Be my honey, Elaine." They stayed up half the night sending each other random pictures of bees. Each one was as funny as the one before it. Putting the phone down at last, she felt exhausted. In a good way. As if she'd climbed a mountain. When she turned out the lights, though, the scene came back to her. This time, she seemed to witness it through her own eyes, as if she were seated in a pew near the back of the church. She watched her mother push through the door and make her way up the aisle. And though she was veiled, Cass could see her humiliation, her confusion, and Dickie's confusion too, gaping at the mysterious figure. Who was under there? He was about to wed. They were not much older than she was now. She felt sorry for them, stranded on the altar of the church she knew so well, while everyone stared, making their judgments. She felt sorry for the bee, too. Bees were dying everywhere, all around the world. PJ was always talking about it. Nobody knew the cause, but it was bad because the bees brought pollen from plant to plant, and without them, nature itself would die. This particular bee had been humming along, minding its own business, when it was swept without warning through the car window and into her mother's world. Enveloped by her veil, by her cries, it must have thought it was lost in some vast labyrinthine flower. All points of reference had been stripped away. There was only the veil and her mother's huge, beautiful face. It seemed she could feel the bee's panic, its desperation to escape. She could see her mother's hands pummeling the air. Then, as the creature made its last suicidal effort to defend itself, the sting pulsating on her skin, pumping its futile poison. She felt the bee's life ebb away. Nature was dying. The world was ending. As she fell asleep, it was her body on the floor by her mother's silk wedding shoes, already turning to dust. After that, Elaine's interest in Imelda seemed to wane. Cass supposed the bee story detracted from her mystique. She did worry that, without Imelda's glamour, Elaine might lose interest in her too. But that didn't happen, and before long the girls had a new obsession. There were many things to hate about their school: the ankle-length skirts, the hospital smell, the desiccated principal, the prayers, the sports, the boredom. Their English teacher, Miss Ogle, however, was more to be pitied than despised. Also known as the last nun, she was a spinster who had stayed at home to take care of her mother. The mother had been on her deathbed for 30 years without ever actually dying. The two of them lived in a grim little cottage off Main Street. Miss Ogle's teacher's bag was full of wallpaper samples and paint-colour charts that she would never use. She was a tragic figure, but she didn't seem to see it. She had a grandiose manner and was fond of using long, exotic words. Bagatelle, mellifluous, distinctive, like weird drapey silks you might find in a box in your grandmother's attic. Her actual clothes, however, were not drapey. She wore a combination of dungarees and frilly blouses, a look that Elaine called Victorian petrol station. The girls mocked Miss Ogle unceasingly. Sometimes it felt like there weren't enough hours in the day for all the mocking. Everything about her was funny, even her name, because who would want to ogle her? But they also discussed her seriously as a cautionary tale, the danger of staying in the town and getting stuck looking after a relative. Miss Ogle wasn't aware of this either. She adored Kath and Elaine, her best students. My girls, she called them. Then one day Miss Ogle wasn't in class. She was very sick, they heard, so sick that her dying mother had risen from her bed for the first time in a decade in order to take care of her. Was this ironic? Was it funny? On Sunday they saw Miss Ogle at Mass, waxy pale, her eyes bulging out of her head as if it had shrunk. My girls, she said to them emotionally, reaching to hug them from her wheelchair. It was so tragic that they had to bite their lips to keep from cracking up. But they also had an obscure sense that it was their fault, that the mockery they poured on her so regularly had brought her to collapse. They forgot about that as soon as Miss Grehan appeared. They forgot Miss Ogle existed. She walked through the door in a white trouser suit that set off her long, magnificent red hair, went straight to the blackboard and wrote, in capitals, Lady Poets. It seemed clear that from looking at her that Miss Grehan was neither a spinster nor tragic. When they found her social media that night, their opinion was confirmed. Her relationship status was, it's complicated. In the accompanying pictures, her life looked like one continuous party, shifting from one city to another, like a James Bond film. Here she was at a club in Barcelona. Now she posed on the battlements of a castle in Prague. On the seashore in California, a sunset swirled around her, like an emanation of her glorious red hair. In Dublin, she sat barefoot before an open fire. Everyone knew she was good-looking, even the old people, Elaine said. What on earth was she doing here? Grehan. Cass's dad mused when she brought it up at dinner. I sold a Passat to a Grehan a few years back. Wait, or was it a Fabia? Hold on now till I think. It's that long since he's sold a car he can't even remember, Imelda commented tartly. Oh, Jesus, don't start, Dickie said. Miss Grehan may have had some connection to the man with the Passat, or Fabia. They never found out. In the classroom, she didn't talk about her past, or indeed her present, with castles and sunsets. What she talked about was lady poets. The lady poets had glamorous, impassioned lives, or torturous, wretched lives. Sometimes they had both. She told them about Anna Akhmatova, a Russian who, when she was young, looked like a movie star, and wrote all about her love affairs, but when she was old was banned by the government, and they shot her husband and threw her son in prison, and took her pen and paper so she couldn't write. She told them about Anne Sexton and Elizabeth Bishop, two women who had been gifted, misunderstood, and suicidally depressed, and whose wonderfully terrible lives seemed themselves like poems of sorts, reproofs to the world so undeserving of them. She told them about Sappho, an olden days poet from the island of Lesbos, and when there were a few snickers at this, she began to recite a poem where Sappho is jealous when she sees the woman she loves laughing with a man, and she can't speak, and a fire ripples under her skin, and her ears are filled with roaring. People imagined poems were wispy things, she said, frilly things like lace doilies, but in fact they were like claws, like the metal spikes mountaineers used to find purchase on the sheer face of a glacier. By writing a poem, the lady poets could break through the slippery, nothingy surface of the life they were enclosed in, to the passionate reality that beat beneath it. Instead of falling down the sheer face, they could hold themselves up, line by line, until at last they stood on top of the mountain. And then, maybe, just maybe, they might for an instant see the world as it really is. She is incredible, Elaine said when the bell rang for the end of class. She was incredible. It was hard to imagine anyone so glamorous and sophisticated could come from anywhere near their school. On the one hand, it gave them hope that they too might escape and start their lives anew. On the other, it made escape seem all the more urgent. As they saw their town as it must appear to Miss Grehan, so dull-witted and unpoetic. At home, Cass looked at her parents with new eyes. Dickie, losing his hair, doughy around the mouth, stooped under the weight of the failing business. Imelda, caked in makeup, though she had been home all day, her face like a mask she held slightly away from herself. Yes, it was easy to imagine they were falling down the side of a mountain into a crevice. Tonight at dinner they had had a fight about her mother's extravagances. Dad had wanted Mam to move to a different, cheaper phone plan. Mam said Dad had a cheek telling anyone about plans. Now they sat in different rooms. Dad drinking a beer in front of the TV, Mam typing at her phone, her long curved nails going click, click, click against the glass. When the doorbell rang, neither of them even seemed to notice, which was good, because it was Elaine. Her face was flushed. I found something, she said. Cass wasn't sure she wanted Elaine here, if there was going to be more fighting, but her friend had already pushed her way past her. I had to show you this in person, she said. Cass followed her up to her bedroom, where Elaine opened the laptop, then stood back for Cass to see. Cass leaned down and stared into the screen and gasped. Oh my God, she said. Yes, Elaine said. It's her, Cass asked. Elaine scrolled down the page, and there she was, wearing the white trouser suit and a mysterious smile, her red hair falling around her shoulders like inverted flames. Julie Grehan, Has a master's from Trinity College, it said beneath. She has lived in Paris and New York City. Cass stepped back from Elaine's laptop in a daze. Miss Grehan herself was a lady poet. She had written a book, an entire book, of poems called Salt, a chapbook. It was unbelievable. At the same time, it made perfect sense. Suddenly, it was impossible to imagine her not being a lady poet. Salt, a chapbook, was available for $18.99. We have to get it, Elaine said. Yes, Cass said. Like right now, Elaine said. Elaine had her own bank card, but it was at home and she couldn't remember the number. Ask your dad to get it for you, she said to Cass. Tell him it's for school. Right, Cass said. Go and ask him now, Elaine said. Okay, Cass said. She stood up. In her head, the word extravagances. I'll just go and ask him, she said casually. Downstairs, a woman in a blazer was talking about the financial crisis on the RTE News. A giant CGI number, 3.7%, loomed behind her in the studio. And she spoke of it in terms of dread, as if the 3.7% was itself on the loose in the city like a serial killer. The light from the screen had painted Dickie's profile a deathly blue-white. As he watched, he twisted his wedding ring around and around on his finger. She stood in the doorway, waiting for him to notice her. If he speaks to me, I will ask him, she told herself. But his eyes stayed fixed on the screen. So she slipped quietly back out and went into the kitchen. Imelda still frequently bought things out of defiance or force of habit and hid them from Dickie. It might make more sense to ask her. Her mother wasn't in the kitchen, just PJ, sitting at the breakfast bar with a book. Where's Mam? Cass asked. Tidy Towns, PJ said. Listen to this, he said, and read from the book. Your body sheds 20 pounds of skin every year. Just in the time it takes to read this sentence, your body has lost 2,000 skin cells. That's disgusting, Cass said. While you were saying that, you probably lost about 800 skin cells, PJ said. While I was saying that, I probably lost about 2,500 skin cells. Elaine appeared in the doorway. Did you ask him? She said. Ask me what? PJ said. Shut up for a second, Cass said. She felt ashamed and confused, as if she were surrounded by tiny dead fragments of her body. Did you know, PJ said, looking back at his book, that the first part of the human body to form in the womb is the anus? Elaine looked at PJ with an expression of utter repulsion. What is wrong with you? Cass said. It's just nature, he protested. Did you ask your dad? Elaine said. Ask him what? PJ said. Would you mind your own business? Cass said. On the table, she saw Imelda's purse. I'll just use my mam's, she said airily. But her heart pounded, and as she undid the clasp and paged through the cards, she realised PJ was watching her from his vantage point at the breakfast bar. What? She demanded. PJ lowered his eyes to his book. Cass took the card and slipped it into her pocket. You're such a little spy, she said to PJ. Leaving the room, she felt a strange mixture of triumph and humiliation. Your family is so hilarious, Elaine said. In class the next day, they learned about Sylvia Plath. She was the most famous lady poet of all. In the movie of her life, she was played by Gwyneth Paltrow. And they watched a clip of her cycling around Cambridge on a bicycle with a basket. She had come from America, aged 19, to university in England, where she fell in love with an Englishman named Ted. He was also a poet, Miss Grehan said. She showed them a picture. A murmur went around the room. He was literally the most handsome man Cass had ever seen. with a craggy jaw and eyes that were deep and stern, but kind too, and playful. They had met at the launch of a college poetry magazine called St. Botolph's. Ted came to the party with another girl. Sylvia went up to him and bit him on the cheek. So hard it left a mark, Miss Graham told them. Cass glanced across the room at Elaine. If Miss Ogle had told them the story, they probably would have been cracking up. Had Sylvia Plath ever heard of shaking hands? Was there ever in history a name as ridiculous as Botolph? But Elaine was rapt. She watched the teacher, her skin glowing, her lips red as if she'd been chewing them all through the class. And Cass knew her friend was thinking what it might be like to be swept up by a man like that, with a craggy jaw, and find yourself so flooded with passion that you would do things, that you would want to do things that ordinarily you'd never dream of, like bite him on the cheek or put his penis in your mouth. And watching her think that, she found herself thinking it too, and feeling it. And it seemed to her that that passion was very close, like a moon hidden in the brightness of the daytime sky, whose private gravity she could feel pulling her away from the earth. After class, Elaine told Cass she had decided that instead of a brand ambassador, she now wanted to be a poet. Cass said that was crazy because she had just been thinking the exact same thing. They ran after the teacher in the corridor and asked her what to do. Up close, she was actually only a little taller than Elaine, Cass realised. She had a splash of freckles across her nose, and her beautiful hair was more cinnamon than red. She seemed surprised and happy when Elaine told her about their plan. She told the girls that to be a poet, all you needed to do was love poetry. Devote yourself to it. Fill your life with it. And you would advise moving to the city, a big city? Elaine probed. Not necessarily, Miss Graham sounded a little bit surprised. You can write poetry anywhere, about anything. But you lived in Paris, didn't you? Elaine said. And New York, Cass said. After your degree at Trinity? Elaine said. Miss Graham again seemed slightly taken aback. How do you know all this? It's on your Facebook, Elaine said. They had sometimes experienced this with adults, surprised that information that they had made available to be viewed by anybody at any time had, in fact, been viewed by somebody. If you want to move to the city, you can, Miss Graham said. And studying poetry at university is a wonderful thing to do. But more important is to read poetry and write poetry every day. It doesn't have to be for long. If just once a day people read a poem instead of picking up their phone, I guarantee you the world would be a better place. When she had gone, Elaine said that this was very good advice, but she still thought that living in a major city was key. The first thing we need to do is apply to college in Dublin, she said. That's what she did. Cass agreed that this was the best way forward. Inside, she was exhilarated. They had often talked about leaving town before, but this was the first time Elaine had proposed they do it together. They walked through the school gates arm in arm, Elaine making plans in her ear. Lesbians, the droopy, vaping boys shouted after them from the doorway of Spar. Dykes! But Cass didn't even blush. We. The word resounded in her head like the singing of angels. A door opened behind her. A light slanted out onto the landing. What are you doing? A voice said. What does it look like I'm doing? Eavesdropping? Look who's talking, Cass retorted. Then realised that this did not quite work. I wanted to ask Dad something, she said. Her brother sat down beside her at the top of the stairs. Get this, he said. There's a butterfly called a flambeau butterfly that drinks crocodile tears, like right out from their eyes. Isn't that crazy? Cass sighed. From downstairs, the argument continued in a kind of horrible, clashing drone. Seriously, isn't it? PJ said. You are such a child, she said. I'm almost a teenager, he said. Technically, I am a teenager. Cass didn't respond to this. After a moment, he said, Are they still fighting? Cass shrugged. Through the banisters, she watched her mother stamp into the living room and stand in front of the TV, with her hands on her hips. Who was the crocodile and who was the butterfly? Imelda was beautiful and iridescent, and she had lived off Dickie's job that he hated. So at first glance, she seemed like the butterfly. But really, wasn't it Dickie who had the fluttery, gentle quality, and Imelda who would chew your leg off? And hadn't she crocodile tears in abundance? But did that mean Dickie was living off her? In a lower voice, PJ said, Things are really bad at the garage. Duh, Cass said. She sank her chin into her folded arms. A kid in my class said it's going to close. Not the one here, the other one. She turned to look at him. He had an elfin face, his big eyes so dark in the shadows of the landing that they were almost black. What does some kid in your class know? She said. His uncle works there, he's a mechanic. Cass heaved a weary sigh. She was so sick of her family and its humiliating floundering. Has it ever occurred to you that I might have other things to think about? Right, PJ said. But he didn't move from the step. Then he said, It's just, what do you think will happen? I'm actually going to be moving to Dublin, so I couldn't really say. As soon as she said it, she wished that she hadn't. Here in the house it sounded fanciful, a child's whimsy. No different to when PJ told her he'd been practicing his telepathy all day, and he thought he'd almost cracked it. You're moving to Dublin? PJ said. To college, she said reluctantly. With Elaine. With Elaine? Why is that so hard for you to understand? It came out sharper than she meant, and PJ flinched. She felt bad. It won't be for a while, she said. After my exams. Oh, he said. He sounded relieved. He got up to go back to his room, but before he went, he pushed something into her hands. Here. It was a padded envelope, with Imelda's name on the printed label. It came right after I got back from school, he said. I picked it up before Mam could see it. They'd addressed it to her, but I could tell it was a book, so I knew it must be for you. Oh, she said, non-committally, and took it from his hand. It'll still be on her credit card statement, he said, but she usually just throws those in the bin. She looked up at him again. When they were little, they used to play squirrels in the woods. He was the grey squirrel and she was the red. Red squirrel, he'd call. The hunter is coming. Thanks, grey squirrel. And she'd scramble into a tree as Dickie came crashing through the undergrowth. In fact, PJ's hair was coppery, closer to red, but she was the oldest, so she got to choose. It's for school, she told him gruffly. As soon as his door closed, she ripped open the packaging, already composing a message to Elaine in her head along the lines of, Guess what's arrived, OMG, get here now. But when she pulled it from the envelope, she paused. It looked different to the picture on the website, more like a pamphlet than a real book. The cover was thick paper of an ugly maroon colour. There were staples in the middle, as if someone had made it themselves. Salt, a chapbook, it said, by Julie Grehan. The poems inside did not dispel her sense of unease. The first one was called Salt. It began, Your salt on my tongue, a cause of heart disease, yet meat needs salt, and you make me meat. Hurriedly, Cass moved on to the next, titled The Butcher. A jolly sign above the door, pleased to meet you, meet to please you. Tell me, butcher, lover, does my meat please you? Or do you leave it with the liver, as pussy carry on? On the pages that followed, the same words recurred: meat, salt, butcher, with others of a similar, unpleasantly corporeal tone. Slab, heart, slice. She tried unsuccessfully to reconcile them to the graceful teacher, with her musical laugh and capricious wisdom. Alone in her bedroom, she felt her cheeks burn. How could she tell Elaine about this? They had ordered the book in the hope of seeing into the hidden parts of her life. But they'd imagined it as a kind of extension of her Facebook, further pictures of castles and craggy-jawed men. This was literally like looking inside someone, to the gore underneath their skin. Why would anyone want to see that? She put the book down. 1899, she thought miserably. Then she pulled herself together. She had taken a risk to get this book. There must be something inside to make it worthwhile. She flicked brusquely through the poems, finding only more of the same, until she got to the acknowledgements at the back. It was a list of people who had helped her with the book. The first line was full of other Grehans, her family, Cass presumed. But then came others with exotic-sounding names, who had let her stay with them in Paris and Barcelona while she was writing. When Cass looked them up online, she found a couple of faces she recognized from the teacher's social media. She felt a new surge of enthusiasm. This was what she wanted. Extra facts, an exclusive look behind the scenes. The very last line was more mysterious. It pledged undying fealty to the bitches of Beastwick. And when Cass Googled that, she got a big surprise. She did not know what to do. She did not like keeping secrets from Elaine. Yet this secret was so ugly like the book, she thought, with its gross poems and anatomical line drawing of a heart. And Cass did not want to be the one to show Elaine something like that. Yet the evil of the book seeped out anyway. In their English class, before Miss Grehan arrived, they found a gaggle of girls listening to Sarah Jane Hinchy, who was making a big stink over something she'd found online about Sylvia Plath. Apparently, before she came to England and met Ted, Plath, as Sarah Jane Hinchy called her, had tried to commit suicide. So, Elaine said, she was suicidal. She died of suicide. Everybody knows that. She couldn't stand Sarah Jane Hinchy, who was marginally ahead of them in the class rankings, and had famously worn a rainbow badge on her school jumper last year until the nuns made her take it off. The suicide attempt Sarah Jane Hinchy had read about was particularly horrific. Plath had taken a whole load of sleeping pills, she said, and hidden under her house. It was some sort of American house that had a crawl space underneath it. She crawled into this crawl space and lay down there to die. Everyone thought she was missing, Sarah Jane Hinchy said. They were searching all over town for her, but the whole time, like for 3 days, she was unconscious under the house, basically rotting. Cass saw Elaine flinch at this, and she felt a churn of unease. Suicide was one thing, lots of famous people had done it, and it meant you didn't get old and lose your looks. Rotting while alive and then reappearing out of the ground literally like a zombie was not glamorous by anyone's definition. Elaine had strong feelings about that sort of thing. So did the other girls. I don't think we should be learning about someone like that, Petra Gilhooly commented. Like, I'm sorry, but how is that appropriate? It's probably not true, Karen Casey said. I don't remember it being in the film. When Miss Grehan arrived, however, she confirmed that the story was correct. She said that was what made Sylvia so interesting. That she was, on the surface, a beautiful, all-American girl from a good family, but underneath she had terrible problems. "But do you think it's appropriate to be teaching us about that kind of person?" Petra Gilhooly said, unmoved. "We're all that kind of person," Miss Graham said. "We all have problems, but often instead of accepting the truth about ourselves, we cover it up. We try to make ourselves the way we think we're expected to be. So many of the bad things that happen in the world come from people pretending to be something they're not." "Writing a poem does the opposite," she said. "If you look at the world, a little piece of the world, and try to see it for what it actually is, you start to see yourself more clearly too. And that can be very liberating. Sometimes it can save your life." So for tonight's homework, each of them was to write a poem. A groan went up at this. Miss Graham laughed. "It's not a punishment," she said. "It might even be something you enjoy. Write about your life, about your world. Your world is full of details. Look at them before you write. If something is red, what kind of red is it? If you see a tree, what kind of tree is it?" After class, to Cass's surprise, Elaine didn't mention the gruesome Sylvia Plath story at all. She did, however, have strong words to say about some people who seemed determined to sabotage Miss Graham's class. "You don't think Petra had a point?" Cass suggested neutrally. "Like, maybe it's not appropriate." Elaine said Petra Gilhooly was just a stooge. Sarah Jane Hinchy was the one pulling the strings. "And it's obvious why," she said. "She has a crush on Miss Graham, and she's jealous because Miss Graham prefers us." "You think so?" Cass said. She had got the churning sensation in her stomach again. "Oh, yeah," Elaine said. "She's always staring at her and trying to get her attention." "I mean, you think Miss Graham prefers us?" Cass said. "Definitely," Elaine said, "because we get the whole poet thing." That reminded her of something. Her eyes sparked and she leaned forward confidently. "Come to my house after school. I have something to show you." Then she hurried away to business studies. On the way home, Elaine told Cass she was going to post her poem on Instagram. She had discovered that there was a new generation of lady poets who posted their poems online and got millions of views. They wrote about real-life issues like racism and homophobia, and were friends with singers, influencers, and other celebrities. "You could actually become seriously famous from poetry," Elaine noted. "Miss Graham didn't seem to have got very famous from it," Cass pointed out. Elaine agreed it was strange, especially considering the way she looked. Cass asked if Elaine thought Miss Graham was good-looking. Elaine didn't reply, apart from a strange sort of smile, as if she had a joke in mind she wasn't sure Cass would get. "What are you going to write about?" Cass asked her. "I have a few ideas," Elaine said airily. They had settled in her bedroom with a plate of Ryvitas on the floor between them. She bent her head over the keyboard so her face disappeared behind her hair. Cass looked down at her own blank screen. She didn't have any ideas. All she could think about was the book. She had brought it with her in her school bag in case she suddenly changed her mind and wanted to show it to Elaine. Now she worried Elaine would somehow discover it on her own. Elaine's head jerked up. For a moment, their eyes locked. "How do you spell caress?" Elaine said. Cass spelled it. Elaine frowned. "I was sure there were 2 R's. "Maybe I'm wrong?" Cass said. Elaine returned to her keyboard without replying. After a moment, she asked about Cass's trees. "Trees?" said Cass. "The trees, the fucking trees you have in your back garden," Elaine said, snapping her fingers. "There are lots of different ones," said Cass. "I think most of them are oaks." Elaine pressed her lips and typed some more. "What are you writing?" Cass asked. "I'll tell you when I'm finished," Elaine said coyly. Cass smiled. She had to fight the urge to wrest the laptop away from Elaine so she could read her poem. Her own page remained pristine. Evening was falling. In the silver glow of the screen, Elaine looked like a moonchild. "What's another word for red?" she said. "Scarlet," Cass said. "No, when it's for someone's hair, not ginger, deeper than that." Without knowing quite why, Cass felt uneasy, just as she had in the classroom that morning. "Cinnamon," she said in a low voice. The word was right there, as if it had been waiting for her. Cinnamon. Elaine was happy. She typed some more, chewing savagely on her lips all the while. They were crimson, ruby, blood red. Cass's head buzzed. She yawned artificially. "Wasn't there something you were going to show me?" "Oh, yeah." Elaine jumped to her feet, and without another word she ran into the ensuite. Immediately, Cass seized her laptop, but Elaine had locked the screen. "Where have you gone?" she called after a minute. "Almost ready," Elaine returned in a sing-song from the bathroom. Cass picked up a cracker and crumbled it in her fingers. She looked around the room that she knew so well, the My Little Pony lamp sending its doe-eyed steeds around and around the walls, in a pale rainbow carousel, the bed covered with teddy bears. "Check it out," Elaine's voice came from behind her. Cass turned. Elaine was standing in the doorway of the ensuite, wearing a bright, white trouser suit. "What do you think?" she said, doing a twirl. "Do I look like a lady poet?" Cass didn't know what to say. All her thoughts slipped out of her head. Suddenly, Elaine was a different person. Chic. Cosmopolitan. Older. Not like a poet. Not like a college student. More like a girl who lived in a big city and worked in an art gallery or an advertising agency. Someone who got up at 6 a.m. to do Pilates, and then went out onto the balcony in a toweling robe, cupping her coffee in her hands. She was a woman already, Cass realised. Her future was right there, a plush chamber at the edge of the bedroom she could step into at will. She didn't know why that should make her feel so sad, but it was all she could do to whisper, "Beautiful." Elaine looked at her with a quizzical half-smile, then let out a laugh. "It's a joke," she exclaimed. "I found it in my mom's wardrobe. I wouldn't wear this for real." Cass laughed weakly. Again her head was full of buzzing, as if a whole swarm of bees had got trapped there behind some invisible veil. "I've got to find some way to show it to Julie," Elaine said. "She'll think it's so funny." "Julie?" Cass repeated dazedly. "Miss Graham," Elaine said. She took out her phone and handed it to Cass. "Here, take a selfie of me." It had long been established that Cass took better pictures of Elaine than she did of herself. But this time, she couldn't focus. All she could see was a white gold shimmer that seemed to blur free from the screen. Then, from behind her, she heard a knock. The housekeeper was there. "Your mother is downstairs?" she said. "My mother?" Cass said. "What's your mother doing here?" Elaine said. "I don't know," Cass said, and then forlornly, "I'd better go and see what she wants." From the landing she saw Imelda down below in the hall, talking to Elaine's mother. She caught sight of Cass at the top of the stairs. "You're needed at home," she said. "Now?" Cass said, and then, "What for?" But Imelda had already stepped outside. Cass took a last glance behind her. Elaine, all in white, gazed down over the banisters, literally like an angel, bidding her farewell from heaven. "Laters," she said. In the car, Cass told her mother she should have just texted her. She could have come home herself. There was no need to physically remove her from her friend. "Enough!" Imelda said sharply. They made the rest of the journey in silence. At home, PJ was sitting at the dinner table. Just sitting, motionless. He didn't look at her. He had that blinking, misaligned look he got after he'd been swimming. Cass could hear their father talking on the phone in the next room. His voice was grave. With a sudden rush of fear, Cass realised what had happened. PJ had told them about the credit card. Her heart began to knock against her ribs. Inside she wept. She cursed the book and Miss Grehan too, whose arrival had pulled everything apart. Her father came in and sat down at the end of the table. He let out a deep sigh. Then he began to speak. It was not about the credit card. It was about the garage. The one in the next town over. With a heavy heart, their father told them he had made the decision to close it. He'd done everything he could to keep it alive, but the numbers just wouldn't add up. They would cease trading at the end of next week. He spoke for a while in this oddly formal way. Cass realised he was practising the speech he would have to give to his staff. Finally, he looked across the table at his two children. I wanted you to know what was coming, he said, in case you heard any of the kids talking about it in school or around town. He paused for a moment. Is there anything you want to ask me? PJ shook his head. Can I go back to Elaine's? Cass said. No, snapped Imelda. Cass burst into tears. Dickie reached across the table awkwardly to put his hand on her shoulder. I know this has come as a bit of a shock, he said in the measured, implacable tone of a moment ago. But I don't want you or PJ to worry. These things are cyclical. The market is slow now, but it'll pick up again. The important thing— Oh, Jesus, Dickie, Imelda exclaimed, slapping her palms on the table. You ran that place into the ground. Into the ground! Her relief that they hadn't found out about the card had lasted only a moment. Then it gave way to rage. Rage that they had dragged her away from her friend to listen to this. Dragged her into their humiliating mess. As soon as she got upstairs to her room, she sent Elaine a message. Total fucking bullshit, it said. A tick appeared to show the message had been delivered. Then 2 blue ticks to show Elaine had read it. But there was no reply. Cass let out a gurgle of fury. She made fists and dug her nails into her palms, then beat her fists against her head. She looked in the mirror at her hateful face. Tears were running down her cheeks. Everything was ruined. When the garage closed, there was no way Elaine wouldn't hear about it. At last, she would know the truth about Cass and her family. And then? Would that be the end of Trinity too? In desperation, she wrote again, You free for a call? Really need to talk to you. This time, the message wasn't even read. She looked out the window at the drab, dead landscape. The wet fields, the power lines, the trees. The sky above was bleak and grey. She felt like she'd been buried under her parents' lives, their failures, their unhappiness. Into her head came the grotesque image of Sylvia Plath lying in her crawl space, rotting. She sobbed in revulsion, chased it from her mind, only for another to take its place, more terrible still. Did Elaine already know? Had Imelda said it to her mother earlier when they spoke in the hallway? Was that why she wasn't responding now? Was it already too late? She let out a wail. She picked up her phone, begged aloud for Elaine to call her. But Elaine couldn't hear her. She was probably messaging Miss Grehan instead. Julie. She had friended her on Facebook. She had DM'd her the selfie. New messages were flying back and forth between them as they soared in their matching trouser suits, hand in hand, over the town, while Cass lay buried beneath it. Image after image sprang up in her mind. Elaine crossing the cobblestones of Trinity College, with Miss Grehan there beside her. It didn't make sense, but nevertheless, there she was. And now, she turned to Cass from the dream, or vision, and looked out at her, and smiled with a click-clack mannequin smile, before turning back to Elaine, leaving Cass alone to weep. She told Elaine the next morning that Imelda had brought her home to Skype her granddad for his birthday. Uh-huh, Elaine said. Her eye was on the door, waiting for Miss Grehan to appear. Cass knew she had a picture of the trouser suit with her, ready to share. From her voice, Cass could tell she hadn't heard about the garage. As class began, she wondered whether there was some way to break it to her that would make it seem less bad, make it sound as if Dickie was closing it for dynamic business reasons, like he was planning to open another garage in a different country. Or if she told her he was planning a whole new... Miss Grehan's hand fell on her shoulder. Do you mind, Cass? What? Do you mind if I read out your poem? Miss Grehan said. Oh, Cass said, flustered. From the other side of the room, she saw Elaine looking at her. No, she said. She didn't know herself whether she meant no, she didn't mind, or no, she would prefer if she didn't. But Miss Grehan cleared her throat, and there, in the middle of the classroom, began to read. Flying, by Cassandra Barnes. Hand in hand, night by night, we are flying out of sight. No one can touch us when we fly. Our words, our dreams become the sky. Unseen, the higher up we go. The clouds themselves are far below, and our sleeping bodies miles apart, while we press closer, heart to heart. And closer still until the dawn returns us to our mortal form, and day and rules, still in your eye, I see the night dream of our sky. Isn't that sensational? Miss Grehan said, smiling down at Cass, and then turning the smile on the rest of the class. I think that's just sensational. She turned to Cass once more. Can I ask you what inspired it? Cass gazed unhappily at her hands in front of her on the desk. She had written the poem while lying in her bed with a breaking heart. Twilight, she said quietly. Miss Grehan cocked her head, then nodded and smiled again. Well, thank you for letting me share it, she said. And then to the others she said, so as we can see, anything at all can be the spark for a great poem. She moved off at last. Cass kept her eyes on the textbook. She was uncomfortably aware of Elaine looking at her still from her desk by the window. She longed to go to her side. The first chance she got, she would tell her everything. But time dragged on endlessly. And when the bell finally rang, Miss Grehan called her back. Unwillingly, Cass approached the top of the class, aware again of Elaine's eyes flashing onto her and away again as she filed with the others out of the room. At the teacher's desk, Miss Grehan regarded her merrily. Such a wonderful poem, Cass, she said. Well done. Thank you, Cass said, looking at the floor. I hope I didn't embarrass you by reading it out. I know poetry can be very personal. Cass shook her head and said it wasn't personal at all. The teacher went on. There were competitions she could enter, poetry books she could read. Cass just kept nodding dumbly until at last Miss Grehan relented. Well, she said, putting her books in her tote bag, I hope you keep writing anyway. Cass raced out after Elaine. She found her by the lockers, deep in conversation with Sarah Jane Hinchy. Sensational, Elaine was saying. Sensational, Sarah Jane Hinchy exclaimed in a louder voice. They both laughed. Oh, hello, Elaine said casually to Cass over her shoulder. Then they went back to talking, and Cass had to hover at the edges until they were finished. Maybe see you later? Sarah Jane Hinchy said to Elaine as they parted. I'll text you, Elaine said to her. Then she turned to her locker and took out her coat. Cass scrambled around for something to say. At that moment, Miss Grehan passed them. She beamed at the girls as she went. Cass said, Aren't you going to show her your photo? Elaine said, looking into her locker. The photo of you in the suit. Weren't you going to show it to Julie? Now Elaine turned to look at her directly. Her green eyes were cool and emotionless. That was a joke, Cassandra, she said. Yeah, I know, Cass said. She laughed falsely. She blew air through her lips. I can't believe she read out my crappy poem, she said in a blasé Elaine-type way. I wrote it literally in 30 seconds this morning. Don't run it down, Elaine said, gazing ahead of her again. It was good. She paused, then added as if she was speaking to herself. It was sensational. Cass laughed again, carelessly, but she felt a deep bell toll of dread within. Will I come to yours today? I don't care, Elaine said with a shrug. They walked through the school gates together, past the droopy boys in silence. Elaine did not seem angry. She wore a half smile and gazed ahead of her placidly. They were like two strangers who happened to find themselves in lockstep on a city street. Listen, there's something I have to tell you. Just a minute, Elaine murmured, thumbing her phone. Cass waited impatiently. She had already opened her bag to take out the book. Wait till Elaine heard about the bitches of Beastwick. What does it mean, she would say, and Cass would be like, Google it. And she would, and she'd see for herself. And then they'd start a new story together. A story in which they alone knew the true identity of the seemingly perfect teacher and slowly uncovered her plot. Listen, she said again, when Elaine finally put the phone aside. I found out something crazy. It's about Miss Grehan. Elaine rolled her eyes. You're not going to believe this, Cass promised. Do you realise you talk about her a lot? Elaine said. Like, a lot? Me? Cass said. It's like you're obsessed, Elaine said. Cass gasped. Her heart was beating hard. She didn't know what to say or do. She began to feel like she'd been trapped, as if Miss Grehan, by singling her out in class, had pulled her over to her side, as if she knew that Cass knew, and wanted to separate her from Elaine, to make her as repulsive as she was, so she couldn't pass on her secret. It's mental, I swear, she said, reaching for the book. Just look. I'm kind of tired, Elaine said doubtfully. It'll only take a second, Cass pleaded. I might just go in and have a nap, Elaine said. They were outside her house. Oh, Cass said. She remembered her exchange with Sarah Jane Hinchy. Okay, she said. You can tell me whatever it is tomorrow, Elaine said. Sure, Cass said. She stayed and watched as her friend walked up her driveway. She couldn't move. She couldn't speak. Fire rippled under her skin. Then she turned. She did not continue to her own house. Instead, she went back to the school. She locked her bike in the bike stand and walked inside, down the corridor to the principal's office. She left the book at the door, with the corner turned down at the acknowledgements page. Miss Grehan did not come to class the following day. In fact, for the rest of the week, the girls spent English in study hall. No one in authority would tell them where she had gone, but there were rumours that a parent had complained. Complained about what? Here the stories became vaguer, weirder. Some said the content of her class was inappropriate. Others that it was the teacher herself who was found inappropriate. Petra Gilhooly said she'd heard Miss Grehan was in a coven. Karen Casey said no. It was some kind of dance troupe. They wore tassels on their nipples and strap-on dildos. None of the rumours predicted she would be coming back. You know who's behind it, don't you? Elaine said darkly. Sarah Jane fucking Hinchy. Elaine was so distraught by the teacher's disappearance that when the news broke about the garage closing, she didn't even notice. She went about in a daze, her eyes red from crying. Then, one morning, right before midterm, she came up to Cass with a lot of wild talk about how they needed to go to Dublin and track Miss Grehan down. Her face was flushed, her hair in disarray. What if something's happened to her? She said. We need to find her. But how? Cass said. From her Facebook, Elaine said. Cass was surprised, because the week before, Miss Grehan had set her account to private. But before she did, it turned out, Elaine had taken screen grabs. She showed Cass her phone, scrolling through what seemed like hundreds of pictures of pubs, cafes, grocery stores, bookshops, seaside strolls. It's everywhere she referenced in the last 3 months, she told Cass. She zigzagged her finger over the screen, and a map appeared, with all of the locations marked out and red lines traced between them. We'd start around here, Elaine said, placing her fingertip on a dense red blot at the centre. Cass listened, nodded along, agreed that they would find an excuse to go to Dublin. Inside, she felt blurred and sad, as though she were filling with a kind of acidic mist that obscured her and corroded her at the same time. In the event, they did not go to Dublin. On the first day of midterm break, Elaine was whisked away to the airport, a surprise holiday courtesy of her father. She messaged Cass conspiracy theories from the airport, from the taxi, from the hotel reception. Then, she went silent. Cass thought about going on her own. She pictured herself walking the streets, gazing at Elaine's snowflake diagram, not resting till she had tracked the teacher down. Instead, she spent the week at home. The atmosphere was hellish. Her mother railed at Dickie when he was there. When he was not, she railed to the girls from Tidy Towns, or to Dennis the postman, or to her children. He with his books, Mr. Trinity College, she would say, letting on to be some great genius. But where's the evidence of this supposed genius? Do you know? Did anyone see light of it since? And she would bring her hand up to her brow, searching the horizon for the genius that Dickie had once had and then lost. Cass still held out hope that the rumours might be false, and the teacher would somehow return after midterm. But then something happened. Miss Ogle's mother, who had enjoyed such a spectacular return to health since her daughter got sick, slipped on a guava while shopping in the exotic fruit section of the supermarket and hit her head. She died in hospital the next day. Elaine arrived late to the funeral. She must have just gotten back. She didn't see Cass, though they were standing close by, and Cass didn't approach her. But Miss Ogle, who was out of her wheelchair, made a beeline for the two of them. She spread her arms wide and embraced them both together. "My girls," she exclaimed. They looked at each other, startled, over the teacher's sobbing head. Miss Ogle dabbed her eyes. "Now," she said in a more business-like voice, "tell me everything you've been doing in class while I was away." Cass was struck dumb. How could they begin to describe those tumultuous weeks? How could they explain the elation and the heartbreak, the sense of the future opening up before them and then closing down again? Again, she looked at Elaine, ruefully, hopelessly. Elaine shrugged. She had a fresh tan and a bracelet Cass hadn't seen before, with a heart on it. "Nothing," she said, "just the stuff from the book." When school resumed on Monday, Miss Ogle resumed with it. She stood at the top of the classroom, cheeks aglow. The supermarket had given her a huge cash payout as compensation for the tragedy they had heard. She had already painted her front door a radiant guava pink. 2. Since the closure of the garage in the next town over, her father had stopped saying things would get better. They knew how bad things were. The whole town knew. Old ladies would come up to Dickie after Mass and tell him they had said a novena for him, and for the motor industry in general. Others steered clear, as if his failure might be catching. Sometimes when Cass walked into a shop now, everything went quiet, and she felt shame prickle over her, like a hideous second skin. A new adversity arrived to take place of her eczema. The crisis had transformed Main Street into a mouthful of cavities, businesses big and small shuttered in its aftermath. Yet the collapse of the garage was felt by the townsfolk to be of a different order. A fall as dizzying as the Barneses couldn't come from simple economics. There had to be a moral element. Many of them felt that Imelda was to blame. Dickie made a fortune and Imelda spent too. That was what people said. Imelda, with her cheekbones and her Italian leather boots, got up like the Queen of Sheba just to drive to the supermarket, giving the poor manager an earful because they didn't have star anise or tamarind, or whatever was supposedly all the rage in New York. It's a long way from tamarind she was reared, they told each other darkly. It's a long way from underfloor heating and orthodontists, or any of that palaver. Well, look at her now. Yes, look at Imelda. Nails chipped, roots showing, driving to Lidl first thing in the morning so she'd be sure not to run into anyone she knew. She spent her days excavating her walk-in wardrobe, laying out gloves, hats, scarves, blouses, dresses, jeans, skirts, gilets, stoles, pelisses, on the bedroom floor, and taking pictures of them from every angle, like a cop at a crime scene. In the evening, she sat at her laptop selling them off, cursing the online vultures who haggled over every penny, like farmers at a mart. And when they finally paid, drove her mad with messages wanting to know why their purchases hadn't arrived. Admittedly, sometimes they hadn't arrived because Imelda hadn't sent them. Cass had come into the kitchen more than once to find her mother with her arms flung around the cordless Dyson, or the old Dyson, or the 48-piece bone china dinner set she had never opened, bawling her eyes out like it was a beloved pony being sent to the knacker's yard. Their father often worked late. It was as if the fewer cars the garage sold, the more time he had to spend there. But who could blame him? Whenever he came home, he faced the same tirade from Imelda. He had ruined them. He had betrayed them. She had been duped. Cass wished he'd defend himself, fight back. But he just sat there at the dinner table, head bowed, without saying a word, which of course only made Mam angrier. "It's okay for you," PJ said, whispering, as if Imelda would hear them, though downstairs she was roaring at the top of her voice. "You're going to college. I'll be stuck here." "Oh yeah, it's so great for me," Cass said, "doing my leaving with all this going on." In truth, she told herself the same thing, that in a few months she'd be gone. She stayed up till midnight most nights now, revising, parabolas, modal verbs, yardangs, the land league, fact after fact filling her up. But it had become harder to believe in the future, to see it. The problems at home were so huge and omnivorous that the idea of escaping them, of being somewhere else, had come to seem impossible. Her dad, who had studied at Trinity himself when he was young, who'd been so excited when she told him her plans, no longer reassured her that it would all work out. He rarely spoke to her at all now, about anything. As for her mother, she'd only say that Dublin was full of perverts, and she didn't know why anyone would want to live there. She'd read something in the news about a man caught walking around TK Maxx with mirrors on his shoes so he could look up girls' skirts. Worst of all, Cass no longer had Elaine. It wasn't that they didn't get on. They still chatted every day at school, and sometimes they walked home together too. But Elaine no longer invited Cass to her house to study. She no longer asked for stories about Imelda. She no longer spoke about the life they would have up in Dublin. Was it because of the garage closing? Or what had happened with Miss Grehan? Cass had no clue. She only knew that Elaine's interests, these days, were elsewhere. She told herself she wasn't sorry. Though it hurt almost beyond description, she did not want Elaine to have to share in her family's humiliation. Better that they should just drift apart. Elaine's interests now lay specifically in boys. She threw herself into the pursuit of boys with the same comprehensive determination as she had poetry the term before. Though pursuit was the wrong word. Elaine was too good-looking ever to need to pursue anybody. It was more about controlling their pursuit of her. Boys for Elaine were not a challenge, or an aspiration, or an other. They were more like a commodity, a resource to be managed. Her love life resembled stock inventory at a warehouse. When she told Cass she was no longer seeing Ryan Doyle because she was seeing Kieran Teeling, but that was just a temporary thing until Malachi Atkins broke up with Lucy O'Neill, which she had it on good authority that he very shortly would. Cass thought of the flow charts she had drawn up that directed them to Trinity, and from there to Paris and New York. She and her revolving cast of boys hung out in a pub in the town known as The Drain. And at school she surrounded herself with other girls who went to the same place: Holly Maguire, Jane Tan, Rachel McElliott. "You should come along some night," she'd say to Cass. Cass knew Elaine knew she would say no. She preferred not to go out in town any more than she could help it. Hellish as it was at home, being in town with people looking at her and pitying her was infinitely worse. Still, it was nice of her to ask, she thought. She did wonder why her friend had chosen now, with the leaving on the horizon, to start her new life as a party girl. Already her grades were down slightly. Sometimes when they talked, Cass thought she detected an out-of-kilter quality to Elaine's conversation. But if something was wrong, she wasn't going to confide in Cass. Because Elaine was busy with other people, Cass found herself on her own at school. After a while, though, she realised that Sarah Jane Hinchy was often on her own with her. There was no great moment of bonding. It had just sort of happened. And at first she accepted it as another element of her fall. Sarah Jane Hinchy was a girl they had always looked down on. She was the class swot, and though she had historically been slightly higher than them in the class rankings, it was only because she worked so much harder. Being friends with her was a sort of vicious circle, because Elaine was visibly disgusted with Cass for associating with such a loser, which made her even less likely to want to associate with Cass herself. But after a couple of weeks of sitting in the park together at lunchtime, Cass couldn't remember quite why she and Elaine had disliked her so much. Yes, Sarah Jane had thick legs, and almost definitely cut her own hair. She lived on some sort of a farm up in the hills, and there were rumours that her family were poor. But she was undeniably bright, and although she looked super square, she knew about a lot of interesting things, from Harry Potter to A$AP Rocky to Xeon. "Wow," Cass said, and then, "What's Xeon?" "It's like the new Instagram," Sarah Jane Hinchy said, "except not run as a Zuckerberg creep show." She often came out with statements like that, as if she had access to a reality Cass had never heard of. It was confusing. Elaine and Cass had always agreed that the only reason Sarah Jane Hinchy knew things was to make herself seem interesting. Yet, what if the things she knew actually were interesting? What if the things she had chosen to make her seem individualistic had actually made her into an individual? Like her rainbow badge. She still wore it, but on her blouse, under her school sweater. So you could hardly say it was for show. She told Cass that she didn't self-identify as gay. In fact, she didn't believe that sexual orientation was fixed at all. She wore the rainbow as a sign of her belief in everyone's freedom to choose who they wanted to be and be with. How had they found this problematic? Cass started to wonder whether the reason she and Elaine had thought Sarah Jane Hinchy was a loser was because they didn't understand what was cool. The same way the basics in town might think Cass and Elaine were lame because they didn't wear GAA tops. It was an alarming thought. Sarah Jane, too, was applying to Trinity. "Have you thought about where you're going to live?" she asked Cass. Cass kept her answer vague. It was one thing to talk to Sarah Jane Hinchy in school, quite another to make her part of your future. She still dreamed that after the exams, Elaine would be restored to her. In college, on their own terms, far away from their families. She was not yet ready to sacrifice that. Then, one day, Sarah Jane Hinchy told her about a grant she was applying for. Why would she need a grant when college was free? Cass wondered. Rent's not free, Sarah Jane said. Food's not free. Books aren't. The grant would pay for all of that, even give you monthly pocket money. You should think about it, she told Cass. Cass had never thought about who would pay for her accommodation, her books, her meals. She had never before thought that this might be an issue. The idea that she might need financial assistance was horrifying to her. Was that who they were now? Like the people she saw in anoraks queuing outside the post office on Wednesday mornings? I can show you how to do it if you want, Sarah Jane said. The application, I mean. If you come over to my house, we can do it together. Then afterwards we could watch Throne of Blood. It was an old Japanese film, but it was based on Macbeth, which was the play they were doing for their exams. It might be interesting to see it from a non-Western perspective, Sarah Jane said. Cass hesitated. Going to Sarah Jane Hinchy's seemed like a leap in terms of their friendship. But filling in a form together and maybe watching a movie didn't tie her to anything. And it might be nice to get out of the house. Last night at dinner, Imelda had thrown a box of Lidl cereal at Dickie's head. Sarah Jane lived a few miles out of town, so to get there, Cass would need someone to drive her. Her parents were fighting again, and she was waiting for the worst of it to be over before she asked them. Then, she got a message. It was from Elaine. Hey, biatch, what's up? It said. Cass didn't reply straight away. She wasn't sure what it meant, like if Elaine was actually saying she was a bitch, or if she intended it in a friendly way. While she was figuring it out, another message came in. I'm in the drain with the boy says he likes you. This was even more puzzling. But before Cass could figure out who or what Elaine was talking about, another, simpler message came in. Get down here, girl! Cass didn't know what to do. Elaine clearly expected her to come to the drain. At the same time, it annoyed her that Elaine thought after ignoring her for literally months, she could click her fingers and Cass would come running. So she put her phone away without replying, and went down the stairs to see if she could get a lift. She met Dickie coming up the opposite way. Hey, Dad, she said. But he didn't seem to hear her. He had a beer can in his hand and breakfast cereal in his hair. He was wearing a ratty old anorak she'd never seen before. An image flashed into her mind of him and her and Sarah Jane Hinchy queuing at the post office. So she called over her shoulder, I'm going out, and headed for the road into town. The name on the sign was Doran's, but everyone called it the Drain. The reason was clear as soon as Cass stepped inside. People said that in the days when you could smoke, you barely noticed it. But now, even with the yard door left permanently open, the stink was inescapable. No one knew exactly where it came from. It was structural. The PA played a non-stop barrage of 1980s metal. The pool table had a rip, and the Guinness tap frequently got infested with ants. But the barmen never checked ID, and so, apart from a handful of genuine rockers with greasy, greying locks and upside-down pentagrams on their t-shirts, the place was full, most nights with underage drinkers. It had been like that for a generation, with the result that even the most straight-laced mammy in town could tell you the lineup and running order of, for example, Slayer's Seasons in the Abyss. The door faced the bar, where the elderly metalers sat on tall stools. A couple of them turned and looked at Cass resignedly as she came in. The barman was staring at his phone. Behind him there were rows and rows of spirits bottles, and a black and white photo of a spandex-clad man with a perm. In the spotted mirror, she looked like a little grey child, a waif in a forest of dust. "Cass!" Elaine waved at her. She was standing in the middle of a crowd, one or two girls from school, but mostly people Cass didn't recognise at all. She was wearing earrings Cass hadn't seen before. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkled. She held a glass with ice cubes and a slice of lime in it. As Cass approached, she reached out for her and took her hand. "This is Cass," she announced to the others, "my best friend since forever." She gazed at Cass with a smile of prideful approval. Then she dragged her off to the toilets to reapply her makeup. "Why does this place smell so bad?" Cass said, looking into the mirror. "You get used to it," Elaine said. "So, Rowan Headley thinks you're hot." "Who's Rowan Headley?" "He's Enda Frame's friend," Elaine said. This threw no light on the matter as far as Cass was concerned. "Well, anyway, he must have seen you around," Elaine continued with a hint of impatience, "because he said you were hot." "He used that word? Hot?" "I think so," said Elaine. "Maybe I said it. I don't remember." "You said it?" "I might have said I had a hot friend. It doesn't matter. Does he even know who I am?" Elaine didn't reply. She zipped up her makeup bag and regarded Cass with dissatisfaction, like a baker confronted with a not wholly successful cake. Cass followed her out to the smoking area, where Elaine promptly vanished into the crowd. And now, a guy in a duffel coat came over to her. She realised she recognised him as one of the droopy boys that used to shout things at her outside the school gates. And she did recall now that some of the things had been complimentary. Not that she was hot necessarily, but that she had nice tits. He was tall and pale, with dark curly hair. "So, you're Elaine's friend?" he said. "Yes," Cass said. "Cass," she said. The boy nodded to himself while looking away, as if this was just as he'd suspected. "You're Rowan?" she said. He sniffed in an irritated manner. She wanted to point out that he had come over to her. Then he said, "I'm going to the bar. Do you want something?" "Okay," she said. Rowan pushed himself away from the pillar he'd been leaning against and stalked off inside. Cass wondered if she'd done something wrong. She huddled against the wall. She felt cold even though she was standing under a heater. She saw Elaine now, standing not far away with her back turned to Cass. She turned momentarily and glanced round at her, but turned back again before Cass could wave. Cass understood cloudily that Elaine wanted her to do something, that she had been brought here for a specific purpose. She blew on her fingers, listened to the horrific screeching noise that issued from the PA. Rowan returned with 2 pints of lager. "The beer here is piss," he said, handing one to her. "Thanks," Cass said. "Do you play games?" Rowan said. "What?" "Video games." "Oh," she said. "Angry Birds?" He looked displeased by this, so she said, "My brother's a major gamer." "Oh, right." Rowan perked up. "What games does he play?" Behind him, another boy, not as tall but slightly droopier, had started kissing Elaine. It was distracting. It seemed like she could hear it even over the metal, a squelching noise like walking on frog spawn. Rowan waited expressionlessly, like a soldier for his orders. Cass tried to focus. She and PJ used to play Donkey Kong together when they had the Wii. Now the games he played were like being trapped inside a food processor. Is there one about beavers? Or otters? Otter devastation, he said offhandedly. Yeah, it's pretty good. If he likes Wipeout games, tell him he should play Agents of Extinction. Right, she said. There was a pause. From behind them, she heard Elaine make little cries of ecstatic pain. So, how do you know Elaine? Oh, Cass said again, brightening, and she began to tell him the story of the chemistry class. But before she even got to the iodine, he had grabbed her face and was kissing her. She closed her eyes. His fingers were soft against her cheek, but his tongue was unexpectedly stiff and thrashed around without a clear goal or direction. Like something he was operating at a distance, by remote control, she thought. The wall-mounted heater was directly over her head, baking her hair, but leaving the rest of her icy cold. Every few seconds it switched itself off, then a few seconds later it came to life again with a thunk, and she felt her hair fry. She told herself to stop being distracted. She leaned her body against him and placed a hand on his chest. He had an arm around her waist. Now his other hand slid up her tummy, which she instinctively sucked in, and remained there for a moment, perfunctorily rubbing it up and down before making the leap to her boob, where it squeezed happily in a way that brought to mind the stress ball in her father's office. One of his salesmen had got it for him as a joke, back in the days before the crash, when there was nothing to be stressed about. It was red, and printed on it were the words, "Quit bustin' my balls." He kept it on his desk, beside a black and white picture of his brother Frank, a model of a 1953 VW Beetle, and another photograph of the four of them. That is, her and Mam and Dad and PJ, smiling in their Christmas jumpers on a visit to Funderland. Her Mam was always saying could he not find a better picture for the office. But they all looked happy, even though PJ had got sick on the crazy cups. They were happy. Even Mam. Cass must have been, 10, 11? In the picture, her chest was flat, no stress balls to squeeze, and her hand and wrist had a sleeve of eczema. She hadn't met Elaine yet. Elaine hadn't spilled iodine on her and cried outside the nurse's office. They hadn't joined Pony Club together or built their Minecraft palace together, or had their adventure where they bunked off school and went into town dressed in tracksuits with their hair in ponytails. Elaine thought no one would recognise them because it was so far from their usual look. But they were spotted after 20 minutes and grounded, and had their phones taken away, and she had pressed her hand on the glass of her bedroom window and wondered where Elaine was. And then known, like she knew her own name, that at the same moment Elaine had pressed her hand to her window, and that nothing would ever split them apart. The tongue in her mouth, which had been thrashing about like a great blind beast, suddenly retracted. "I have to pee," Rowan said, and wandered off. Instantly, Elaine was back at her side. "He's such a good kisser, isn't he?" she said. "Yeah," said Cass, though it struck her as an odd thing to say. She started drinking the beer. It tasted like he did, or the other way around, she supposed. The glass seemed enormous. Her body felt full, like there wasn't room in it for anything more. Alcohol, tongues, even words. Somehow, she was now in the centre of the group, who had all apparently relocated themselves outside, listening to Elaine tell a story, which she realised with the start was about Sarah Jane Hinchy, or more specifically, Sarah Jane Hinchy's sister.
"Oh yeah, this is hilarious," said Rowan, who had returned.
He sipped his beer and checked his phone. "So, Sarah Jane's sister, Denise, is really smart, right?" Elaine said. "She was like 3 or 4 years ahead of us, and her dad sells livestock feed or something, and he's a total cheapskate, like legendarily stingy. But he tells her if she gets 7 A1s in the Leaving Cert, he'll buy her a car. Like, he wants to encourage her, but he didn't think she'd get it, because she was smart, but not that smart, okay?"
"So funny,"
Rowan said. He put his phone away and took Cass's hand. "But Denise studied really, really hard, and then in August the results came out and she gets 7 A1s. She was like first in the county. So her dad has to get her the car. He's so mean that she's sure he's going to break his promise. But he doesn't. One day he takes her outside and there in the yard is a VW Golf. Not new, but not ancient, like 8 years old maybe." "Nice," another girl said. "Yeah, but wait," Elaine said. "When she looks at the side of it, like the passenger side..."
"It was the door," Rowan said.
The balls of Cass's fingers were sweating into his palm. "Right, on the door, on the passenger side, it's got scratched in big letters. Cunt." "Written on her car?" Cass didn't understand. "Her dad wrote on the car." "Someone had gouged it into the side with a key or whatever. And they tried to paint over it, but you could still see it really clearly. Can you imagine giving your daughter a car with cunt written on it?" Why would he do that? Cass's head was swimming. Above her the heater clicked on and off. And from the speaker a man was screaming, literally screaming. Like the music was slicing him up. Well, he must have got it cheap. But he could say he held up his part of the deal.
"I used to see her driving it around," one of the boys said. "They live out near Nan Cross."
"I didn't know Sarah Jane had a sister," Cass said.
"She moved to London."
"She doesn't come back much," said the boy. "Who's Sarah Jane Hinchy?" a girl said. "You know her," Elaine said. "She's that girl with the lisp and the lazy eye and acne."
"Answers to the name of Lucky," a different boy said.
"She calls herself a lesbian, but it's just for attention," Elaine says. This wasn't totally accurate, and Cass thought she should speak up. But when she tried to remember exactly how Sarah Jane had explained it herself, like about fluidity and so on, she couldn't get it straight in her head. And then she realised she ought to have messaged Sarah Jane to say she wasn't coming out to her house. And she felt a wave of annoyance at her, Sarah Jane. So she didn't say anything.
"Didn't you say your dad said he'd buy you a car if you got your exams?"
Rowan said to Elaine. "Ugh, don't even mention that guy to me," Elaine said frostily.
"Your dad has the garage," the new boy said to Cass.
He had shaggy black eyebrows and quick eyes beneath them.
"You'll definitely get a car, even if you fail."
"Duh, the garage is closed, you mongo," another boy said. Elaine explained that the main one wasn't closed, only the one in the next town over. "Right, Cass?" Cass nodded miserably. "Anyway, there's no way Cass could fail her exams. She's the smartest person I know," Elaine said. "We're going to college together in the autumn," she added, and she took the hand that Rowan wasn't holding and gave it a firm but gentle shake, as a kindergarten teacher might ring a bell. "Aren't we?" she said. Cass was too surprised to do anything more than nod. Inside, she felt a rush of joy so intense she thought she might catch fire and flame away to nothing, a burning girl pyre there on the cement floor of the pub smoking area, like something from one of the rockers' olden-day metal videos. Later in the evening, Elaine asked her why she'd been avoiding her. Cass was speechless. Could Elaine really have seen it that way? She told her it wasn't like that. She confessed that she'd been too embarrassed to talk to her because of what was happening to the family business. As she did, she started to cry. Elaine put a hand on her shoulder. "That's your dad's fault," she said. "Not yours." Cass began to blub. The words were practically inaudible, and she barely knew what she was saying. Something about how everyone saw her as Dickie's daughter, and so they blamed her too. Elaine was wise and calm. "No one blames you," she told Cass. "Everyone feels sorry for you. Your dad should have never let things get this bad. He's supposed to protect you, and he didn't." She reached her arm around Cass and drew her close. "Fuck him," she said comfortingly. After that, Cass went to the drain a few nights a week. Her mocks were coming up. Still, she had no problems getting out of the house. Dad was hardly ever there. Her mother was either on the phone to the Tidy Towns girls lamenting, or upstairs bagging up her possessions. After months of work, areas of bareness had started to appear in the walk-in wardrobe, like patches of earth exposed by melted glaciers. She didn't notice when Cass shouted from the hall that she was going to Elaine's. PJ noticed, of course. He had nothing better to do than notice things. "Why you wearing makeup if you're going to study in Elaine's?" he said. She didn't think he would tell, but she didn't like him having power over her, so she started leaving her makeup, mostly purloined from her mother, in the old stone shed in the woods behind her house, with a mirror propped on a sill, and hid her face using the torch on her phone. The shed was right in the middle of the woods. She didn't know what it had been used for originally. It was empty now. When she was little, she had played here with her brother. They would bury pine cones and dig them up again. When her dad came roaring, they would squeal and laugh and go scurrying up a tree till they were too high for him to reach. Though sometimes she would pretend to stumble, and Dickie would throw his arms around her and lift her into the air, growling all the while, a squirrel for my dinner." She thought of these times on her secret trips to the woods at night. They made it marginally less frightening to be out there on her own. Anyway, the fear was part of the enchantment. She learned to do her makeup in 3 minutes flat. Then she would run, through the trees to the new road, and from there into town, under the night sky, simultaneously terrified and free, until she came at last to the drain, and felt the now familiar stench, and the barrage of dated noise hit her as she pushed through the door, like being jumped up on by 2 ancient smelly dogs. And there would be Rowan in the yard vaping. And there, turning to greet her, from the heart of the crowd would be Elaine. And she would smile, and Cass would smile, feeling like she was full of starlight, the way a firefly is full of sparks. In the drain, she spent most of her time kissing Rowan, while Elaine, never more than a few feet away, was doing the same with Jessie Farrell, initially, and then Fiachra O'Grady, and then Malachi Atkins, who had finally broken up with Lucy O'Neill. After the drain, if it was dry, they sometimes went with takeout to the graveyard. Once, Rowan told them that the writer Mary Shelley had lost her virginity to Percy Shelley on the top of her mother's grave. He looked at Cass meaningfully. "Imagine having sex with someone called Percy," Elaine said. "Do me, Percy," Cass chimed in. "Take me harder, Percy." On the way home, they stopped at the Topaz and bought 3 bags of crisps each, different flavours to cover over the smell of the drink. Crisps were much better than chewing gum, which was like an admission of guilt. Purely on the basis of hours spent kissing, Cass felt justified in calling Rowan her boyfriend. But on every other basis, she had doubts. If they weren't actually kissing, he was generally aloof and silent, or else he talked about things Cass knew nothing about, such as video games or hip-hop. He had conspiracy theories about everything and got annoyed when Cass didn't know about the events he wanted to tell her were faked. Sometimes she wondered if she even liked him, but usually she was too busy figuring out if he liked her. She drew up lists of reasons he might break up with her, Her nose was pointy, he was still in love with Elaine. He didn't bother trying to hide the porn on his phone. He rarely sent her messages, and if he did, it was just links to his SoundCloud beat tapes. One time she asked him, joking but not really, if he cared about her at all, and he shot right back, as if he'd been waiting for the question. I only care about dead rappers. He seemed to find most of the things she said tiresome. He oscillated between trying to have sex with her and almost total indifference. Sometimes over a very short interval of time. That's just what boys are like, Elaine told her. The way she explained it, you weren't supposed to like your boyfriend, not in the same way you did your friends. Being with boys was something you did without necessarily enjoying it. The same way you drank beer, though you didn't like the taste. Cass felt better after that. And anyway, sometimes she did like him. His hair was shiny, his duffel coat was soft, he too planned to go to college in Dublin. His ambition was to be a professional DJ, but as a fallback, he was applying to study pharmacy at UCD. He was funny too. He invented a drinking game where you had to think of a stupid name, Wanda Suckling, Ulick Flange, Antonia Bumkiss, and then Google it. And if there wasn't a match, you had to drink a shot. But most often there was. The world revealed itself to be a treasure house of mortally embarrassing names. Who knew? Sometimes after he'd drunk a couple of beers, he'd come out with crazy ideas. For instance, if a dog's sense of smell was 50,000 times more powerful than a human's, that meant that instead of humans' binary perception of they're gone, dogs must have a spectrum of there-ness. Like, say you're here and then you go out. To me, you're gone. But to a dog, you're still mostly here. Because your smell lingers much longer, and that's their strongest sense. So they must have a whole different understanding of time, because for them, the past is literally still around. When a dog looks at the world, it must see all of these presences gradually fading out, like a sky full of jet contrails. That's probably closer to how things really are, he said. Like with the past and everything. It's kind of good in a way because it means that the happy moments aren't just slipping away from you forever. He looked at her, when he said that, sighed long, like he didn't want her to notice. Elaine said the drinking game was childish. She was no good at thinking up names. And she said his theories reminded her of Cass's brother. She was starting to cool on Rowan. She told Cass there were other boys interested in her. Though when pressed, she said that this was more of a general sense she had, rather than specific individuals. Rowan began coming out to the shed so he and Cass could walk to the drain together. He liked the woods. Deciduous forests were rare in Ireland, he told her. Most of them had been cut down by the British to burn in their factories. The shed reminded him of Hitler's bunker, where the Führer hid with his staff and their families in the last days of the war. He told Cass that when the Nazis knew they would lose, they had given their children poison before shooting themselves. Then he tried to kiss her. She laughed. He knew a lot about Nazis. Some Nazis had fled to Ireland after the war. The big Irish school book company was founded by a Nazi. That was another reason the education system was bullshit. And Volkswagen was started by the Nazis, he said, so Cass shouldn't be sorry if her dad's business closed down. When it got less cold, he brought cans to the shed, or the bunker as he called it. It was okay for some people, he said, but he couldn't afford to drink in a pub all night. Another time he asked why they had to go to the drain at all. But Elaine's there, Cass said, confused. And the others? Elaine, he repeated sardonically. You don't like Elaine? Cass couldn't keep the shock from her voice. Rowan said Elaine had a big head. She thinks she's so smart, but you're way smarter than her. Cass told him that as a matter of fact, she and Elaine got exactly the same grades. That's because you don't want to be better than her, he said. This conversation left her feeling conflicted. On the one hand, calling her smart was literally the only nice thing he had ever said about her. On the other, she did not want to be forced to choose between him and her friend. Elaine was going through a hard time. She didn't currently have a boyfriend and had already kissed everyone who drank at the drain, apart from the rockers, obviously, who were old and unkissable. Cass finished her can and told Rowan they should get moving or they'd be late. That night, a new rocker appeared in the pub. He was young and handsome, properly handsome, like someone from TV, with hair so black it was almost blue, and tattoos the length of his arms. He sat at the bar, drinking by himself. When he saw the girls looking at him, he raised his glass to them. "Who is that?" Elaine said. Cass didn't know. She hadn't seen him before. She would have remembered. "He's like a good-looking Rowan," Elaine agreed. She went to talk to him. After a few minutes of animated conversation, she waved Cass over. "This is Richard," she said. He interjected a sound that sounded like Richard but wasn't quite. "He's from Poland," Elaine said, ignoring this. "He literally just came to town." Up close, the man was not so much handsome as beautiful, like a girl might be, with fine, white bones from which his black eyes peered, as if through spy holes in a painting in a haunted house. "Get this," Elaine said. "Richard's a mechanic, and he's looking for a job." Cass looked back at her, not quite making the connection. "So, I thought maybe he could work at your dad's garage." Cass felt her smile falter. "Couldn't he?" Elaine pressed. "Work at your dad's garage?" Cass was annoyed. So that was the reason Elaine had brought her over, to use in her flirting? "I don't know if they're hiring right now," she said. "It's worth a shot though, right?" Elaine said. "I don't know if it is," Cass said. "Why don't you ask your dad now?" "Ask him. If they're hiring, send him a text." "He thinks I'm in your house studying," Cass reminded her. So why am I suddenly talking to mechanics? "Oh, Jesus, fine," Elaine said, throwing her hands up. Cass went to rejoin Rowan. "Who's that guy?" he wanted to know. "Some randomer. He's trying to find a job. He looks like a vampire from the 1980s. He's from Poland." "Oh, right." Not long after, Elaine drifted back. Cass apologised for not being more helpful. "Yeah," Elaine said vaguely. Cass, sensing some displeasure, glanced at the bar. Richard's stool was empty. What happened? Elaine sighed and told them that Richard had tried on literally the cheesiest pickup line she'd ever heard. She wouldn't tell them what it was. She said it was too embarrassing. "Fucking weirdo," she said, and looked back yearningly at the empty stool. Later, as she came out of the girls' toilets, Cass thought she saw the man smoking in the yard. It was dark out there, so at first she wasn't sure. Then he inhaled on his cigarette, and his face came glowing from the shadows. He was looking back at her, where she stood in the doorway, staring at her, in fact, in a way that would have been creepy if someone else had been doing it. But from him it wasn't creepy. It was like, what? A message in a language that no one else knew she could speak. A secret communication that jangled in her chest. His eyes were black and wet. They seemed to bore into her, making her feel simultaneously younger than she was and also older, wanton. She wanted to laugh. It was so cheesy. Desire was cheesy. His handsomeness itself was cheesy. If Elaine was there, they would be cracking up. But Elaine wasn't there. She hung in the doorway, swaying gently. "Hi," she said. "Hi," he returned softly. The cigarette light showed the tattoos on his forearm. Dice, death, an angel weeping. She thought of Elaine gazing forlornly at his empty seat. "Can I have a drag of your cigarette?" she said. He held it out to her. She stepped forward into the yard, took it from his hand. She sucked on it inexpertly, Noxious smoke fumed into her lungs. She handed it back to him, twisted back and forth, humming, like she didn't feel his gaze on her. Then she said, "You can try the garage if you want, but make sure you speak to my dad, Dickie Barnes. Don't speak to Phil. He's the foreman. But he's a grumpy bollocks and he hates foreigners. Dad's a softie." Richard remained silent a moment. Then he shrugged, grinned, and moved fractionally closer to her. She turned her face up to him, gave him a shy smile that was actually brazen. But as he leaned closer still, she lost her courage. "The hunter is coming." She scampered away, a squirrel in the forest. He didn't reappear in the bar. She didn't tell Elaine what had happened. Then the flood came. 3 weeks' rain fell in a single day. The river burst its banks. It was on the national news. Schools closed. They were all trapped at home, looking out at grey lakes where the meadows had been. "I am going insane," Elaine wrote. From Rowan, she heard nothing at all. She wondered if he was going to break up with her, or if he actually had broken up with her and just not told her. But on the third day he appeared, saturated, on her doorstep. For a moment they stood there looking at each other. Rain dripped from his hood. Then he said, "Are you coming?" "Coming where?" she said. He looked at her as if she was an idiot. "The bunker," he said. He had come by the woods and discovered that, although the entire town was waterlogged, the old shed had been spared. They walked together through the dripping trees. He took her hand and told her he'd been listening to a lot of Angolan hip-hop. He said that he was thinking of only listening to Angolan music from now on. The bunker was damp, but not more so than usual. His lips were cold but warmed up after a moment. His warm body enwrapped hers. She lay her head on his chest. He looked at his phone and complained about the signal. In the doorway, the rain fell and fell. He asked her what she was going to do when she went to college. She was surprised, because she had told him already. But then he forgot a lot of things she said. "English," she said. "No, I mean, are we still going to be going out?" Rowan said. He looked pained, though she couldn't tell if it was at the thought of going out with Cass in Dublin or because the Angolan hip-hop video kept buffering. She didn't know what to say. Elaine had stressed the necessity of losing their virginities before college, but had also warned against getting too close. You don't want to move to Dublin and still be tied to someone from home. Cass assumed that's what Rowan was worried about too. She felt sad, but she didn't show it. She just said they would probably want to see other people. Rowan, when he heard this, went stiff, and for a moment he said nothing, as if he too were buffering. Then he sat up and frowned at his shoes, the way he did when he was about to make a serious statement, like the correct order for watching the Star Wars films. But before he could say anything, "Peekaboo!" Elaine pulled back her hood, looked around in bemusement. She had never been to the shed before. "Why have you got a shed in the middle of the woods? What is it, like a bomb shelter?" "A bomb shelter," Rowan said, sitting up too. "It's made out of stones." He sounded more irritated than ever. Cass had messaged Elaine while she was walking in the woods with Rowan. She realised now she never told him she was coming. "The others are on their way," Elaine said. "Malachi's bringing beer." School stayed closed for almost 2 weeks. They went to the shed every night. Sometimes there were 15 people packed like sardines around the portable speakers, listening to Angolan hip-hop. It was like a carnival, a damp, sodden carnival. The world had turned upside down. It was impossible to imagine it ever going back to the way it had been. But it did go back, of course. When they returned to school, the results of their mocks were back too. "I presume your parents have seen these?" Miss Ogle said to them after class. Cass didn't say anything. Her father was the one who looked at the reports, and since the flood he'd been at the garage round the clock, working on cars with damaged electrics,
damaged engines, damaged transmissions. The flood was a disaster for the town, but a godsend for business, Imelda kept saying. Elaine didn't reply either, just scowled, grinding the toe of her left shoe against the floor as if she was crushing out a cigarette on Miss Ogle's face. Miss Ogle sighed. She had left a button open on her gingham blouse. Cass could see the off-white clasp of her bra. Her breasts sat on her folded arms like the sandbags that dotted the flooded streets. "Girls," she said, "I understand that you may have things weighing on your minds, and that by comparison your studies may seem of lesser importance. But in 12 weeks' time, you will be sitting your leaving certificate, and the results that you get will dictate the rest of your lives. The education system, as I have often said, is memorious. Whatever is happening in your lives now will pass, but that piece of paper will stay with you forever. Do you understand?" Afterwards, they walked down the hall in silence. Then Cass, in a funny voice, said, "Memorious." Elaine said it was bullshit. It was just the mocks. Who cared about those? "In the real exams, we'll actually be trying," Cass said. "Right," Elaine said. "Anyway, there's no law saying we have to study at Trinity. There are like a million courses in Dublin." It was true. They had filled out their college application forms in Elaine's house a couple of weeks ago and marvelled at the number of options on offer. Radiography, organic farming, possible futures swirled around them like images in a kaleidoscope. "Although, Dickie would be sad if I didn't go to Trinity," Cass said nevertheless. "Why should you go out of your way to please him?" Elaine said. "He ruined your life. You don't owe him anything." The anger in her voice surprised Cass. She recalled what the teacher had said about things weighing on their minds. It was obvious what she meant in Cass's case. The whole town, the whole world knew about the garage. But was something weighing on Elaine? When she went to her house that time, the place had been a mess. Stacks of unwashed laundry piled up in the kitchen, dishes by the sink, clutter everywhere. She had never seen it like that before. "We don't have to do anything," Elaine said now. "We can just go to Dublin or somewhere else." She looked around her and rubbed her arms, as if they were out in the woods in a cold wind. "All I know is if I don't get out of this place, I am literally going to kill myself." Rowan's mam was on his back about studying. He was only allowed out on the weekends. Elaine wasn't sorry. She called him soy boy and said he was pretentious. She said she never wanted to hear Angolan hip-hop again for the rest of her life. She had grown tired of the bunker, too. She claimed the damp floor had given her a yeast infection. The drain was still closed. The flood had finally overcome the ancient plumbing. "We'll have to find somewhere new to drink," she said. Cass wasn't sure. Maybe Rowan's mam was right, and they should be revising too. But Elaine was sick of revision. Anyway, there was loads of time until the exams. In town, there were signs of the flood everywhere. The buildings on the main street bore filthy tide marks. Brackish water pooled on the floors of the closed-down businesses. You expect a flood to be clean, to wash everything away, but it was the opposite. Everywhere smelled like the toilets in the drain. If Cass didn't have any money, which was most nights, they would go to Clark's or Cody's or Devine's and find a group of boys they didn't know who'd buy them drinks. This was Elaine's idea. To Cass, it sounded like one of the madcap schemes she'd dreamed up when they'd first become friends. Like trying to get free eyeliner by telling the woman in the chemist they were models. Unlike those plans, however, it was incredibly successful. All they had to do was sit at the bar and boys would appear. Though they were probably not so much boys as men. They were the rangy types in Ralph Lauren shirts and pointy boots. They were square-headed farmers up for the mart. They were sales reps, fitters, electrical engineers. They installed extractor fans or sold digital storage solutions. They had been to Australia and Alaska. They had car keys and business cards, wedding rings, and pictures of babies on their phones. Cass never quite knew what to say to these men, but in a different way to not knowing what to say to Rowan. Because in these conversations, she realised, it didn't actually matter what you said. Talking was only a kind of distraction or diversion while something else went on under the surface. She couldn't figure out if she and Elaine were supposed to be fooled by it. Like if the men thought they were innocently chirruping away in apparently harmless conversation while unwittingly falling under the men's sway. Or whether they were acknowledged to be in on it too, like the men knew that they knew it was fake. And this was all a strange game, simultaneously boring and exhilarating. Elaine was good at it. At pretending not to be aware of this ulterior activity. She would tell the boys/men they were receptionists from the sports centre, or trainee journalists for the local paper, or occupational therapists from the next town over, blithely prattling on while the men stared at her like dogs at a steak. Likewise, when the men bought drinks, she would pretend to think they were just being generous. And they were generous. You'd ask for a beer, they'd get a vodka chaser too. You'd ask for a vodka, they'd come back with a double. Before you knew it, you were shit-faced, and you hadn't spent a cent. If it was Thursday or Friday, one of the Ralph Lauren shirt-wearing men might pay for the girls into paparazzi's, where they would dance with Elaine in the same expectant, desultory way they'd listened to her story about being occupational therapists. It was hilarious to watch. These men with their biceps and their neck tattoos, jiving awkwardly to Wake Me Up Before You Go-Go. Cass knew that Elaine had no intention of kissing them. She knew too that Elaine could keep dancing for hours. They thought they were closing in on a goal. But there was no goal. She just wanted to see how long they would stick it. Even when one of them got what he wanted and Elaine was wrapped around him on the dance floor or outside in the smoking area, or in one of the many nooks and alcoves in the dark labyrinth that was paparazzi's, with her knee hooked around him, pulling him into her, and her eyes squeezed tight shut. It was quite common for her to suddenly stop and disengage herself and saunter over to Cass as if nothing had happened, leaving the fan salesman or the engineer hunched in bewilderment over his erection. Or she'd seem to be in the throes of passion, but then Cass would get a text from her consisting of something like OMG or help, which was Cass's cue to go over and interrupt. Usually she would say something about her period, at which the man in question would beat a retreat without further comment. Sometimes she did not want to be interrupted, however, and Cass would be left swaying vaguely on the margins of the dance floor. She did not actually like to dance. She only stayed there so she wouldn't have to talk. She wanted to be fearless, to toy with them like Elaine did. But the men seemed so big up close, especially when they were being friendly. In the end, though, she had to talk. That is, if she wanted anyone to buy her drinks. Once she'd figured it out, it wasn't so hard. All she had to do was laugh at their jokes, and look interested, and be ready for the moment when they would lean in to kiss her. At which point she would sidestep like a matador, a single, graceful movement that hardly seemed a movement at all, and left everybody's pride intact. Sometimes she would not sidestep them. Sometimes, if they'd bought her a lot of drinks, or at least someone had bought her a lot of drinks, she would let them kiss her. You had to kiss somebody every so often, or you would get a reputation as someone who didn't kiss, and then people would stop buying you drinks. Anyway, she already had a reputation. They knew she was not an occupational therapist, or a promising young reporter from the Midlands Monitor doing a major piece on fly tipping. Even if they were from out of town, they knew she was a Barnes, one of that lot who had lorded it up in the good times, and now were ruined. What right had she to put on airs to push them away? So, she would kiss them, and feel the rasp of their stubble grate her skin, and smell their aftershave or deodorant in her nostrils, and let their hands delve under her top and run up her back, safe in the knowledge that sooner or later Elaine would appear and poke her, and the two of them would scamper off and crack up by the cigarette machine. Although Elaine didn't always appear, and the men were not always so polite. And one time, when she did the sidestep, the man reached after her and grabbed her. And there was a disorientating moment when she realized she couldn't remember what he looked like, even though he was right in front of her. All she could see, that is, hear, was him pushing her against the pinball machine with one hand and crushing her jaw between his fingers with the other, and sliding his hand, another hand, between her legs, while beneath her the pinball machine shook and pinged and announced in a spooky voice, "Out to the cemetery, come on everybody!" But someone usually came along, and anyway, it didn't matter. Nothing mattered. Nothing mattered. Everything was coming to an end. Everything was closing down. Everything had been carried off on the flood. Her school days, her family, her boyfriend, the men, the drinking, she would leave it all behind, like a sloughed skin. Or she was the skin, and she would be sloughed, and dissolve into the night. That was why, though she still thought sometimes about what Miss Ogle said, she couldn't credit that these weeks were the ones that would decide all the weeks to come. She found it impossible to believe that now, the present, so flimsy and flyaway, whipsawing, switchbacking, should be the image the rest of her life was cast in, when she could barely see herself in it at all. Heading out? Cass froze. There was no point in denying it. Her hand was on the latch, and she was fully made up. She had long since stopped going to the bunker to get changed. Usually by 8 p.m. her brother and her mother were shut up in their rooms. And with her father still at the garage, she could walk out of the house without anyone seeing her, or knowing she was gone. But here was Dickie, materializing from the darkness of the living room, with an empty glass in his hand. Cass turned back from the door. "Just going to see Elaine?" she said, which wasn't quite a lie. Dickie eased himself down into the little miniature couch by the front door that no one ever sat on. The house was full of meaningless objects like that. Miniature chairs, miniature tables. Imelda had gone through a phase, as if she had run out of grown-up things to buy, and so had moved on to furniture for the pixie folk. Now it was on eBay with everything else. "Do they still have a pool table?" he said. "In Doran's. What do you call it, the drain?" She didn't reply. What was he doing here? He'd barely been home since the flood. He looked different, in a way she couldn't place. "There was one summer," he said, "he couldn't get me off that thing. We were working for himself above during the day, me and your Uncle Frank, clearing tires out of an old warehouse. And then every night, we'd be in there playing pool. Money down the drain, your granddad used to say. You're literally throwing money down the drain." But there was no stopping me. I'd dream about it. Dream about making shots. That's how obsessed I was. Cass said nothing. Her jaw was clenched so tight her whole body quivered. Instead of yelling at you when you did something wrong, like her mother did, Dad liked to bring you on a little journey first. Up over the hills and mountains. It made it hard to fight back. You just had to follow the path he had laid out, his voice calm and even, your guilt crushing down on your shoulders, until turning a corner you would find yourself at the summit, your crime lying spread out in a panorama before you. And you and he would gaze down on it together. "I ran into a teacher of yours the other day," he said now. He had hoisted his foot up onto his knee and was examining the sole of his boot. Or not, ran into it all. "She called into me at work." "Miss Ogle?" He looked up at her again, She stared back at him blackly. She couldn't believe he was putting her through this, doing his dad routine on her, when for the last 6 months he had been hardly more than a ghost. She was so close to telling him to drop it. She so wanted to tell him the things he was accusing her of weren't even up to date. She hadn't been in the drain for a month, though she had been in almost every other pub in town, in much worse places. More than once passed out on the floor. What did he think of that? "Listen, Cassie," he said, and he looked earnestly into her eyes. This was the part where he asked you to see how the things you had done not only harmed others, but mostly yourself. And how you were better than that. "I know it must be hard to think about your exams, what with everything that's been going on here. But it's your future. I don't want you to throw your chance away." Something sparked in her when he said this. "You don't want me to throw my chance away?" she repeated. "You don't want me to throw it away. You're the one who's thrown it away." Dickie looked surprised. Cass found she was shaking. "How am I supposed to go to college if the money's all gone?" From his expression, she knew he hadn't been expecting this, but as she spoke the words, she knew they were true. Things were not up in the air. Things were underwater. Things were done and dusted, dead and buried. Her father began to mumble about cash set aside. It was clear he was just making it up. All of his plans for her, which had been her plans too, were tumbling down about their ears. Yet it gave her a kind of black joy. Elaine was right. Imelda was right. Everything was his fault. It was almost worth losing her future to shove his guilt trip back in his face. "Do you know how ashamed I am," she said, "to be your daughter?" Dickie flinched. "Cass," he said, in a rasping voice. But she didn't stop. She wanted to hurt him, devastate him, so he would never think of talking to her in this way again. "You betrayed us," she said. "You betrayed your family." The strangest look crossed his face when she said that, like nothing she'd seen there before. For a moment she wondered if he might hit her. She found herself hoping he would. Instead, he seemed to crumple, as if the air had gone out of him. She felt sorry for him, but only for a moment. Then it was swallowed up in anger. That she should have to feel guilty for that too, when he was the one who had ruined everything. She turned on her heel and walked out the door. She cried all the way into town. In Cody's, Elaine bought her a shot. "They're all the same," she said. "They fuck it all up, then act like it's your fault." She told Cass that her mother had caught Big Mike doing the housekeeper. She came back early from golf and walked right in on them. Cass was so shocked, she forgot about Dickie. The Brazilian girl, so pristine, always so statue still. It was hard to imagine her doing something like that, like having sex. But then it was hard to imagine anyone doing it, and yet it was all people seemed to do. "It was weeks ago," Elaine said with a shrug. "It doesn't matter." But it did matter, of course. Everything made sense now. Elaine's mother had thrown the housekeeper out there and then. She'd told Big Mike to leave too, but he wouldn't go. Instead, he was sleeping in one of the guest bedrooms. "I'm sorry," Cass said. "It's not so bad," Elaine replied. "Ever since he got busted, he keeps giving me cash." She took a roll of notes from her pocket to show her. "Drinks are on Dad," she said. After their fight, Dickie didn't bother Cass again. Her mother didn't bother her either. At dinner now, without her husband to yell at, she focused her attention on Cass's brother. "PJ,
would you ever chew your food like a decent human being instead of some kind of water buffalo? You'd better pull up your socks, my lad, or by golly, it'd be off to boarding school with you. Even PJ had stopped butting in on Cass, though sometimes he would be out in the garden kicking a ball as she was going out. If she glanced over her shoulder, she would see him looking back at her, bobbing along in the twilight, like some child's inflatable animal that had drifted far out to sea. Final year students finished classes a month before the other girls, so they could concentrate on their revision. On the last day, Miss Ogle clasped her hand as she left the classroom. "You're a good girl, Cass," she said. "I hope things work out for you." She had tears in her eyes. "This is going to be the craziest night ever," Elaine said. It should have been. They had finished school. But when they went into town, everything was off somehow. They called into the drain, but couldn't find anyone they knew. It was full of different kids, a whole new cast, like in a series reboot. Even the regulars, the rockers who never even changed their t-shirts, seemed unaccountably altered. They tried another pub, then another. Wherever they went, Elaine found fault. The music was too loud, the music was too quiet, the barmen were gobshites, there were no Pringles. It was one of those nights when nothing fits together. You meet the wrong people, you say the wrong things. No matter how much you drink, you can't relax. The best thing would be to call it quits and go home, but of course you never do. In Deasy's, they caught up with some of their classmates, and Elaine finally seemed to settle. Cass went to the bar. As she waited to be served, an old farmer type in a John Deere cap started talking to her. "Who's this you are now again?" he said. Cass smiled faintly and tapped her foot and looked at the barman. The farmer persisted. "I know you," he said. "I just can't put my finger on it." He wasn't being lechy. He just wanted to know. The old people of the town were all like that, never satisfied until they had placed you, fixed you on their map of family trees, designated you as the latest instance of Barnes or Donnelly or whoever. She gave the barman her order. When he turned away, the farmer was still staring at her, his mouth half open, as if to encourage hers to speak. She gave in and told him her name. "Cass Barnes," he cried, and he slapped the bar in delight. "Cass Barnes, well, well. I haven't seen you now for donkey's years. How old is it you are now? God, must be almost doing your leaving, are you?" She smiled wanly, waiting for him to say something about Dickie, how it was a terrible shame about the garage. But instead he said, "I was a great friend of your uncle. I used to coach him for the GAA, around the time he got engaged to your mother." She looked at him. She wondered if he was mixing her up with someone else. "My uncle?" she said. "Your Uncle Frank," the man said, "when he was due to be married to Imelda." Beneath the cap, the farmer's face was open, cracked, uncalculating, the kind of face that lined the streets of the town on match days. He didn't seem insane or delusional. He spoke like he was passing on something everyone knew. "It was in this very pub they announced it," he said. "There was some hoolie that night, I'll tell you." Cass smiled weakly, in the hope that might satisfy him. But the farmer kept rambling on. The room started to wheel around her like a carousel that had just been cranked into motion. And through a wave of dizziness, the farmer's voice came to her in fragments. "Now, Dickie, of course, some people didn't—" Finally, the barman came back with her order. At the same moment, from the lounge, she saw Elaine approaching. She seized the glasses and, burbling something to the farmer, hurried away to meet her friend. Elaine took her arm, already gabbing excitably about some guy who was here. Cass nodded and smiled.
Let Elaine lead her back into her own life. Her real life. They got to the table with their friends, but Elaine went past it and out into the covered yard. There, slouched in a patio chair beneath a grimy parasol that dripped with rain, was Richard, the hot mechanic they had met in the drain before the flood. He looked up at Cass with benign indifference, as if he'd never seen her before. Elaine had been telling Richard about the man who'd murdered his wife and children. And Richard had this amazing idea, Elaine said. Why don't we go and check the house out? Cass stared at her friend dumbly. Richard was gazing at his phone, as if this had nothing to do with him. I mean, isn't it crazy that we haven't even seen it? Elaine asked. It's literally the only interesting thing that's ever happened here. Cass pointed out that it wasn't here. It was in the next town over. Richard has a car, Elaine said. She seized Cass's hand. Come on, it's our last day of school. We have to do something. She was hugging herself, though it wasn't cold. Swiveling back and forth, bouncing on her toes, dancing in the dark light of the stranger's eyes, like a lovely blonde moth. Cass looked at Richard, and he looked back at her with a cool, self-satisfied smile. Why do you want to go there? I like dark places, he said. His voice was high and reedy, with an East European accent. But maybe you are scared. Cass isn't scared of anything, Elaine said, taking her hand. They waited under the awning, out the front, while Richard went for his car. The air still stank from the flood, as if there was a body rotting underneath the town. Opposite the pub, black streaks climbed the walls of the old convent. Let's just hope he's not a psycho, Elaine said. That'd be such a sickener if we got murdered on the last day of school, she laughed. He didn't seem to Cass like a violent type. His effect was amused, almost feminine. Delicately, she said, Are you sure you want me to come? Of course. I'm not going to a crime scene with some guy I hardly know. Okay, but I won't be in the way. In the way of what? Ugh, with him? Why, do you want him? Vom, Cass said. But both girls tingled with the same electricity and stood on their tiptoes. And now, at the top of the street, a pair of headlights appeared. As it drew closer, the car's wheels on the wet tarmac made a sound like a zip being pulled down slowly. Behind the glare, the driver remained invisible. She imagined him looking at them through his windscreen. Pale, matchstick figures, the colours of their coats flaring up bright. On long car journeys, she used to play a game with PJ. Red car, blue car, one of them would say to the other. And if the next car they saw was blue, then they knew they would have a good day. The car was red. It pulled up and the door swung open. Hop in, Richard said. Elaine did not move. She did not move. Then, from behind them, another voice called, Good night now, Cass. She looked back. It was the old farmer in the cap, standing on the porch of the pub to wave her off. She swore. She climbed into the car. As soon as the door shut, the car took off and the girls were thrown back onto each other, shrieking. It was an ancient Saab. It smelled of cigarettes and deodorant. But it was fast. They went through a red light, then another one, and Cass felt a rush of exhilaration. Richard plugged his phone into the stereo, and the girls scrolled through his music for something acceptable. No offence, but your library is super gay, Elaine called into the front seat. There was a lot of Mariah Carey and many bands who must have been Polish, with ringleted hair and pouts. At last, they found some Iron Maiden. They passed their school. It looked strange at night, shrunken, insignificant. They sped out of town on roads that were winding and slick with rain, singing along at the top of their voices to The Evil That Men Do. What was that guy saying to you? Elaine said suddenly. What guy? Cass said, startled. The old guy at the bar, Elaine said. He looked freaked out. I used to coach him for the GAA, around the time he got engaged to your mother. Oh, him, Cass said. He was talking about the leaving. Of course, some people didn't like it when she and Dickie tied the knot. Why are people so obsessed with that fucking thing? Elaine said. From the front, Richard asked again about the killer. Why he had done it? The girls didn't know. There were stories. That he had debts, that his wife found weird stuff on his computer, that he'd been abusing the children, that he was in a cult. Nobody likes to talk about it, Elaine said, so it's hard to get accurate information. Actually, Cass thought, that information itself was not quite accurate. People told each other they didn't like to talk about the murder, then they went on to talk about it at length. But there were other things that they didn't talk about not talking about, that were simply never, ever mentioned. The laundry, for instance, right in the middle of town. It had been part of the convent. For 60 years, girls who'd gone astray were sent there to safeguard the town from their dangerous ways. Sometimes they never came out again. They spent their lives behind the high grey walls, washing the bed linen of the priests and the nuns as punishment for their long-ago sins. They were all dead now. The convent was closed, and the laundry, and nobody talked about what had happened in there. And Uncle Frank? Was he something unspeakable too? Her parents never talked about him. She didn't even know where exactly he had died. It could have been on this road. Well, you could understand it. His own poor brother's girl. The killer's name had been hacked off the family's gravestone in the middle of the night and was never replaced. But if you'd seen her then, such a beauty, like a stained glass window come to life. In the rear-view mirror, Richard's eyes met hers. The road twisted beneath them, flung them this way and that, like it was trying to escape them. When they arrived in the next town over, they realised they had a problem. They didn't know where the death house, as Richard called it, actually was. Richard had assumed they knew. They had assumed Richard knew. Elaine snapped off the music. She hated poor organisation. They pulled into a petrol station and took out their phones. Into the search bar, Cass typed the name of the town and family murder. Instantly, images began to fill up the screen. Most were of the man, the same picture in different sizes and resolutions. He had a beard and wore a grey t-shirt. He didn't look like a killer. He looked like a dad. As she scrolled down, there was a picture of the mam with the dad. Years earlier, in her wedding dress, with red dots in her eyes and a big smile. And then the mam and the kids, 2 boys wearing GAA jerseys, in a sunlit garden. They had the same swing set Cass and PJ did. The picture linked to the man's Facebook page. The wall was full of tributes from all over the world. Left by people who had never met the woman, or her children, only seen them on their phones after they were already dead. I have the house, Elaine exclaimed. She showed Richard her phone, and then Cass. Sure enough, there was a picture of the house. But there was no address. Do a reverse image search, Richard said. Elaine didn't know how to do that. He started explaining in his clunky English. Elaine sighed testily. Fine, Richard said, also testily. I go ask. He got out of the car and stalked off towards the garage. Don't call it a death house, Elaine shouted after him. That's not a real word. She climbed into the front seat and tried to get the stereo working again. Cass's phone pinged. Rowan had sent her a message. Can I come and see you? Are you home? Come to bunker? She wrote back. Sorry, just got this can't tonight studying. What the fuck? Elaine said. She had opened the glove compartment and found a toothbrush and toothpaste. She delved further. There's all kinds of shit in here. Socks? Body lotion? Richard burst through the doors of the petrol station and strode back to the car. He was angry. "It's fucking bullshit," he said. "I can tell he knows where his death house." "Are you living in your car?" Elaine said. "Why are you looking through my things?" He snatched the toothpaste out of Elaine's hand and replaced it in the glove compartment. Then he started the engine and turned back onto the street. "Where are we going?" Elaine said. Richard ignored her. He drove the car off the main street into an estate of houses, checking them against the picture on Elaine's phone. "Seriously? Are you planning to look at every single house in the town until you find it?" Elaine said. "You think there'll be a giant thundercloud hanging permanently above it?" He scowled. His eyes were narrowed. His jaw was set. They went down one street after another. The estate was full of identical houses and seemed to go on forever. Then, from the other direction, they met a Garda car. They saw the cops scoping them through the windscreen. Richard cursed. As soon as they were out of sight, he hit the accelerator, taking them back to the main street and out of town. "You probably wouldn't have been able to see anything anyway," Elaine consoled him. "It'll be all locked up. And they would have cleaned up all the blood and stuff." "Or it might have been demolished," Cass said. Now she thought of it, that seemed the likeliest outcome. They could hardly just leave it there on the street, although they had left the laundry. He didn't reply. He was enjoying his anger. The road hurled itself under them. The dark shot past their windows. Cass had an idea. "We could go to the bunker." "What the fuck is bunker?" Richard said. Cass began to talk it up, a mysterious old stone building in the middle of the woods where terrible things had happened years ago. Super creepy. Richard looked interested, in spite of himself. "And there's beer there," Elaine said. "Right?" "There's definitely Monster Munch," Cass said. She told him where to turn off. It looked like a gap in the wall of the forest, but there was a muddy track that led up to the estate of half-built houses Big Mike had invested in. In the moonlight, their facades looked sad and wan. Any of them could be a death house, Cass thought to herself. They should have just brought him here. "Who was in there?" Richard said, pointing. "No one." "But there's light on." "It must be for security." He pulled up outside one of the empty houses. The headlights dazzled in the windows, blowing up bigger and bigger, as though to engulf them in light. Then they got out of the car and faced the woods. The darkness seemed to throb, pent up behind the barbed wire fence. "You fucking kidding me?" Richard said. But he had roused again. He led the way, though he didn't know where he was going. The trees were narrow and bleached in the skeletal light of his phone. He told them about a forest near his hometown where thousands of people had been executed during the Second World War. "Imagine how intense. All these fucking ghosts crowded in one spot. You go there, drop acid, put on headphones." He made a brain-exploding gesture with his hands. Elaine started to giggle. Cass's phone beeped again. It was a message from Elaine. "If he lives in his car, where do you think he goes for number 2s? Cass wrote back, "I don't know, but I bet it's intense." When he reached the bunker, he went quiet. He walked around it a couple of times, then shone his torch inside. "No one comes here?" he said. "Only kids?" He turned the torch on the girls. Cass nodded mutely. "It's abandoned," Elaine said. "And then, you could probably stay here if you wanted." "What, in the woods?" Cass said. She felt the same annoyance as when Elaine offered him a job at her dad's garage. "It's more comfortable than sleeping in a car," Elaine argued, ignoring the look Cass was giving her. "We could bring you, bedding," she said to Richard. hooking a strand of her hair over her ear. He directed the torch around the threshold. "This door, does it lock?" Seeing Cass's face, he added hastily, "I do not think to lock up you." "No lock," she told him. Richard considered this. Then, as if remembering his manners, "Please," he said, ushering them inside. It was strange to have an adult there. She felt self-conscious, a child suddenly aware she is playing a game. Elaine didn't seem to notice it. She handed him a beer, and as he cracked it open, she caught Cass's eye and gave her a dazzling smile, like they had pulled off some incredible triumph. Richard, with his beer, grew expansive, indulgent. "How about a little joint?" he said. Answering his own question, he got down on his hunkers and started rolling up. Elaine watched him for a moment. Then, maybe feeling neglected, she said, "What do you think of the bunker? I told you it was freaky." He didn't say anything. He ran his tongue along a cigarette paper. "We never saw you again after that night. Where did you go?" "You have missed me." He phrased it more as a statement than as a question. Elaine blushed. "Mystery man," she said. She nudged him with her toe. "Why'd you come here, to our shitty little town?" "Someone told me the girls here are so pretty." When he smiled, his handsomeness exploded into a million pieces of miraculous light. It was like being showered in radiant shrapnel. He lit the joint, took a deep pull, held it in, then released it with a sigh of ecstatic satisfaction. He passed the joint to Elaine, who sat down beside him and mimicked his motions precisely. Tugging on the roach and releasing a great cloud of white smoke with the same air of luxurious completeness. Cass turned to the door, looked out into the forest. Hidden by the darkness were the trees she once climbed with her brother, Dickie chasing them with his pretend gun. "Cass." From the floor, Elaine held out the joint. Richard's arm was around her now. Cass took it, inhaled. Smoke tumbled into her head. She went back to the doorway, breathed out into the night. Behind her, Elaine whispered something to Richard, and the two of them laughed. Then they went quiet. She didn't want any more of the joint, but she didn't want to turn around, so she held onto it. She took out her phone, found the picture of the dead family there waiting for her, and more messages from Rowan. "Please let me see you." He had come over to her house last weekend unexpectedly. She'd answered the door and found him there and got a shock, though really it was more the shape of the shock without the feeling, like the postman bringing you a letter with nothing inside it. She thought he had found out about the boys she'd kissed in paparazzis and that he'd come to break up with her. Instead, he had told her he was in love with her, and he'd started to cry. She didn't know what to say. She was embarrassed for him, guilty too, for how little his words meant to her, how little it meant to love someone. It was better when she thought she liked him more than he did her, she reflected. Ever since then, she'd avoided him, but he kept texting. "I know you're not home. I know you're with Elaine. You think she cares about you?" The joint smouldered between her fingers. She took another pull, felt an agony blaze up under her ribs. Behind her, she knew without looking, Elaine was kissing Richard. She had seen her kiss so many boys. She didn't know why tonight should be different. It was no different. "You think she cares about you?" She wiped her eyes, tried to write a reply to Rowan. Her head swam. She remembered something he'd said once, about how the past hung in the present like smoke in the air, like vapor trails fading out slowly. She hadn't understood it then, but now, for a moment, it seemed she could see it. Literally. Uncle Frank, lying burning in a blue meadow, her mother embedded in the glass windows of the church, coloured light streaming from her body. She saw herself, too, a schoolgirl, wrongness buzzing within her like a bee trapped in a veil. Clutching onto her best friend's hand, tonight would go too, fade away, like white plumes of chemicals into the blue. Her heart let out a sad mewl of grief, as if she were dissolving into the shadows, or the shadows were in her, eating her from the inside out. Then she felt something touch her neck. So softly, barely more than a breath. At first she thought she had imagined it. But no. There were definitely fingertips grazing her own. She moved away, but her body was heavy and slow, and now a hand, Richard's hand, was closing around hers. Heavily she turned to see. He was standing with his back to her, deep in an embrace with Elaine. They were locked together so tightly they looked like they'd been frozen. Elaine's eyes were closed. Richard's arm was curled around her, but his other arm reached back for Cass, and now, gently but insistently, he pulled her towards him. Cass stumbled forward, like she was being led down a tunnel, until she was right up next to them, as if they were a door she was waiting at. Still with his eyes closed, Richard detached his lips from Elaine's. Simultaneously, his hand rose up Cass's spine to the back of her head and gently guided her mouth towards his. She felt his warmth, his smell encircle her, and then his lips on hers, but only for a moment. Then he withdrew, and the hand returned to the back of her head, guiding her again in a new direction. Somewhere within the velvety shroud of smoke, Cass's heart set up a clatter. She heard her own breath sharp in her ears. Her body seemed to course with electricity as she crossed a few inches of space. Then new lips, soft and sticky with lip gloss, covered hers. Lightning convulsed her. She spun out of control, burst into flames as she hit the wall. But she didn't move, except to open her mouth a little. Behind, Richard's breaths came heavily. He was doing something, or trying to. He would take his hand away and then put it right back to make sure she stayed in place. She willed her eyes closed. She felt the forest come through the door and inspirit her, surge up through her body and into the mouth of the body whose mouth was on hers. Then her eyes sprang open, and she saw that Elaine's were open now too, right up against Cass's, like two green moons filling the sky. For a moment, neither of them moved. Elaine remained there, a quarter inch away, gazing into Cass's eyes. Then she withdrew her lips. In a low voice she said, "Memorious." Cass looked back at her. Then grandly she responded, "Memorious." "Shh," Richard told her. "Kiss your friend." But Cass did not. "Bagatelle," she pronounced. Elaine let out a kind of sneeze and doubled over, and when she reappeared, her eyes were tear-bright. "Mellifluous." "Kiss her," Richard said, but that only made Elaine laugh more. In suppressed guffaws that came out in a series of wheezes and snorts and shudders and hiccups, like some Victorian steam engine. "Now, girls," Cass said. Elaine shrieked, put up a hand for mercy, and now Cass was laughing too. The pair of them were laughing like they hadn't laughed in forever. So hard that they didn't have any breath left to make a sound with, and anything Richard said or did only made it worse. They were laughing so hard that they had to sit down, which made them laugh even more. "Fucking bitches! Fucking children!" They did try to stop, but it was no good. They curled up on the cold floor, shaking, with their eyes closed, and their heads buried in each other's shoulder. At last, Cass looked up and saw that Richard was no longer there. He must have given up, she told Elaine, which set off another wave of hilarity. Kiss the friend. There is Death House. I live in a car. Is fucking bullshit. Eventually they sat up, panting with afterlaugh, and looked at the space where Richard wasn't. Elaine's cheeks were wet. She wiped them with her sleeve. Can you believe he just left us here, like stranded in the woods? She reached into her mouth and pulled out a strand of tobacco. He made us kiss each other, Cass said quietly, as Elaine didn't seem about to mention it. Asshole, Elaine said. And then, you're a better kisser than he is. She stretched out to take a beer can from the dwindling supply, pulled back the ring and dipped her head forward to meet the new froth that came surging out of the opening. She gasped. Oh my God, that is so gross, she said. She laid her head on Cass's shoulder. I'm so fucking bombed, she said. Me too, Cass said. Though actually, after the thicket of blackness that had enveloped her earlier, she now felt a strange clearness. The night arced up over them, its sheer black walls like glass. Everything seemed to resonate in a single note. The darkness, the trees, the stones. School's over, she said. I forgot about that, Elaine said. That's so crazy. They were quiet again. Elaine's thumb was absently stroking her hand. After a while, she said, Do you remember in chemistry class when I spilled iodine on your eczema? She knew what Elaine was going to say next. I did it on purpose, Elaine said. I thought it would get the eczema off. She nestled close to Cass. I wanted to help you, she said. But I only hurt you. That's okay, Cass said. She felt Elaine's hand tighten around hers. It was the eczema hand. Though the eczema had gone, it had cleared by itself that spring. She had a new skin now. They stayed like that for a long time. Elaine's ear tucked against Cass's heart. Which of them realized there was still time to get to paparazzi's? Instantly, they revived. They got up and made their way through the woods to the road. From there, they ran all the way, hand in hand, screaming like banshees. The wind was in their hair. Their heads were full of hash and supermarket beer. They ran so fast they became immemorial. Amnesiac. They were racing above the town, away from their own stories, away from everyone who wanted to remember them. They were no one. They were together, and they were alive, 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 alive. And then one day she came round to find herself sitting at a desk in the gym hall with a blank copybook in front of her and a sheet of pink paper. At the top of the sheet of paper it said Rin Idicus, Leaving Certificate, with today's date. She looked around for Elaine and found her sitting parallel to her. 2 rows away, she tried to catch her eye, but Elaine was busy studying the sheet. She ran her hand through her hair, tried to collect her thoughts. Plath makes effective use of language to explore her personal experience of suffering and to provide occasional glimpses of the redemptive power of love. Discuss. It was the perfect question, a gift. She could see Sylvia there before her, the lady poets, Sappho, Anna, Anne, by her side. But their faces were fuzzy, and when she put her pen to the paper, nothing would come. It was hot in the exam hall. Light pounded through the windows, waking odours from the corroding rubber floor, making her head throb and the balls of her fingers sweat so that it was hard to grip the pen. And the poems too were slippery. She knew they were there in her head, but the lines, the exact words, kept wriggling away from her. A flush of heat broke over her neck and shoulders. She wrestled off her jumper and used the movement to glance over at Elaine again, 2 rows away.
If only she would look up, even for a moment. If only she would meet Cass's eye. They would both probably crack up at the sheer ridiculousness of it. They were so fucked. It was hilarious. But Elaine's head was turned away. It was lowered almost down to the desk, and her pen motored across the page, filling one line of the copybook, then another, with her neat, blue, implacable handwriting. The whole hall, Cass realised, was rumbling with the sound of pens, pouring out answers. That's when she started to get a bad feeling.
Wolf's Lair. The woods of Belarus are a maze, a green snow-laden maze that switches itself around whenever he turns his back. It's winter. The cold is blistering. The enemy is everywhere. Grey flashes in the branches almost too fast to see. "Behind you!" Nev calls. PJ spins round just in time to see a rifle pointed right at him, a shadowed figure fix him in his sights. "Incoming!" He hurls himself into a hollow as the grenade comes down, rolls with the blast, crashes against a tree trunk, hauls himself to his feet and runs without looking back into the trees. The light. "This way!" Nev calls, going the wrong way. Light slams through the branches. It twists and needles, knives of light, rivers of light, walls of light that turn and flip and bear down on him. The faster he goes, the more his chest feels like it's going to burst open. "Incoming!" Another grenade lands at his feet. "Wait a second," PJ says, coming to a stop. "Are you throwing those at me?" "It was a sniper," Nev calls back. "Because you're so slow." "Snipers don't throw grenades," PJ says. But Nev has disappeared into the trees ahead. He starts after him again, but his lungs are burning, and his feet are on fire too, screaming like he's running on razors. The sky, red and purple, shrinks and darkens into a ball, a whirling black ball of pain. He drops to his knees, then collapses back onto the soft earth, reaches for his inhaler. The sky opens up again. The forest stops being on fire. He unlaces his runners, pulls them off as delicately as he can. It still feels like most of his skin comes with them. In the distance he can hear Nev crashing through the undergrowth, and nearer by something scuffling. Scuff, scuff, rustle, rustle, right by his head. Holy shit! It's a squirrel, a red squirrel. Perched on a log, quite motionless, like it has materialized there from another world. Which maybe it has. The woods are full of greys, but he has never seen a red squirrel here before. "Hey there, buddy," he says. From its log the squirrel considers him. Very, very, very slowly he reaches into his pocket and withdraws his phone. "I'm just taking a picture, that's all," he tells the squirrel. The squirrel cocks its head amicably, as if to say, "We cool." "Incoming!" bellows a voice. A rock thumps down in front of him. When he looks around, the squirrel is gone, like it was never there. "What are you doing just sitting here?" Nev stumps up. "You can't just take a break when you're on a mission. In real life, I could actually shoot you for disobeying orders." "I saw a squirrel," PJ says. "I was trying to take a picture of a squirrel and you scared it away." "You think in World War II they stopped to take pictures of squirrels?" Nev says. "I thought we were searching for our base." All right, PJ says. "It was your idea to play this stupid game," Nev reminds him. "Okay, I'm coming," PJ says. He reaches for his runners. "Jesus Christ," Nev says. "What's wrong with your feet?" In fact, it's summer, not winter. For weeks the temperature's been off the charts. It almost makes PJ wish he really was in Belarus, even with all the snipers and grenades. All day long the heat rises and rises, like water in a flood. At night time it'll fall back a little bit, but then, come morning, it starts up again, and soon it will be higher even than it was the day before, leaving you submerged at the bottom. Nobody's allowed to water the lawn. The fire brigade keeps having to go up into the mountains to put out the gorse fires. In town, everyone's acting happy. Isn't it great? They tell each other, the butcher, the barber, standing around outside their shops in the shimmering air. But under their arms dark patches appear, and silver sprinkles of moisture break out over their scalps. And you can tell that inside they're feeling thirsty and tired and mean. It would be fine if he could just stay indoors. One time they went on holidays to Egypt, and whenever you stepped outside it was like someone was incinerating you with a magnifying glass. So they ended up not going anywhere, not even the pyramids. They just stayed in the hotel and swam in the pool and watched Egypt documentaries on the hotel TV, and in PJ's opinion, it was one of the family's best ever holidays. But this summer, they're not going anywhere, and though the house is cool and there is a TV just waiting to be watched, fat chance of doing any of that. Instead, every morning it's, "Are you kids just going to lie in bed all day?" Then soon as he's up, it's, "Would you kids ever get out from under me feet?" You kids, by the way, means him, PJ. Mam seems to have given up yelling at Cass, who, if she does actually come down for breakfast, brings it right back upstairs with her. But Mam makes PJ sit at the breakfast bar, then complains about the racket he's making. His chewing is too loud, his phone is too loud. One time she gives out to him for his constant blinking. "PJ Barnes, I'm at my wit's end with you," she says. She is always at her wit's end. She is like a human tripwire, just waiting for him to set her off. That's why the best plan, the only plan, is to get out early and stay out as long as he can. Lose himself in the suffocating, airless tunnels of the forest. They continue into the labyrinth. The ground underfoot is dry and snapping, crackles like a fire starting. "Check it out," Nev says. "It's your new school." PJ looks at the phone. The screen shows a guy in a uniform with a blazer and cap, though he looks too old to be in school. He is tied hand and foot, and there are 3 other guys dressed as teachers lined up to jizz on him. "Teachers punish naughty twink and fuck his brains out," it says above the video. Nev chuckles to himself. "Good thing you like being bummed," he says. Under the clip there are mini screens. Recommended for you. Dwarf gets busy with teen cutie. Tied up twink begs for mercy from hung dwarf. Real incest dwarves certified real. Can't help noticing your algorithms generating a lot of dwarf porn here, PJ says. "Give me that." Nev snatches his phone back and stows it in his pocket. "So where's this amazing place you wanted to show me?" he says. PJ says, well, this is it. "This?" Nev says. He looks around him in case he's mistaken. "This is a shed," he says. "Right," PJ says. I mean to the naked eye." "It's an old, empty shed," Nev says, "with holes in the walls." "Yeah," PJ begins, but he trailed off. It's weird. When he comes here on his own over at Zargum, there's always kind of an atmosphere. Like you can easily imagine you're in a ruin of the distant past or a shattered base in a post-apocalyptic wilderness. But with Nev, sure enough it does just seem more like a small, even pokey, stone shed with a rusty roof and weeds in the corners. "I thought there was going to be something in it," Nev says. I can't believe you brought me all the way out here to look at a shed. Sometimes my sister comes out here with her friends and they have parties, PJ offers. For ages they had this big stack of beer cans there in that corner. Nev looks at the empty, beerless corner. They called it the bunker, PJ perseveres. You know, like Hitler's bunker. Nev sighs deeply. I think you'll find that the Führer bunker was underground, he says. Like that was the entire point of it. Right, PJ says. The Führer bunker is where you fight Hitler at the end of Black Dawn. Except he escapes in this kind of mole machine. At least that's what PJ read on the forum. He and Nev are currently still stuck in the Wolf's Lair. Yeah, I'm not sure why they call it that, he concedes. Nev doesn't respond. He stands with his hands on his hips, surveying the meagre dimensions of the shed in dissatisfaction. Then slowly a light goes on. Do you think they ever have sex here? He says. I don't know, PJ says. I thought you watched them, Nev says. Didn't you say you came out here and you watched them? I saw them a couple of times, PJ says, affronted. I saw they were having a party. I didn't watch them. Anyway, they haven't been out here in ages. Nev's face darkens again. PJ realises too late he should have leveraged the voyeuristic potential more. But he remembers something else. Then this other time, he says, like just before the summer holidays, I came out here and the whole bunker shed, Nev says, well, anyway, the whole shed was full of parts, like car parts. But then when I came back the next morning, they were gone. Sargum had been with him that day. They were sure it must be smugglers. They tracked through the whole forest looking for tire marks, footprints. They thought they saw a stranger way off in the distance. But Nev just looks at the floor with a traumatized expression, like PJ has kidnapped him and is holding him hostage here. I'm hungry, he says. Ah, in that case, re-energized, PJ goes to the corner and with a flourish pulls back what appears to be part of the dirt floor, but is in fact a dirt-covered towel, under which is a hole, and in the hole is a box. Tuck in, he says, opening the box. Nev looks into it, then up at PJ. What the fuck is this? He says. Herring fillets. Pineapple slices. I only took stuff my mam wouldn't notice, PJ says, apologetically. But look, there's energy bars too, see? Nev turns away in disgust. I want something cold, he says. Like that's been in a fridge. He turns to PJ with a full-body plead that has undoubtedly been perfected over countless trips through the supermarket sweet section. Can't we go back to your house? Well, we could, PJ says. Though maybe not right now this second. Nev narrows his eyes, glitters evilly. Oh, I forgot, he says. You want to stay out of your mam's way because you're worried. She'll send you to boarding school. No, I'm not, PJ says. I'd be worried, Nev says. You'd probably get raped there. That's what happens at boarding school, he adds, opening an energy bar. Raping. Last summer, PJ went to camp for the whole of July. There was art in the morning, choose your own sport after lunch. He chose archery. Sargum was there too. In fact, most of his class was. PJ won a medal for his seashell mosaic of a stunt truck and another for best beginner at archery. But this year he said he didn't want to go. You don't? Dad sounded surprised. I thought you enjoyed it. I did, PJ said. But sometimes it's better with things you enjoy not to do them again. Right, Dad said dubiously. Also, it didn't leave me much time to myself, like, I spend the whole year playing with the kids in my class. So summer's a good chance to, be alone. You won't be bored hanging around by yourself all day. No way, PJ shook his head emphatically. Anyway, Nev will be around. Right, Dad said. You like him, don't you? I do, PJ said. I really do. It's all part of the strategy. Lie low, act unobtrusive. A drain on our time and money? On the contrary, we barely even notice he's around. Good old PJ. Why would we send him to boarding school? Unfortunately, it means that PJ's stuck with Nev. Nev doesn't go to camp. He has a tendency to rub his peers up the wrong way, and the camp organisers have explained to his parents that there is only so much protection they can give him. PJ tries to accept it. Think of it as the penance he would have got for his sins if he'd gone to confession. I.e., this summer with Nev is like his punishment for whatever it is he did, and when he gets back to school, he'll be all clear. But sometimes he cycles up by O'Malley Park and sees the kids at camp and imagines he is there with them playing rounders, improving his dribbling skills. Also, according to Zargham, they have Batik this year, so maybe doing Batik and at lunchtime sitting beside Zargham on the bleachers in the shade, asking if he wants to swap his Capri Sun for a Kit Kat. The frustrating thing is that it doesn't have to be a punishment summer at all. With weather like this, it could have been an amazing summer, a legendary summer, and they wouldn't even need to go to camp. If Zargham was around, they'd be in the forest morning till night, and they'd never even think of going inside. With Nev, by contrast, there are endless complaints about the poor phone signal or needles in his shorts or too many ants. It's a constant battle to keep him happy. But mostly PJ's frustration is with himself. He could have this legendary summer if he was just able to be on his own. He does try. Banished from the house, he'll go out to the roadside and work on his car log for an hour, then return to the bunker and sit under a tree in the sun eating a pineapple slice or a herring fillet and reading The Shining or texting with Ethan. Wait a second, you mean you've got your own forest? Awesome! I know. Check it out, this is the bunker. Whoa, cool! Thanks, smiley face emoji. Though I guess bunker's wrong, it's not underground. Yeah, maybe more like Wolfschanze. Haha, don't remind me of that place. Lol, you still stuck? Pretty cool to have one of your own though. And yes, with the birds singing and the grasshoppers ticking, and a couple of butterflies dancing by, he will recognise that it is pretty darn cool. Close to perfect, in fact. Which makes it all the more infuriating when sooner or later he feels the cold, damp prickling come, like a shadow falling over him, except a shadow that falls from the inside, and throwing his book down and cursing himself, fucking shithead, you stupid fucking lamer, for being sad, for caring he's alone, he will leave the forest to call on Nev. Back inside, running down the twisting halls of the Nazi compound, a man jumps out, rotting face, eyes red like the band on his arm. Look out! I see him! The gun judders, bullets hammer his torso, but the man keeps coming. Why won't he die? Nev cries. He's a zombie. Use the flamethrower. It's not working. He must be out of fuel. Go to the storeroom. Where's the storeroom? More Nazis rise up out of the floor to block their way. Their withered hands reach and spread till they fill the screen like bare tree branches. Then a curtain of blood falls to cover everything. I'm so sick of this level, Nev says, throwing the controller across the room. Can I play? PJ says. Nev doesn't respond. PJ picks up the controller, respawns in a dank stone hallway. One good thing about Nev, really the only good thing, is that he has Black Dawn. Black Dawn is probably PJ's favourite game. He was actually supposed to get it for his birthday, but that didn't pan out, and he decided in the present circumstances it was better not to make too much noise about it. He doesn't really need his own one anyway, seeing as he calls on Nev every day. He's a bit of a game hog, but if you're patient, you will eventually get to play. Behind him the door opens. How are you getting on, boys? Fine, thank you, Mrs. O'Connor, PJ says. Ma'am, stop interrupting, Nev says. I'm just leaving you some cookies, Nev's ma'am says. You're not leaving them. You're standing there talking to us, Nev says. Thanks, Mrs. O'Connor, PJ says, taking a cookie. See what nice manners PJ has. Nev rolls his eyes. How's the family, PJ? She says. How's your ma'am? I haven't seen her in ages. She's fine, PJ says, trying to be polite and also fight a half-incinerated Nazi who has dragged his torso over the floor on a slime trail of intestines. And your dad? How's the garage? Any news? News? He stabs his bayonet at the half-Nazi who will not die. I thought I heard something there. I must have imagined it. Ma'am, FFS. Language, Neville. I just said the letters. I didn't say the words. When Nev's ma'am finally goes, for a time there is silence, save for the whoosh of the flamethrower and the gurgling screams of dying Nazis. Then Nev says, How did you know where the storeroom was? I must have seen it on the forum somewhere. Pretty weird you're on a forum for a game you don't even own. I might get BD too when it comes out, PJ says. Yeah, Nev says, with a sarcastic little chuckle. He takes a cookie, watches PJ race down the long middle hall of the Sperrkreis 1. Nazis tumble to the floor on left and right, burning. They've never got this far before. If he can only make it through the door, that's got to be the end of the level. My dad says your dad's garage is in trouble, Nev says, without looking away from the screen. He says it's going into liquidation. PJ ducks a bullet and parries a sword. But there must have been a tripwire he didn't see. A wooden stake flies out of the wall and pins him to the pillar behind. He writhes there powerlessly. Then the screen fills with blood. Nev holds his hand out for the controller. My turn, he says. The Angelus bells are ringing in the distance as PJ is coming up the driveway. And when he goes inside, they're ringing on the TV too, slightly out of sync. Hey Dad, you won't believe what I saw in the wood today. In a second, buddy, Dad says. Let me just get the headlines here. On the TV, a silver Ireland spins around, then explodes into a million fragments, then reassembles into a 6. The news today, a man says sternly. PJ waits. You're not going to believe this, he says to Dad. Mm-hmm, Dad says. Mam appears in the doorway. PJ, go and tell your sister her dinner's ready. Okay, PJ says. Hey, Mam, guess what I saw? Go, she says. Right, okay, yeah, PJ says, and hurries off upstairs. Cass is at her desk reading a book, staring down at it so intensely it's like she's looking at it through a microscope. Now she takes a highlighter pen and scruff, pulls it in a line across the page, then scruff, another line below it. The sound makes him shudder, and as if she senses the shudder, she looks up. What? She says. Guess what I saw in the woods today? He waits, but she doesn't respond, so he tells her, a red squirrel. Great vermin, Cass says, without looking up from her book. Pretty rare to see a red one, he says. Mostly it's just greys. What are you doing in my room? She says. Dinner's ready. She gets up with a sigh of exasperation. He looks to see what she's been highlighting. Why are you reading a school book? Because it's interesting. But school's finished. It doesn't stop being interesting just because school's over, she says. It's not like it has a use-by date like yogurt or something. Top 10 reasons Cass is a bitch and you're glad she's leaving. Number 1, sarcastic. What's more interesting? Since she's finished her exams, Cass has barely left the house. She doesn't go to the bunker, she hardly ever sees Rowan. All she does is sit in her room, reading her textbooks, making notes, even writing out answers in a pad. It's like she's doing it backwards, PJ thinks. All of the drinking and partying that should have waited for summer when the exams were over, she did first. And the reading and revising and staying in, she's doing now, when it's too late. It's like she believes that, because the results haven't come out yet, if she's good enough, there's still time to change them. What does liquidation mean, he says, as he follows her across the landing. She stops, turns. Where did you hear that? He shrugs. It means... She stops again. What the fuck are you doing? Are you limping? Old war wound, he says. Shrapnel. You're such a freak, she says. Top 10 reasons Cass is a bitch, number 2. Disrespectful to other family members. Downstairs, Mam frets in the kitchen. Surrounded by smoke, though they are just having cold cuts. It's hot as a furnace. The heat is coming from her. It rolls off her in waves. Dad is at the dining table with his head in his hands. The table is solid oak, with pre-distressed finish, and currently for sale on bargains.ie for €2,000. Also available from the same seller, 4 pre-distressed solid oak dining chairs. 1 foot spa brand new with tags, 1 foot spa new without tags, 1 Lego Ninjago training camp. Very good condition, all pieces included, with pictures showing it fully constructed by PJ Barnes with help of D. Barnes 2 Christmases ago. PJ, taking his seat, is feeling pretty pre-distressed himself. He would never say it, but sometimes he almost wishes Dad wouldn't come home. At least, when he's not there, it's peaceful. The fights are always the same. They have been the same for months. Mam wants Dad to call Grandad and ask for money. Dad won't do it. But why? Mam says. He's not going to say no. Isn't his name over the door? Just explain to me why you won't at least talk to him. Dad sets down his fork and puts his hand on the back of his head and pushes down like he wants to waterboard himself in the plate of salad. Oh, Jesus, he says. Am I ever going to hear the end of this? The end is exactly where we're headed, Mam says. The end of this and everything else, and you won't lift a finger to stop it. He's an old man, all right? I don't want to burden him with our problems. Oh, God forbid he should be burdened. God forbid anything should come between him and his golf. Beside PJ, Cass has her phone on her lap and is flicking through Elaine's Instagram. He sees her add a heart for Elaine's hotel room, a flame for a pair of long white gold legs curving down into a rock pool. What is it you think he's going to do? Dad's face is brick red and quivering. You think he'll take out his checkbook and everything will be right as rain? Look at the bloody news. This is everywhere. He'll do something, won't he? Mam yells back. He won't just let it close. Oh, God, let it close and be done. Dad's shouting. When Cass lets out a shriek and points to the floor. Is it a mouse? PJ says, perking up. No, just a pool of water that's appeared on the dining room floor. It expands slowly as they watch it. Then Dad gets up and covers it with a towel. Only a leak, he says gruffly. Nothing to worry about. I'll get Victor to come and have a look in the morning. Dad never used to get angry. Even when Mam was cross at him, he'd just sort of absorb it until she calmed down again. Now he yells right back at her, so loud that she jumps. Or worse, he's silent, twisting his ring around and around, and you don't know whether or not he's about to explode. It's like he's a totally different person. Even when he's acting like his usual self, it seems just like that. Acting. PJ knows it's business and all very complicated. Still, he can't see why Dad won't take Mam's advice and call Grandad. Grandad is rich. He lives in Portugal, beside a beach, a permanent holiday. When he comes to visit, he brings more presents than he can carry. He speaks in a firm, commanding tone, and talking to him on Skype, with the sunlit ocean behind him and his blue eyes full of calm authority, is like talking to a general or God, simultaneously scary and reassuring. Grandad would know how to fix things. Why doesn't Dad just ask him? Because he's insane, Cass mumbles. She's lying on her bed, her nose buried in Deutsch Max Spaß. Grandad? She sighs, rubs her eyes, looks up. Even if Grandad did give them the money, it wouldn't solve their problems, she says. Dad's through with it. He's trying to tank it. He wants out. Out of what? Cass shrugs. But they won't get divorced, right? Cass always tells him that they won't get divorced because Mam thinks it's a sin. But tonight she just presses her lips together, stares into her book. You said they wouldn't, he exclaims. You said. Wouldn't it be better? She exclaims back. How would it not be better for everybody than that? She points to the door, to the dining room, the pre-distressed table. Because she'll send me to boarding school, he yells at her. OMG, get a life. She covers her face with her hands. Top 10 reasons Cass is a bitch, number 3. Negative attitude, number 4. No family loyalty, number 5. Doesn't care about anyone else's problems. There is a hissing silence. She's wrong, he tells himself. They won't get divorced. He has sat by the roadside for an hour every day for a month, and the blue cars are leading the reds by 263 to 108. Anyway, Dad loves Mam still, and Mam would love Dad again if he could get the garage going. If Grandad was here, it could all be fixed so easily. He wants to say to her, remember when Dad used to be fun? Remember when he'd spend the whole evening chasing us around the garden? He was the best in the house at Sonic the Hedgehog. He knew everything about animals. What's that bee doing, Dad? Well, PJ, a lot of bees. Bumblebees, for instance. Don't live in trees, they live in nests underground, so that lady there might be a queen looking for a new home. Bees live underground. Some kinds. Will we dig her a nest? Great idea. When Dad was fun, everything was fun. Not just holidays, not just Christmas. Going to the supermarket, cutting the grass. At bedtime they had pyjama races. They read Lord of the Rings cover to cover. They put a torch under their chins and told each other ghost stories. He wants to say it to Cass, remember? But he doesn't. In case she says, no, that wasn't how it was. You've got it wrong. That's not how it was at all. In his room he takes off his runners and his socks. The blister on the right foot has gotten bigger, and the one on the left has burst. But blisters he can deal with. The real issue is the toes, the little toes. The skin has been rubbing off them and now they keep bleeding. He put plasters on them this morning, but they came off. Thing about plasters anyway is that they make it even harder to squeeze into his runners. He looks down at his feet, raw and red and sorrowful. His feet look back at him like, please don't put us back in those runners, PJ. He sighs. I'm at my wit's end with you, he whispers. It's not their faults, they can't help growing. But he only got these runners 2 months ago, and it was a really big deal then, and he can imagine what Mam will say if she has to go back and buy more. So he's keeping quiet about it, only it's not that simple because his socks have started to get blood on them, which doesn't come out in the laundry. He's been hiding them in his locker so Mam won't notice, but sooner or later he's going to run out, and what will happen then he doesn't know, except that it won't do him any favours if they end up getting divorced. Who would want a boy with infinitely expanding feet? The funny thing is he knows they won't send him to boarding school. Cass has explained it several times. Boarding school is expensive, and the whole reason they're fighting is that they have no money. But though this all makes sense in his mind, he just can't seem to believe it in his heart. Instead, he just keeps thinking of Jamie Cavendish, who sat beside him and Sargam in school until his parents split up and he was sent off to God knows where and nobody ever saw him again. In boarding school, you don't even get summer holidays, that's what Nev says. Parents pay extra because neither of them want you at home. He adds today's socks to the sock stash, takes out his phone. On her Instagram, Elaine has added a picture of a plate of shrimps or something, captioned #langoustines, then a long crescent of a beach studded with tanned people in swimsuits, and finally one of Elaine herself on a sun lounger, peeping over her sunglasses with a half smile and sipping from a tall glass, #holiday bliss. PJ puts a flame beside it, then adds a smiley face in case the flame is too intense, then takes out the flame completely and puts in a heart. She won't know it's him anyway. His Instagram is under the alias Max Winter, a mathematician and surfer. As soon as he puts it down, his phone pings. It's Ethan. "You seen this yet? New trailer for BD2. He clicks the link. Out of a grey fog, a figure slowly appears. It's the Statue of Liberty, only instead of a torch, she's holding a dagger, and on her outstretched arm is a swastika, and piled up around her feet are bodies, men, women, children with blue faces. Then a hand bursts out from them holding a gun. Then the words in turn emerge out of the image, Black Dawn 2. "Got mine on pre-order, I can't wait." "Awesome." "How's the Wolf Lair going?" "Not so good, there's a trapdoor we can't open, we keep getting annihilated." "You need the key, did you find the capo?" "What's a capo?" "He's in guard room on level 3. Thin guy in the grey clothes." "Nev shot him. Thought he was a guard." "Lol, you didn't notice the chain around his ankle? Lol." "He's the capo, don't kill him, he'll give you the key." "Hey, check this out. Bugatti Veyron, top speed, 220 miles per hour. "Whoa, nice wheels. My dad might be getting one. We're going for a test drive tomorrow." "Awesome. Hey, guess what I saw today in the woods? A red squirrel. OMG, so cute." "I almost got a picture but he ran off. I've never seen a red squirrel, IRL. Not even in the zoo. So cool that you live beside a woods." "Yeah, it is, I guess." "Want to play some Mario Kart?" Dad knocks on the door. "Lights out, pal. Phone off." "Can't tonight, got to go." "Okay, sweet dreams. Good luck with the capo." Liquidate. Wind up affairs of a company by ascertaining liabilities and apportioning assets. When he turns out the light, he imagines the water pooling on the floor downstairs, and away in the town the showroom too, filling up like Keane Conlon's parents' basement during the massive flood. Around him the house cracks and creaks and clanks like a ship at sea. Question. What kind of ship has no masts or crew or engine? Answer. A dealership. Question. What kind of ship can't stay afloat in the water? His ship. PJ is dissolving. He is sinking into the deep. From above, Elaine's white gold legs dangle over him. She leans in, whispers to him, soft as a kiss, "You are liquidating." The next morning, Victor's in the kitchen, staring into a hole he's made in the kitchen floor. He's wearing a flak jacket and 2 types of camouflage, grey and white for his pants, green and brown for his top. Is it the Viet Cong you think are behind it, Victor? Mam stands to one side with her arms folded, staring at him staring. Or ISIS, maybe? "I'd say you've a blockage, Mrs. Barnes," he says. "All coming home to roost now, isn't it?" Mam says darkly, and sweeps out of the room. Victor turns his doleful pink head to PJ, who's sitting at the breakfast bar eating breakfast. "Well?" he says. PJ's mouth is full of granola, so he just nods. Mam does not like Victor. He is the man who renovated their house. The dripping pipes, the lumpy floor, the gappy tiles, the sockets that sometimes work and sometimes don't, all of it is Victor's work. In fairness, Dad says, he always tries to make it right. If there's ever a problem, he'll be here that same day. That's because no one else will hire him, Mam says back. You're the only idiot will let him in the door. Running around in his camouflage get-up. Who does he think he is, Rambo? Victor is in the civil defence. At the weekend you see him on manoeuvres, slogging up and down Ned's Hill with a rucksack and a plastic rifle. He has a good heart, Dad says. He's a head case, Mam says. It's the paint is all that's holding this place up. Victor opens his bag and rattles around in it. Dad comes into the room. Well, Victor, he says, what way are you? Keep 'em going anyhow, Victor says, nodding dolefully. We've a blockage of some sort, Dad says. That's how it looks, all right, Victor says. The two men stare into the hole. It wouldn't be anything to do with the flood, would it? Dad says. That was a few months ago. Could well be, Victor says. It's all connected. He wipes his nose. You'll be seeing more and more of this sort of thing, he says. Is that right? Dad says. This town's sewage system is 200 years old. It was never meant for the kind of use it's getting now. New estates, building on floodplains. Then add global warming to the mix. No, he says. And he starts screwing a thin rod into another thin rod. You're saying it won't last, he says. I'm saying it's been put under enormous pressure, Victor says. Enormous pressure. The tone is doomy. But Dad's eyes are alight. Dad likes talking to Victor. He's one of the few people in town who knows about the things Dad knows about. Nazis and Napoleon and the fall of the Mayans, the terrible roll call of genocides that is the past. PJ suspects that's why Dad doesn't mind so much when something goes wrong with the house, because it will give him a chance to talk to Victor. I suppose people don't realise, Dad says, how fragile these things are. People have no idea, Victor says. No idea. But simply look at history, Dad says. Oh, history's a write-off, Victor says. He has connected his rods so they look like a long metal tapeworm, which he now feeds into the bowels of the house. I'm seeing a big surge in the future-proofing these last few months, he says. Future-proofing, Dad says. Solar panels and what have you, Victor says. That's a service you'd provide, is it? Oh, God, yeah, Victor says. Something to think about, all right, Dad says. It's a start, Victor says, speaking to his rods. But as I always say to people, I tell it to them straight, solar panels will only get you so far. He grimaces, shunts the rod forward. Say that you know what hits the fan, saving the child's presence. No money in the ATMs. 3 days later, the supermarkets are empty, the government's gone. What do you think a few solar panels will do for you then? Divil a bit, he says. He sets his jaw, heaves the rod. There is a gurgling beneath the floor. No, he says with satisfaction. When the floor has been put back together, Victor takes them around the perimeter of the house, looking at places the future might get in. He explains how you might install a grey water system, a heat pump, a rain harvester. And then you have the woods here, he says. That all yours? For what it's worth, which isn't much, Dad says. You're thinking of fuel? Firewood? No, Victor says. He puts his hands on his hips, regards the forest on the far side of the meadow. It's on an incline, he says. is it? Dad says. Victor sniffs. Did that land get flooded during the rain? Dad scratches his head. No, PJ says. Victor strokes his chin and nods to himself. Golden Hill, he says. That must be it, so? Dad and PJ look at each other. It somehow never occurred to them the house might have been named for a reason. A hill's a good place to be, Victor says, when the rain comes. Dad's phone rings. He excuses himself and heads back towards the house. PJ follows Victor to his van. Inside, it's piled with tools, pipes, fuse boards. What's that thing? PJ points to a blocky unit with switches that looks a bit like a toppled-over astromech droid. Backup generator, Victor says. 8,000 watts. If the grid goes down, that should give them enough juice for your cooking, heating, light. Why would the grid go down? PJ says. There's 101 things could bring it down, Victor says. Aging infrastructure, storms, solar flares, nuclear attack, unforeseen black swan event. Why would it stay up? He says. That's the question you should be asking. PJ supposes that's true. If Morris Barnes motors can go down and no one's able to stop it, then a grid can probably go down too. Things are going to change, Victor says. You've got to be prepared. Right, PJ says. And then, I guess once you're prepared it won't be so bad, like things probably won't be that different. Victor looks at him, a funny kind of look, because both of his eyes go in different directions and neither of them is actually pointed at PJ. Still, he is looking at him, PJ can tell, an indescribable, sightless looking from the creased, pinky, hairy place between his eyebrows. It'll be different, Victor says. It'll be bad. Back in the Wolfschanze. Wolf was Hitler's nickname. Ethan has been to the real-life lair. He says the game's pretty close to what it was actually like. Right, except they probably didn't have zombies and demons and stuff fighting for them. Lol, who knows? Smiley face. Bounding through a door, now comes a dog with the head of a man, or no, the face of a man, that it looks like he has been sewn on to the dog's head. His teeth are a man's teeth. They fix in your leg. You club him off, run down the corridor. It's pitch black. Go through the door there, PJ says. There are two men inside, but this time you see that the first man with the gun in his hand is pointing it at the second, not at you. Don't shoot him, PJ says. That's the capo. Who told you how to do this? Nev says. Ethan. PJ doesn't respond. Kinda cheating using other people's tips, Nev says. Don't use them so, PJ says. Nev clams up, shoots the guard. The capo cowers in the corner, hands over his face. How did they not spot this guy before? Even without seeing the chains, it's obvious he's different. His clothes are in rags. His eyes are popping out of his grey, starved face. Give him your gun, PJ says. Seriously? PJ checks his phone. Yes, give it to him. Nev does what he's told. Slowly the capo lowers his hands, gazes at you like he's looking up from the bottom of a lake. You will need this, he says. He clasps something into your hand. The key! Nev can't help exclaiming. Don't delay, they're already coming for you. Why doesn't he come with us? You can't help him. The capo looks out of the screen with dark, empty eyes. I am ready to die, he says. My only fear is that I am already dead. This guy's a barrel of laughs, Nev says. Get out of there, PJ says. You leave him in his corner, hear the single gunshot as you close the door. Surviving in the wilderness, difficult but not impossible. In dry terrain, simply gather dead leaves from the ground, seal them in a plastic bag and leave in the heat of the sun. In a few hours, condensation will gather on the inside of the bag that you can safely drink. You can also eat wild plants. while taking care to avoid poisonous ones, such as plants with white berries, plants with thorns, plants with shiny leaves, plants with fuzzy leaves, and plants with a bitter taste. Ants are edible, as are beetles, though you need to remove the wings and legs. What are you talking about? Nev says. Eating ants. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm saying if you were living in the forest, PJ explains. Why would I want to live in the forest? Nev says. Well, like if you needed to leave home for some reason, PJ says. Like your parents are sending you to boarding school, Nev says with a swift, malevolent grin. So you tried to run away? No, PJ says. Like say if the grid went down, or if there was a swan attack. A what? Like, a black swan attack? What the fuck? Nev says again. Where are you getting this shit? Victor, PJ says. That guy's a loon, Nev says. He knows a lot of stuff, PJ says, about survival. Didn't he drive a JCB through the wall of your house? That was years ago, PJ says. Anyway, he fixed it. Well, good luck with your new life eating beetles and licking condensation off a bag, Nev says. Frankly, it sounds worse than rape school. They're walking through the woods again. Heat rises in green waves from the ground, falls from above in slabs of light. PJ's feet are in agony. He can almost hear them cry out. Around him the forest feels vast. It's not so big on a map, but once you step inside it, it goes on forever, and the thought comes to him, could he live out here? Like, could he live out here? Imagining Mam adjusting his tie. Well, PJ, all set for your first day of boarding school? And he's all, sure thing, Mam, just going outside for a second, and that's it, boom, gone. They never see him again. Except maybe sometime in the future when he's a millionaire, aged 25, and pulls up in his sports car to the petrol station Elaine is working in, and she's like, don't I know you from somewhere? And he takes off his sunglasses, which are the mirror kind, and says, yeah, a little place called the past. Or no, she says, don't I know you? And he says, maybe you thought you did. Or, you were the only one who ever did. Or, she doesn't say anything. He just reaches out his hand and says, come on. And they both get in the sports car. It's a Bugatti like Ethan's dad's going to get, and they drive away. Inside the bunker, the air is damp and cool, though you can feel the heat building round the walls outside. Nev plops down on the mattress and sighs bitterly. He's always like this after he's been playing PlayStation. Sometimes PJ can remotivate him by getting him to think of the forest as a specialised mode of the video game, like Black Dawn IRL. Today, though, Nev is too depressed. I asked, there's no red squirrel in the whole zoo, but check this out, a baby marmoset just born. Oh wow, he's adorable. There's a competition to name him. Any ideas? Win a trip to Dublin. What about marmalade? I like it. Is that Dublin Zoo? You live in Dublin? Yeah, you? Like 2 hours away. My sister's moving there for college. How come you've got a signal? Nev says. It comes and goes, PJ says. Nev sighs, leans his head back against the wall. Do you think your sister had sex on this mattress? I don't know, PJ says. Nev sits up, considers the mattress. She must have, he says. She must. You know how dragonflies have sex, PJ says. It's really weird. They make this kind of heart-shaped... Stop telling me science, Nev exclaims, covering his ears. It's like being at school, being with you. Sorry, PJ says. Nev lapses into bad-tempered silence. You should come visit. We have a spare room, we could go to the zoo. Plus, there's a new video game shop. Wow, that would be cool. Seriously, ask your mom. Maybe. She's always complaining I'm getting under feet. Smiley face. Mine too. Nev, who has been lost in thought, speaks up. Have you ever fucked your sister? Jesus Christ, PJ says. Yes or no? Of course not, he said. She's my sister. But if you had the chance, you would, right? Nev says. If I had a sister, I'd totally want to fuck her. No, you wouldn't, PJ says. Look, we've been through this. You think you'd want to fuck her, but if you actually had a sister, you wouldn't. I would, Nev says, especially if she was hot like your sister. She's a bitch, PJ says. How about your mam? PJ does not reply to this. He is trying very, very hard to stay chill. Or you could visit me, he types. Hey, can I check something on your phone? Nev asks. Okay, PJ says. He's about to hand him the phone, then stops. Wait, when you say check something, do you mean look at porn? Oh, Jesus, Nev exclaims. He takes out his own phone again and tries unsuccessfully to connect. I would pay, he says. I would pay money to right now see actual people having sex. Well, we're in a wood, so I don't know what to tell you, PJ says. Nev throws his phone across the dirt floor. This sucks, he says. Yes, PJ thinks. Yes, it does. But then Nev gets up with unusual purposefulness and picks up his phone. Where are you going? Home, Nev says. PJ experiences a surge of panic. Wait, he says. Nev does not wait. He strides off through the trees, holding his phone up and out like it's a lantern, and he's deep underground in a pitch-dark tunnel. PJ, seeing the rest of his summer unfolding in a green spiral of loneliness, hurries after him. His feet scream with every step. Wait, he says. You can use my phone. He catches up with him and grabs his arm. Wait, he says. There's a girl. She lives in one of the unfinished houses on the other side of the forest. Hers is closest to being done. It has a sink, a cooker, a couch. Some of the others don't even have floorboards, and there are all cables coming out of the walls. He discovered her quite by accident one day, when he was making his way through the undergrowth surrounding the houses and saw his mam's car parked there. That's what got his attention. By the time he'd crept up to the window, he'd already remembered that Mam had sold that car, or rather Dad had sold it, which Mam had been upset about. But he looked anyway, and seen her. What, she's living there, Nev says, in the middle of the woods, on her own. I don't know if she lives there, PJ says. She's only there sometimes. Doing what? Nothing. She mostly just sits around reading a magazine or looking at her phone. Have you seen her naked? PJ doesn't reply, just blushes. You have, Nev shouts. There's no curtains, PJ shouts back defensively. Nev wags a warning finger. If you're making this up, he says. The heat is intense now, swaddling them in thick, invisible bands as they continue through the woods, while midges hang just over their heads like vindictive mini rain clouds. Nev huffs and puffs with strain and excitement, and as they reach the edge of the forest, breaks into a run. PJ dreads what will happen if she's not there, though he also, to a certain extent, dreads what will happen if she is there. But there is the car outside the house, red, a bad luck colour. He was glad when Dad sold it. Drawing closer, he finds that Nev, demonstrating a hitherto unsuspected and somewhat disquieting capacity for stealth, has discovered the best vantage point in the undergrowth. The expression on his face is like a kind of religious awe. This is incredible, he murmurs. The girl is sitting on the couch with a towel wrapped turban-style around her head, a white robe cloaking her body. She's just had a shower, Nev says huskily. Yeah, she does that a lot, PJ says. Incredible, Nev repeats. Then turning to PJ, I can't believe you never told me about her. We could have been here all summer looking at real-life actual tits instead of running around some crappy forest like idiots. Well, we're here now, aren't we? PJ says. It's pretty selfish of you, Nev says frankly. PJ bows his head. Fact is that he doesn't feel 100% comfortable with staring at the beautiful girl, but it's a lot easier to sell to his conscience if it's just him on his own. Like if he just happens to glimpse her through the window as he's passing, and she happens to be sitting there in her underwear reading Brazilian Vogue, that all seems to him quite innocent. In fact, over time he's sort of come to believe that the girl, on some level, knows about it and is okay with it, and even that they are, in an albeit unconventional way, friends. Squatting here in the undergrowth while Nev tries to get the Zoom function working on his phone seems like a different proposition, and in some way respects a betrayal of the sacred trust he and the girl have, without her being aware of it, established together. Wait a second, Nev says, lowering his phone. I know her. She's Elaine's old housekeeper, PJ says. Elaine Comerford's housekeeper, Nev repeats. What's she doing here? I think Elaine's dad was building these houses, PJ says. Though that doesn't explain it. Unless... A slow smile spreads over Nev's face. He's keeping her here, he says. PJ feels a spasm of disquiet in his stomach. Maybe, he says, with a shrug. That's what it is, Nev says. He's keeping her here as his secret sex slave. A new thought occurs to him. Holy shit, maybe he'll come over and bang her. PJ allows that might be a possibility, although he's never actually seen Big Mike out here, who anyway he's pretty sure is on holiday right now with Elaine and her mam. He's about to add that they've probably got as much as they're going to get to today, spying-wise, and that they should probably start thinking about moving on when, inside, the living room door opens and a man comes in. Who the heck is this guy? Nev says in a low voice. I don't know, PJ says. He's not Big Mike, Nev says. That's for sure. No, PJ says. This new guy has the lean, villainous look of a movie terrorist. His hair is jet black, his eyes blacker still. His chest and arms are bare and muscular and covered with tattoos. Death, zombie woman, rolling dice in a spiral design that PJ can't quite... Holy shit, Nev says. He's going to bang her. The man has walked over to the girl. He runs the back of his fingers over her cheek. The girl closes her eyes, leans her head back against his hand like a cat. I never stopped believing, Nev says emotionally. You said we wouldn't see sex in a wood, but I never gave up hope. Now the man has taken off his trousers. The girl has taken off her robe. The man sits on the couch, his enormous penis pointing at the ceiling. The girl clambers over him. Yes, it's been quite a day, PJ says. He checks the time, gets up, stretches his arms. Well, probably ought to start heading back. What? Nev says incredulously. He stares at PJ like he's lost his mind. Maybe PJ has lost his mind. It's just that watching people have IRL sex seems several orders of magnitude wronger than just watching someone in a towel looking at their phone. Seems, in fact, exactly the kind of crime that gets a kid sent to boarding school. And that guy, PJ doesn't know who he is, but he's willing to bet he would not appreciate being spied on. You go, Nev says. I'm staying. This is actual sex. This is... Let go! Because PJ is now tugging his arm. Get off me! He hisses, punching back unseeingly at PJ while directing his gaze to the window, then shouts, Get off! Oh shit. Now the man has detached himself from the girl and is squinting out the window. Don't move, PJ whispers to Nev. But he's too late. Nev, with an immense crashing of leaves, has bolted. The man runs to the window, then to the door he came in. PJ turns and sprints into the trees. Safely back in the bunker, Nev is capering from foot to foot. That was unbelievable, he exclaims, like a character in a Roald Dahl book. Stupendous, outstanding, phenomenal. Then abruptly he switches to anger. Why did you make me leave? He says accusingly. Me? PJ says. You're the one who yelled out. I yelled because you were making me leave. Go back if you want, PJ says. Go back and get beaten up by a Nazi. I'm sure if you explained that you just wanted to film him banging his girlfriend, he'd be totally cool with it. Nazi, what you talking about? Didn't you see his tattoo? No, says Nev. What were you looking at the guy for? He had a Sonnenrad tattoo, PJ said. That wasn't a Sonnenrad, Nev said. That was just a spider web. I'm pretty sure it was a Sonnenrad, PJ says. Well, so what? Nev says. It's just a tattoo. It doesn't mean he's a Nazi. PJ drops this line of argument and just says that either way they'll probably be winding up by now. From porn, the boys know that sex tends to come in around the 20-minute mark. He proposes that they leave it to tomorrow, when the tattooed man will have relaxed his guard again. Nev agrees reluctantly and says he will bring his dad's camera with the telescopic lens. I'll tell him I'm studying nature, he says. Ha ha. They walk into town discussing the sex. Nev thinks that while the guy was totally nailing Elaine's housekeeper, he, Nev, would have given it to her doggy style. PJ feels the guy could have spent more time on foreplay, which women appreciate. Despite their reservations, they are both in high spirits. In fact, it's turning into a great day. For the first time this summer, Nev actually seems glad to be with PJ and to hear what he has to say. Plus, PJ gets a free ice cream in Hurahan's newsagents because the man behind the counter says he is the spitz of his uncle Frank, who was a great fellow for the GAA, God rest him. They go into Dingo's and play pool without having to wait, before moving on to the arcade games which Nev uncharacteristically pays for. And as he sits in his car-shaped booth, licking his ice cream and mowing down pedestrians, PJ thinks to himself how a couple of hours ago he was all set to run away, but now he feels brilliant, and you can never tell how life's going to go, and it's in this mood of upswing, again uncharacteristic, that he remembers that they have one of those "Are you ready to be rich?" pub quiz games. Over the years, many people have told PJ, often in a dry, sardonic tone, that with his love for and enormous collection of facts, he should go on "Are you ready to be rich?" In truth, he has had fantasies about being on it and winning it and saving his family like the kid in that film. And although the arcade version doesn't promise the same kind of money as the TV show, in the early rounds it pays out 5-cent and 10-cent coins, so you have to do well to even make your money back. The rumour has always been that if you get to the end, the jackpot is huge, maybe even the full $1 million. No one has ever got that far on this machine, but right now PJ is feeling lucky. Nev agrees, after some persuasion, to lend him the initial €1 to play. A few minutes later, he's already on the 4th round. It's like the questions were designed for him. What genus is the common bumblebee? Where might you find a dendrite? Who discovered Baffin Island? He knocks them down one after another, boom, bam, boom. Soon a small gaggle of kids are gathered around him, some trying and failing to keep up by smartphone, some just observing his trivia knowledge in awe. Are you ready for the next question? The presenter asks. PJ has a quick glance left and right, hits OK. Yes, get on with it. The Nazi concentration camp for women, was it Ravensbrück, Buchenwald, Sobibor, Felsennest? The kids watch and groan, but PJ is confident. Felsennest was a HQ, obviously, so not that. Sobibor wasn't a concentration camp, it was a death camp. Although Ethan says all that stuff was faked. It comes down to Buchenwald or Ravensbrück. He feels like he knows this. People talk about it in the Black Dawn forum. They should have kept that one open. I know plenty of bitches who should go there. I'd send my ex-girlfriend, that sort of thing. But what's it called? You're almost out of time. Okay, screw it. Ravensbrück. The presenter appears doubtful. Are you sure? No, it just sounds the most Nazi. They always liked animal names. Yes. The presenter looks sorrowful. He gazes out at Nev sympathetically, like he knows how PJ's life has gone lately, though of course he doesn't. He's just a digital image of a recording made years ago for a company to use in their machines. It's the right answer! Money cascades out of the chute. The kids behind him cheer. Nev asks for his original coin back. The digital image of the long-ago presenter smiles, as if letting them enjoy the moment, and PJ really starts to feel, for the first time in how long, like things could be turning round. Just in the last hour he's got first, a free ice cream, and now at least €2 in 5-cent coins. But these are only symptoms. It's more a sense he has inside that after the last couple of shitty years, this is the beginning of a new phase, maybe just for him, but maybe for all of them. Like maybe things will suddenly come right with the garage too, in a way that no one ever expected, and he sees himself and his family laughing, then he sees himself with Nev and Zargum outside the beautiful housekeeper's house, and her smiling and waving, come inside, and making them smoothies and reading to them from Brazilian Vogue. And although this last part seems like a long shot, still as the sun gleams through the scuzzed-over windows of the arcade and the presenter asks, what was the name of Conservative Prime Minister Ted Heath's wife? PJ's thinking that maybe, just maybe, this could end up being the best summer ever when he finds himself detaching from the joystick, then rising unaccountably into the air over the purple gum-stained carpet to crash against the Pac-Man Battle Royale. The kids squeal and scatter. From the floor he sees 2 grimy Nike Airs stomp towards him. Then 2 meaty fists descend to grab him. It's the guy from the house, the guy with the Sonnenrad tattoo. He's been following them all along, waiting for his moment. But no, it's not him. As PJ's hauled to his feet, it's a different face that stares into his, with normal-coloured eyes, a down-turned mouth, and 2 ears so enormous they make the head look like a trophy, like the award given out for ugliest caveman. He knows this guy. He was a few years ahead of PJ in school. He got expelled for throwing a compass into a crowded classroom. He lives in one of the council estates behind the park. His name is something Moran. Henry? Hugo? But everybody always calls him Ears because of his ears. PJ and Zargum have done this on dares, shouted "Ears" from around corners or behind a car, and then run for it as he came charging after them in a fury. Is that what this is about? Very belated revenge? From over his shoulder he glimpses Nev looking on white-faced. Then he's dragged to his feet and thrown against aliens' extermination. You think you're smart, the jug-eared guy yells. You think you can steal from my family? Steal? When he hears this, PJ feels a sense of, relief is too strong, but it's obvious there has been some sort of mistake because PJ is many things, a sex watcher, a sock hider, a low-liar, but he's never actually stolen anything, and he's ready to explain this as soon as the boy's forearm isn't blocking his throat. You're one of them thieving Barneses, aren't you? The boy demands. Yes, but, well, no, I mean, PJ begins. Your dad's crooked garage ripped off me ma. You owe me ma 163 quid. What? PJ says, mystified. Your ma? But there are no more explanations. Instead, a fist descends and for a second everything goes black. Then another punch sends sparks showering through the blackness. In the distance he hears someone saying, Out, out, go on, away with yous. And looking up from the floor, which is where he is again apparently, PJ sees the arcade manager waddling over like a nicotine-stained egg on two stumpy little legs, waving his arms, also stumpy, at Ears. "None of that fuckery in here, off you go on, fuck off." But before he goes, Ears looks down at PJ on the ground and says, "You'd better get me that money or I swear to Jesus, I'll batter you spastic." "Can you see with your eyes like that?" Nev says. "I can see," PJ says tightly. "It just hurts." "They look like squashed tomatoes," Nev says, then adds in a tone of admiration, "The way he just picked you up and threw you. Like you were a beanie baby." They're back in the bunker, having safely escaped through the fire exit of the arcade. Heat pulses through his eyeballs, heat and shame. He can't help feeling that this is his punishment for spying on the girl. "He's a real psycho," Nev says. "I know we say that about a lot of people, but with him it's true. He's a genuine, authentic psycho." He nods contentedly to himself, brushes a leaf from his sleeve. "So what are you going to do?" "What do you mean?" PJ says. "Are you going to give him the money?" "Where am I supposed to get €163? Nev shrugs, looks wistfully in the direction of the sex house. "That guy is a liar," PJ says. "My dad would never steal from anybody." "He might do it out of desperation," Nev suggests, "because his business is going down the toilet." "He wouldn't," PJ repeats. "He doesn't steal." Nev doesn't say anything. "Anyway, I don't have €163, PJ says adamantly, as if that settles it. "Okay," Nev says. "Though I suppose that means you can't go into town again unless you want him to batter you spastic. You can never, ever go into town, as long as you live," he reflects. "I suppose that's all right for summer. But what will you do when it's back to school?" He reaches into his mouth and pulls out a bit of herring fillet that's got stuck between his teeth. "Maybe you should run away after all," he says. He goes home, tells Mam he got the black eyes from borrowing Nev's swimming goggles, shuts himself in his bedroom. The shoebox under his bed contains the money he has been saving for Black Dawn 2. It amounts to €38.33. "So I'd need to make €124.67, he says to himself out loud, trying to make it just sound like a sum instead of something impossible. If Grandad was back, it wouldn't be impossible, of course. €124.67 is nothing to a man like Grandad. PJ once personally saw him spend €25 on a block of French cheese, but he has already spent months wishing for Grandad to come back. The obvious thing is to tell Dad, because clearly the whole thing's just a mix-up. Like Ears' ma must have got the wrong bill or the wrong change or the car needed extra work and the mechanic didn't explain beforehand. That happens all the time. Or else, of course, Ears is making the whole thing up completely. Yes, if he told Dad in the right way, didn't mention the throwing and the threatening, just said something like, "I had a curious exchange today with an acquaintance regarding the pricing structure typically used in automotive repairs," everything would probably be sorted out in 5 minutes. But he does not want to tell Dad. Because even though he knows Dad would never, ever steal from a customer or anybody else, there is still the terrible thought at the back of his mind that he might be wrong. Haven't the last 2 years been a slow, methodical undoing of everything he ever thought was true? A slow transformation of his father into something else, someone different? Looked at that way, doesn't the very impossibility of Dad stealing, of Dad being anything other than wise and smart and good, make it inevitable? The last great reversal, the catastrophic final step? After dinner, he gets a message from Keane Conlon asking if it's true Ears is planning to beat PJ with a hammer and live stream it. He hadn't heard about the live streaming. Up till then he'd allowed himself to hope that Ears, having got his feelings out of his system in the arcade, might be content to leave it at that. It's good in a way, he reflects, in that he's totally clear now about where he stands. He lies face down in his bed for a while. But then he sits up. Wallowing won't help. He needs to be proactive, come up with a plan. Opening up his phone, he makes a spreadsheet. Target, 124.67. Money raised so far, 0. He looks at it a moment, then changes 0 to 0.00, so it looks more like a regular number. Then he goes to his contacts. Hi, Mrs. Salahi? Is Zargham there? Who's this now? Zargham's mam says. It's PJ. Does he imagine it, or is there a slight disapproving pause at the other end of the line? Then she says, Well, hold on there, PJ, and I'll see can I find him. What's the point your parents giving you a mobile if they never let you use it, he says to Zargham when Zargham comes to the phone. Why are you calling me so late? Zargham says. It's 8:30, PJ says. I have to get up early for camp, Zargham says. He doesn't sound extra pleased to be hearing from PJ. PJ's concerned they're starting off on the wrong foot here. He cuts to the chase. I'm selling my games, he says. Yar? Zargham is surprised. How come? I'm buying a Switch, PJ says. One of Grandad's art of salesmanship rules. The best way to get money is to seem like you don't need it. Really? Zargham says. Yeah, so I'm getting rid of all my old games, PJ says casually. Thought I'd give you first dibs. There is a complex, protracted silence on the other end of the line. So it's not because you owe Ears 163 euros? Haha, you heard about that, PJ says lightly. My mother heard about it, Zargham says with regret. She heard you were fighting in the street. That's not what happened, PJ says. It was a simple crossed wire. We've already patched it up. So what do you say? Are you interested? How much? Zargham says. 20 each? PJ says like he hasn't really thought about it. There's silence on the other end of the line. Zargham is thinking and calculating, and all PJ needs to do is hold his nerve, but he hears himself blurt, Okay, 10. Fuck. Exactly the wrong thing to do, because now Zargham is all, I don't know, I already have a lot of games. Do you want to look at them at least, PJ says. Come over tomorrow, I can give you a demo. I'm pretty busy with camp, Zargham says. Come after camp, PJ says. Zargham wavers, breath huffing from his nose. Then he says, I don't think my mam wants us to be friends anymore. A little dagger in PJ's heart. Because of the Ears thing? I don't know. That. Other stuff. Yes, he knew it, but he pretends it's not a big deal. What if we just happen to run into each other? Then it wouldn't be your fault, right? I don't know, Zargham says again, sorrowfully. Okay, no biggie, PJ says. But he is sorrowful too. He gets a grip, makes some more calls, but the market is difficult. Most of the kids he talks to have heard about his encounter with Ears, which prompts them to either try and drive the prices down even lower, or to steer clear of whatever he's offering altogether, as if his possessions might be cursed, the relics of a dead man. He sells his skateboard that cost €100 for €5, a handheld game console for €3, his beloved Calvin and Hobbes collection for 50 cents. Chump change. It's like being beaten up all over again. Any luck? Nev texts. No, he writes back, and then, could you lend it to me, maybe? Nev famously got €1,000 for his first Holy Communion, and equally famously, still has not spent any of it. I don't think so, Nev says. Come on, dude, you're my best friend, he says, which he hadn't thought of till now, but it's probably true, which is pretty depressing. I'd like to, Nev says. I just don't know. if I'd get it back, like with your family going into liquidation and everything. You would get it back. I'm going to sell my games. Please, he says. 2 ticks appear beside the message to show Nev's received it, then turn blue to show he's read it. But a few moments pass before his response comes. Perhaps we can come to an arrangement. Okay, PJ says, trying to overlook the slight Emperor Palpatine vibe from this. I could give you a temporary loan, Nev writes. Temporary. PJ's heart temporarily soars. But I want something in return. Okay, what? I want to fuck your sister. What? PJ exclaims out loud in his room at the phone and then, be serious. I am serious, Nev says. I'll give you €1, all of it, but first I want to fuck her. For fuck's sake. Fine, go ahead, fuck my sister, who's stopping you? No, you have to get her to fuck me, also full sex, not just a BJ. How the fuck am I supposed to get her to fuck you? That's your problem, Nev says, and then a moment later, okay, a BJ so. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Oh wait, I remember your family is fucked, and your garage is liquidating, and your dad stole from his customer, and you're going to get all your bones broken. Fuck yourself, PJ writes. A tick appears. Then another. But there are no more replies. Tonight Cass isn't looking at her books or at her phone. She's just lying on her bed. Her eyes are open, but she doesn't seem to notice him come in. He clears his throat and she jumps. Jesus Christ, she says. Why do you keep appearing in my room? I just wanted to talk to you about something. Has it ever occurred to you that I'm in my room because I don't want to talk? She says. It'll only take a second, he promises. Cass sighs in exasperation, sits up on the bed. What happened to your eyes? I ran into a tree, PJ says. Nice job, Cass says. So? Right, yeah, PJ says miserably. He clears his throat, looks at his shoes. Have you ever met my friend Nev? With a winning personality and a wide selection of PlayStation games, it's hard to believe this go-getter could possibly be single. I was wondering about Elaine's housekeeper, he says instead. Her housekeeper? Cass says, looking at him sharply. Yeah, remember that housekeeper she had? They had. I think she was from Brazil or something. You came in here to ask me about Elaine's housekeeper, Cass says. Did she go or... Yeah, she says shortly. She went. He says, pretending to be thinking about this. There's one other small thing. I can't talk to you with your eyes like that, she says and lies back down on the pillow. Top 10 reasons Cass is a bitch. Number 6. Incapable of ever helping anyone ever. As he's leaving, though, she calls out, Wait. He turns around again. Has Dad ever said anything to you about Uncle Frank? She says, Uncle Frank, he repeats. Did you know he was engaged to Mam? She says. PJ blinks at her. Who was? Uncle Frank. But then he died and instead Dad married her. PJ turns this over. It seems like a sensible solution, but there's more. I was born 5 months after they got married, she says. Interesting, PJ says, nodding. €124.67 goes his brain. Imagine if the person, she says slowly, that you thought you were your whole life wasn't you. She gazes at him with dark eyes. He senses she's looking for a reaction here, but he's not sure what. You mean... Sorry, who are we talking about? Cass rolls her eyes. Never mind, she says. What? He says. Tell me. It doesn't matter, she says. She picks up her phone to show the conversation is over. Again, he trudges away, feeling very childish and silly, which is frequently how he feels when he's talking to Cass. Though he can remember a time when it wasn't like that, when she, in fact was his best friend, even if he knew that he wasn't hers, and remembering this time, he stops in the doorway and tells it to her straight. Listen, I wouldn't ask, but I really need some money because this guy Ears thinks Dad stole from him and now he's coming after me. Oh my God, Cass says. Yeah, he says, it's pretty intense. If you had, say, €50. But she is staring at her phone. Elaine's back! Or 20, even. Sorry. She jumps to her feet. Gotta go. He can't sleep. Every time he closes his eyes, he hears someone outside, someone at the window. Eventually he gets out of bed, opens the door, steps out onto the landing. Everything is silent. Everything is dark. He remembers how when he was little and got scared, he'd go into Mum and Dad. They seemed so much larger in sleep, bloated out in their bed like great slumbering sea beasts, walruses or whales. You could just tuck yourself in under a fin, and it felt like the world and its monsters had disappeared. The sperm whale is the world's loudest animal. It speaks in squeaks and clicks, each one louder than a rocket taken off. Just talking to it would shatter your eardrums. He goes to the bathroom, looks at his small sad face lit up by the white humming light. He thinks of Zargham, Elaine, Keane Conlon, everybody he knows watching as he is beaten up and laughing and posting faggot, or thinking how sad, what a sad unlucky boy, and forevermore there he will be on the internet, on the ground in his hoodie, with a hammer fallen on him. Downstairs, Mam's purse is stuffed full of shopping lists and scratched-out lottery scratch cards. After digging around without success, he empties it out on the counter. At last he finds a tattered grey-green €5 note. He picks it up, stands for a long time just holding it, there in the dark kitchen. Then he puts it back, starts cramming the other junk back too. The receipts and parking tickets, until among the loose change he finds something else. It looks like a coin at first, but it's not. It's lighter and oval-shaped, not round. Printed on it is the image of a woman in robes with her hands spread out and stars coming from her. It is a miraculous medal. He has one too. Out of the blue an idea comes to him. He runs upstairs, back to his room, and hunts around in his locker, dislodging comics and a wodge of bloody socks, until he finds a box. Inside the box is an identical medal. This one on a thread. Rose gave it to him the last time he saw her. Wear it at all times, she said, and when you are in great need, say this prayer 3 times. It is never known to fail. Never known to fail. Exactly what he wants. But where is the prayer? He remembers she folded the medal in it, printed on a piece of newspaper. He thought he'd put them away together. But it's not there. He turns out the whole locker onto the floor. Old Pokemon cards, a rubber shuriken, attempts to draw Wolverine, unfinished letters to Elaine, no prayer. Fuck, he says out loud, then apologizes. He racks his brains. Didn't she mention something about a flower? A sacred flower? It's hard to be sure. He can only make out 50% tops of what she says. Aunt Rose is extremely old. He has never understood whose aunt she actually is. She used to be a fortune teller, Cass told him that. Once, long ago, they went to visit her where she lived, a tiny cottage with a henhouse in the yard and a shed piled with turf, which PJ slid down and burrowed into while Mam and Aunt Rose talked in low voices in the kitchen. Now she is in a nursing home. She has hairs on her lip, and she calls Dad Frank and PJ for some reason Lar. But she used to have strange powers, Cass says. It was in the nursing home she gave him the medal. She pressed it into his hand as they were leaving. Her voice was low and raspy. Up close, she smelled like cauliflower. For direst need, she said. It's like she knew, he thinks. Like she knew all this would happen. He Googles Sacred Flower Prayer. there are 12,000 results. The top one looks pretty authentic to him, though he can't tell if it's the same as the prayer that she gave him. Putting the medal on over his head, he begins to read, "O most beautiful flower of Mount Carmel, fruitful vine." It feels weird reading a prayer off his phone, where he has looked at so many unreligious things. He hopes the Virgin Mary knows it's meant for her, that he's not praying to, for example, Candy Crush or Pornhub. "Splendor of heaven, blessed Mother of the Son of God, Immaculate Virgin, assist me in my necessity. O Star of the Sea, help me and show me herein you are my mother. O Holy Mary, Mother of God, Queen of heaven and earth, I humbly beseech you from the bottom of my heart to succor me in my necessity." Insert your personal petition to Our Lady here. Okay, here we go. He doesn't think God would be happy with asking for money directly, so closing his eyes, he whispers into the shadows, "Please bring Grandad home." He opens his eyes again, reads the last part of the prayer. "O Mary, conceived without sin, pray for us who have recourse to thee. O Mary, conceived without sin, pray for us who have recourse to thee. O Mary, conceived without sin, pray for us who have recourse to thee. Holy Mary, I place this prayer in your hands. Amen." The instant he finishes, the phone vibrates in his palm. "Grandad!" "Hey dude, you awake?" No, it's just Ethan. Disappointment floods through him. But the prayer isn't going to work straight away, he chides himself. It's not like a spell. He writes, "Hey, yeah, you want a quick race?" "Can't do it, I'm supposed to be asleep." "That's cool," Ethan returns, with a gif of Pikachu wearing shades rolling along on a skateboard. PJ smiles, in spite of his disappointment. Of course it's cool. It's always cool with Ethan. "Hey, guess what? I entered the marmoset competition. If we win, my mom says you can stay." "Wow, that's awesome. Or even if we don't win, if you just want to visit, we live really near McDonald's." Smiley face. "Thanks, dude," PJ says. He thinks, not for the first time, how amazing it would be if Nev was Ethan. "I wish you lived closer," he says. "Me too," smiley face. "Everything okay with you? You didn't post today." PJ doesn't reply straight off. Usually they keep their chat focused on the game. They don't talk about their home lives. But there's no rule against it, is there? Just because Ethan lives somewhere else doesn't make him any less of a friend. Isn't he in fact more of a friend than the one he has here, the one he supposedly knows? "Oh yeah, had some stuff going on." "Oh no," sad face. "Yeah." For a moment, that's all he says. In the corner of the screen is Ethan's profile pic, goofy smile, tufty hair, straddling his bike on a sunlit driveway in a Man U jersey, which PJ has frequently teased him about. "It's your only flaw. No flaw, Red Devils forever." Then he writes, "I have this friend I'm worried about. His parents are always fighting, and he thinks they're going to get divorced and that he'll be sent to boarding school." Sad face. "Yeah, plus now this guy's looking for money from him too and wants to beat him up." "Whoa, that's terrible." "Right, so he's been saying these crazy things like he wants to run away. I don't know what to do. I don't want to betray him or tell his parents, but running away, that's crazy, right?" There's a long, long pause. At the top of the screen it says Ethan is typing, but nothing appears, as if he's writing something, but keeps crossing it out before hitting send. Then, "That depends. Where's he planning to go?" "The woods," PJ says. "The bunker where you play?" "Yes." Another pause. Then, "That's the first place they'll look." As soon as he says it, PJ knows he's right. It's obvious only a kid wouldn't have seen it. They will find him straight away and bring him home, and then Ears will smash him up more for trying to escape him. Right, he says. Stupid idea anyway. I don't think he ever would have really done it. No, not stupid. I ran away once, when things weren't so good at home. Not so good. That comes as a shock. Life has always sounded pretty sweet at Ethan's home. But he doesn't ask why, just, where did you go? I stayed with a friend. But they found you. They always find you in the end. But with me, they were so worried that when they did find me, they forgot about all the stuff they'd been bothering me with, and the stuff that I'd been in trouble about. They were just so happy I was back, so it solved my problems. So even though I didn't escape, I didn't need to. Maybe that would work for your friend too? PJ's mind is blown. So you don't actually have to run away. Not for good. All you need is a safe place to bug out to, and your parents will be so freaked that they'll fix whatever it is that made you do it. No more fighting, no more divorce, no more talk about boarding school, no chasing him out of the house, no complaining because he keeps growing. Everybody treating him respectfully, considering his feelings, even Cass. Grandad coming back on a private jet, Elaine running up to him and embracing him with a sob. I was so frightened. Ears, vilified, outcast, his live stream plans in tatters. But he needs to go somewhere they won't find him for a while. If they find him straight away, it won't work. He needs them to be scared. How would he do that, PJ asks. Like my friend. Does he know someone with a spare room somewhere? That's the best way, the safest. I don't know, PJ says. I'll ask him. I'll tell him. Downstairs next morning, Mam and Dad are arguing. Letting it go to rack and ruin, Mam is saying. How is it my responsibility? Dad replies. I pay for the upgrade and then I'm on the hook for it for the rest of my life. I'm just telling you what people are saying. Mam says. Christ, Dad says. A few minutes later, Dad knocks on his door. How are the eyes? He says. Are you up to giving me a hand with something? He wants to go and look at the clubhouse and see what needs fixing. Why do you have to go? PJ says. We all have to do our bit for tidy towns, Dad says. Come on. PJ hates the clubhouse. The one mercy of the flood is that it has been closed ever since, and he has not had to go with Dad every Saturday morning to set up for the under-10s football training. Because of his asthma, PJ mostly does not play football, also because he is no good, and being dragged along to help has always felt like a punishment, or at least a moral lesson, as if Dad was forcing him to observe from the sidelines all the team spirit and taking part and general wholesomeness he was missing out on. What made this particularly galling is that Dad didn't play football either when he was a kid. He tries to hide it at training, but he can barely kick a ball. The only reason he trains the under-10s at all is that Uncle Frank had been the coach. And when he died, Dad took over. So it feels like a betrayal that he acts like he cares about it and wishes PJ were good at it, especially when he has passed on exactly 0 of the skills PJ would need. PJ has often thought about how strange it is that once Dad had a brother, that they grew up together in the same house he lives in now. At home he rarely talks about Frank, but sometimes when they're cleaning up after training, taking down the nets, gathering the shin guards, he will start telling PJ stories about him, how amazing he was at football, how everybody liked him, how he scored this goal or that goal, played for this team and that team, and the whole town came out to cheer him on. PJ has never been quite sure what the point of these stories is, but the net result has been to make him hate sports even more, and also hate Uncle Frank. He feels bad about that, seeing as he's never even met Frank. He just finds it depressing that this is the most Dad ever says to him anymore, and it's stuff that PJ is not even sure he believes himself. Today, the sky is a brilliant cloudless blue, and it's hard to imagine there ever having been a flood. From the car window, PJ looks out at the forests and the fields. The bungalows with their dogs and their cobble-lock driveways, their swing sets and satellite dishes, their washing hanging unmoving on the line. They pass Cregan's stores, with its little army of yellow gas cylinders in the forecourt, and then the brown board falcha sign for Cantwell House Fishing and Golf, rated number 8 on TripAdvisor's list of Midlands must-sees, despite PJ and Zargam spending a whole weekend posting 1-star reviews complaining about ghosts, beware, and other supernatural events. Headless ghoul in breakfast room, how is this 4-star? After the manager had given out to them for walking across the fairway. What would it feel like looking at all of this for the last time? But it wouldn't be for the last time, he reminds himself. It would only be temporary, a week, 2 weeks max. Then he'd let himself be found, and then he'd be back, only now everything would be better. A new beginning, and not just for him, but the whole family. When you run away, it makes your parents remember the things that are really important. Cass will stay too, maybe, and she'll go back to how she used to be. They will all go back to how they used to be. Maybe your friend can stay with me. Wow, really, that would be awesome. If he's a really good friend of yours, winky face. The clubhouse is in a worse state than Dad expected. The walls are saturated still, and the lights won't switch on. Well, that's beyond our skill set, I reckon, Dad says. They get back in the car without having done anything. Let's have a look in the hardware store, he says. He pulls out, whistling to himself. Dad does not like the Tidy Towns girls. He calls them the Comintern. They are always asking him to clean the petrol stains from the dealership lot. Going to see your friend today, he says now. What friend? PJ says. What's his name? Nev. PJ responds with a meaningful silence, which Dad does not pick up on. I hear you two lads are getting great mileage out of those woods, he says. Immediately, PJ feels a knot form in his stomach. Dad turns to him with a smile. Oh yeah, he says. Dad turns back to the road. The old shed out there, he says. It was a nice house originally, I believe. Victor thought we could convert it into a cabin or something like that. Wouldn't that be fun? A mountain retreat, right there in the back garden. PJ says. He's worrying about Ears, whether he might meet him in the hardware store. It's unlikely though, right? Unless he's in there buying hammers. Your Uncle Frank and me used to use it as a base, Dad says. Out there, night and day, we were, playing Star Wars and what have you. This was before Frank got serious about the football. Right, PJ says. One time, Dad says, we decided we were going to run away. In the passenger seat, PJ freezes. Does he know? It was your Uncle Frank's idea, Dad says. He was the one came up with the plans. I forget now, was there some reason for it? Did one or both of us have a grievance, or was it only for the adventure? Anyway, somehow or other, your granddad got wind of it. We went out to the shed in the woods in the middle of the night, and there he was waiting for us. That was the end of that. He laughs. Probably no need. I doubt we'd have got far once we'd our rations eaten, and your uncle was always a home bird. I was the one who wanted to get away, he says. He is silent for a moment. Trees, buildings, swoop towards the windscreen, and at the last second swoop away. He turns again and smiles, to show this is the end of the story. And PJ realizes that he doesn't know, and this isn't a trap. More, looking back at him, he sees that he is Dad again. That he is there in his face, in a way that he hasn't been for ages, though PJ couldn't explain how. And he finds all of a sudden he wants more than anything to tell him, all of it, about the secret girl in the unfinished house, about the man with the Nazi tattoo, about Ears in the arcade and the €163, about Ethan and boarding school and his plan to run away and reunite the family. He doesn't just want to tell him, it seems like he can see the two of them after he's told him, both roaring with laughter. Then he, PJ, telling Zargum how it had all been a mix-up, crossed wires. Can you believe I was actually thinking of running away? He sees it so clearly that it's like it's already happened. Relief courses warmly through his body as though everything has worked out without him needing to say anything at all. But he will tell him. If the next car that passes is blue, then he'll tell him. Okay, once they get over the hill. Okay, as soon as they park. Okay, when they're inside the store. The Halloween stock is already out, a zombie granny with outstretching arms, an olden days phone that screams when you lift the receiver, a doormat that when you step on it lights up and says in a gravelly voice, "Welcome to your doom." Such tat, Dad says with a laugh. He puts the doormat into their basket. He picks up some bleach for the clubhouse. Then he calls Victor and asks about some bit of equipment Victor had mentioned, and the two of them go in search of that. Tell him now, PJ urges himself. But as they search up and down the aisles, it's Dad telling him about the last time he was here. They had a beanie with a built-in LED that would be handy for Mam when she's running come winter, and PJ knows this is the moment, but he doesn't want to ruin the good mood, though it has been ruined anyway. He's ruining it for himself. And now they're back in the car heading for home. Tell him, goes his brain. The unwatered lawns are turning from yellow to brown. They pass the microchip factory, the lake, Cregan's stores again. They meet a Garda car coming the other way. Dad gives him a nod. The guard raises a finger from the steering wheel. And there's not much time left, and squirming in his seat, PJ forces it out. Dad, I have to ask you something. Yes, PJ, what is it? Dad says. Well, I know it's crazy, but this guy I met in the arcade said, PJ begins. Then from the back comes a whoop. The Garda car is now following behind them. It must have done a U-turn. Dad puts on the hazards and pulls in to the side of the road. Well, Ken, Dad says. Well, Dickie, says the guard. He looks in the window at PJ. Well, young fella, he says. Have I a tail light gone or something, Ken? No, nothing like that. The guard has a pasty, freckly face like 95% of the people in the town, but icicle eyes, like he's a robot peering through a town mask. Didn't mean to alarm you. Just when I saw you there, something came to me. Oh, Dad says. Very good. Yes. Do you have Richard Brankowski in there with you in the garage? Richard? Oh, we do, yes. That is, we did. He's not there anymore. No, he's gone. He went. Any idea where? The guard says. I'm not sure now. Let me think. What did he say? It was a while ago now. He was only with us a couple of months. Why, is he after getting in trouble? If you do see him, you might let me know, the guard says. He pats the bonnet with the flat of his hand. Good luck now. All the best now, Ken, Dad says. He starts the engine but waits for the Garda car to turn around again behind them and speed away in the opposite direction before pulling back onto the road. What was that about? PJ says. But Dad doesn't reply. Instead, after only a short distance, he draws in to the side of the road again. Why are we stopping? PJ says. But again, Dad doesn't answer, and when PJ turns to look at him, his face is death white. His eyes are as wide as plates. His teeth are gritted, his knuckles on the steering wheel look like they're going to pop through his skin. Dad? PJ says. Dad? Are you okay? Dad? He shakes his arm, but there's no response. It's like he isn't there. He's gone again. Totally this time. PJ gets a sick feeling. He looks out at the road in case someone's coming he could flag down, But there's no one, so he takes his phone out and starts to dial 999, but then he drops the phone and it goes under the seat, and as he's bent over looking for it, Dad begins to make a noise, a horrible croaking, or a reverse croaking, like he's trying to suck in breath, but he can't. And on the road, there is still no one, no cars on this road that is always busy, like everyone's deliberately staying away. From somewhere under the seat, a voice answers, but when he tries to speak, PJ realizes he doesn't know what to say. "Hello?" goes the voice. "Hello, are you there? Hello?" "It's my dad," PJ gurgles into the empty space. "It's my—" When, with a sharp intake of breath, Dad lifts his head, looks left and looks right, then turns to PJ and says, "Might pop into Lidl first and get some sausage rolls for the lunch," and drives on like nothing has happened. "Were you going to ask me something?" he says. "Hello, hello," goes the voice on the phone. PJ retrieves it, hangs up, puts his phone back in his pocket. He looks straight ahead at the road. "It's not important," he says. He makes one last effort at shifting his stuff. He sells his iPod to a kid in Subway who looks like he has literally never had a haircut, while the kid's friend listens to Drake on his phone and eats mayonnaise out of a sachet. A boy from the class below him buys a rake of games for €1, then when he actually gets them, becomes scared or spooked, insists PJ takes them back, lets him keep the money. A guy Keane Conlon knows promises to buy his drone for €20, then doesn't show up, ghosts him, though he's still on his Twitch channel streaming himself playing League of Legends, so PJ sells it to a dude coming out of the pub for whatever is in his wallet, €5. Rowan messages him out of the blue, says he's interested in looking at PJ's Yu-Gi-Oh collection. But when they meet in the garden in front of the library, he just wants to talk about Cass. PJ tells him she doesn't have a new boyfriend, and that she seems depressed. Rowan is clearly cheered by this, and buys the whole case of cards. Then it's back on his bike to meet the kids finishing camp. A pump-action water shotgun, a slime kit, a mind-reading pokeball, everything must go. It's weirdly exhilarating, like jumping out of a plane and free-falling through space. When he comes home, he puts the money in his locker under the socks, adjusts the spreadsheet. Then feels his heart sink because it's not enough. Not even close. He tells himself it wouldn't have helped anyway. Not in the long run. He might pay off ears, but it'd still only be a matter of time before the next problem. The next disaster. The trouble is coming from inside. From his family. And unless something happens to stop it, it will keep billowing out worse and worse, like black clouds of oil from a stricken tanker, till everything is coated in it, suffocating from it. He logs on to the forum. A couple of seconds later, the message comes. "Hey, stranger." "Hey," he writes back. "Remember we were talking the other day about my friend?" After that, everything moves quickly. Ethan knows exactly what to do. The first thing is to pack his bag and stow it in a safe hiding place, away from the house. That means, 1, there is no chance of discovery. 2, he is ready to leave at any moment. He fills a backpack with money, food, charger, 2 changes of clothes, and is just about able to squeeze it into the hole under the floor of the bunker. Next, covering his tracks. From now on, everything in your room is a decoy. Leave a note showing times for the ferry or flight numbers. Ferry is better because there's no paper trail. Write out a list of far-off destinations. That's what they'll find once you've gone. They'll think you're miles away. Anything that slows down their search will help you. He confessed last night that there was no friend. Lol, yeah, I figured that out, smiley face. So can I stay with you? Of course. But will I need to hide from your parents? Like, it'll probably be on the news. Lol, my parents never watch the news. They're super busy with work. They'll just be happy I've someone to play with. My mom has made cookies. I'll save some for you, smiley face. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you. Ethan is really a great friend, he thinks. In fact, he could be his best friend. Like, it's weird he could have a best friend he's never actually met. But there it is. Just as he's thinking it, the message comes back. No problem, dude. You're my best friend on the forum. Maybe my actual best friend. Thanks, dude, PJ says. You are too. The last part of the plan. They go through it together. There is a bus to Dublin 4 times a day. He will wait at a stop outside the town, so there's less chance of being seen. Once he gets to the city, Ethan will meet him at the bus station and bring him to his house. You'll be there, right? PJ is suddenly nervous at the thought of being in Dublin on his own. Lol, don't worry. He gives PJ his number. PJ gives him his. Plus, download this. It's an app, a friend-finding app. So if they miss each other, Ethan can find him. Wow, that's so pro, PJ says. It's annoying if you plan everything out, plus then it goes wrong because of some little thing. PJ doesn't see that happening. It seems like they have it all figured out. It's so simple. You'd expect something so momentous to be more complicated, to take longer. He wants it to take longer, but everything is ready to go. Lying in bed that night, he gets that running out onto thin air feeling. Tomorrow yawns beneath him like a chasm. You don't think it's cowardly, like running away from my problems? You're running away to solve your problems, plus to help your family. Seems pretty brave to me, smiley face. But also fun. You get a 2-week holiday, and when you go back, everything's better, smiley face. Anyway, doesn't sound like you have any other choice, smiley face. Look, PJ, Mam says. There's one of your pals waving at you. PJ turns and sees Ears. Standing on the traffic island, his eyes trained on PJ in the car. He's waving at you, PJ. Would you ever wave back to him like a decent, civilized human being? And PJ, with a hand that feels weightless, boneless, waves to Ears, who pulls back his jacket to reveal a hammer tucked into his belt. As the car goes by, painfully slowly, he gloats like a gladiator standing over the disemboweled carcass of a vanquished enemy. I'm just going out for a bit, he tells Mam when they get home. Mam says, wiping the counter. He hovers in the doorway. I'll be back later, he says. Very good, she says. And then, when he still hasn't moved, PJ, whether you're coming or going, would you ever shut that door? Honestly, I don't know what they teach you in that bloody school. The sun is bright. He steps outside. From beneath his feet, a voice rises up. Welcome to your doom. Crossing the field towards the woods, birds fly overhead. Golden light floods the blue sky. Hey, look what's just arrived. Black Dawn 2, sitting in blue light in its box on the table. OMG, it's out. We can start it as soon as you get here. Whoa, perfect timing. I'm on my way. You look at the picture again. Is that your room? Oh, that's kind of a junk room. That's not the room you'll be staying in. That's just where I took the picture. Let me know when you're on the bus. At the edge of the woods, he stops. The socks! He has left the blood-stained socks balled up in his locker. If, when they discover he's gone, his parents search the room, they will almost definitely find them. And it will ruin the effect of his disappearance. Who would pine for a kid who secretly hoards bloody, unwashed socks? They might stop wanting him to return. He looks at his phone. If he goes back to the house now, he probably won't make the 11 o'clock bus. But there's another one at 2 o'clock. He turns around, hurries back. Forgot something, he says to Mam. Is that right? She says. Is that right? She nods to PJ, points at the phone. She's talking to someone. On his way to his room, he sees Cass sitting on her bed with a maths book. What? She says. Nothing, he says. Just saying hi. Cass says. Top 10 reasons Cass is a bitch. Number 7. Literally can't even say hello. She'll be sorry when he's gone. They'll all be sorry. That makes him think of something. Did you say Elaine is back? Cass lets out an exasperated sound. Do something for me, will you? Tell her Max Winter says hello. You are such a psycho, she says, looking at her maths book. In his room, he looks one last time at the books and the toys, at the posters of Skullduggery Pleasant and Fish of Iceland. Goodbye, Bien Harkar, Basking Shark. Goodbye, Marsili, Lesser Sand Eel. The fish look back at him indifferently. Everything is indifferent. Everything feels thin and flat when he wants it to be charged, emotional. It's as if, to the room he's already gone. Like it's a level he's completed and will never come back to. Embarrassed, he opens the locker, takes out the socks, puts them in a pillowcase. When he returns, he tells himself, they will buy him as many socks as he wants. But he doesn't believe it. The future too feels thin, flat, a fish eyeing him glassily from an Arctic sea. Something is shining on the carpet. It's the miraculous medal. He must have dislodged it with the socks. He picks it up, for a moment grasps it in his fist. He can't remember the prayer, but he just says silently, Please. Downstairs, he's on his way out the door when Mam calls out, Hey, mister, is that you? PJ freezes, the pillowcase of socks dangling from his hand. Come back here a second, please. What was he thinking? How did he think she wouldn't notice? He trudges back over to her, and now the future is almost visible. It parades itself before him, scene by unbearable scene, sock discovery, Mam's horror, plan ruined, PJ grounded, ears arriving to confront him, boarding school, etc., etc. That was Marisha Scanlon on the phone, she says. This name means nothing to PJ, but he tries to look receptive, while slowly moving the pillowcase behind his back. She's on the board of the Lions Club, Mam says. Their annual dinner was supposed to be this Thursday, with Paddy Wall, the guest of honour, but Paddy Wall's after falling off a ladder, and he's going to be laid up in bed for the next 3 months. So guess who they're going to have instead? PJ doesn't have a clue what any of this means, but there's a twitchy, gleeful energy about her. If it was anybody else, you would say they were trying not to laugh. Who? He says. Morris! Mam exclaims. They're bringing Morris back from Portugal to be guest of honour. Grandad's coming back. Isn't that great news? I asked Marita would he come because it's such short notice and he's fierce busy with the golf club over there as we know, and she said yes. He's a game the next day, but he told her he'd be able to fly in for Thursday and fly back the next morning. Grandad's coming back, he repeats, in a daze. The man himself, she says. I'd better tell your father, she says, and dances off to the breakfast bar. Grandad is coming! Holy shit! Back in his room, first thing he does is pull out his medal and kiss it. Thanks, God. Thanks, Our Lady the Sacred Flower, for asking God. And thanks, Aunt Rose, most of all. Wow, she wasn't blowing smoke about that prayer. He feels bad for the guy who got knocked off his ladder and starts saying a get-well-soon prayer for him, but halfway through he gives up. He's too excited. Grandad is coming. The day after tomorrow. In his imagination, he's at the door right now, arms loaded with presents. He will give Dad money. Dad will fix whatever is wrong with the garage. Mam will get her proper moisturiser and stop being angry about her complexion. Cass will go to college. PJ will pay off ears and not get his bones broken. Everyone will be happy and there will be no more talk of divorce or boarding school, and everything will be all right again from now on forever. Hooray, hooray. Ethan's the first person he tells. Amazing. I know. I was just about to get on the bus. Question mark, question mark, question mark. What about the plan? Well, that's just it. I don't need to run away now. You don't? Are you sure your granddad will give you the money you need? Pretty sure. I mean, he's pretty rich. Awesome. So funny, I was literally 30 seconds from leaving. Lol. Well, if it doesn't work out, you have a backup plan, right? Smiley face. Thanks, dude, for everything. Don't mention it, bros forever. Isn't it fantastic, he says to Cass. She's at her mirror putting on makeup. Ever heard of knocking? She says. Yes, right, sorry, he says. It's cool though, isn't it? Oh yeah, the Lions Club dinner. Sitting in a hotel room with 200 old people. Cool, she says. Top 10 reasons. Screw it, who cares? He's in too good a mood for Cass to ruin it. Mam has gone on a cleaning blitz. She is like a whirlwind, tearing up and down the house. It's a good thing his money and bug-out stuff are hidden in the bunker, because she does his room too, and yells at him when she finds a yogurt he'd forgotten about. What are you cleaning in here for? PJ says. It's not like Grandad's going to be coming into his room. But Mam just gives him a Medusa look. Then she hands him a scrubbing brush. Bathroom, she says. The next morning, as soon as they're finished breakfast, she packs him and Cass into the car. They are going to Dublin to get new outfits for the Lions Club dinner. I thought we didn't have any money, Cass says. Stop asking questions, Cass. I've enough on my plate, Mam says. It's not a question, it's a sentence. Cassandra Barnes, Mam exclaims. Then in a lower voice she says, I will tell you this once and once only. There's a lot riding on this dinner. It's very important we make the right impression. Look out! Cass wails. Mam has been driving blind while turned to lecture her, and now a truck blares and swerves and she gets out of the way just in time, honking her own horn and yelling, beep yourself, Ollie McGettigan. Bad cess to you, you old pervert. Go back to staring at little girls' arses at the Fesh Ciol. Mammy always has a stream of insults ready to go at all times. It's something he's always admired about her. Grandad has money though, doesn't he, Mam? PJ says, just to make sure he's not backing the wrong horse. Morris has money, she says, and he'll want to help us if we look like we've been making a go of it, and this whole palaver isn't our fault. So we need to dress the part. The best way to get money is to look like you don't need it, PJ says. Exactly, Mam says. Why isn't Dad coming? Cass says. Doesn't he need to look the part? Don't talk to me about that man, Mam says. I think he's doing something with Victor, PJ says. Future-proofing. Future-proofing, Mam says. Victor-proofing. That's what we need in this house. Dad wasn't as excited about the news as PJ thought he might be. When Mam told him at dinner, for ages he just kept chewing his lettuce, like he was going to chew it forever. Then he said something like, That's grand so. Though it might have been, That's that so. PJ felt a bit sorry for him, because obviously it's going to be awkward with Grandad coming over and seeing everything he's done wrong with the business. At the same time, he could understand why Mam was angry when Dad went out to meet Victor instead of helping with the clean-up. He said they were going to do something in the woods, he tells Mam. They had to seal something or something. Mam shakes her head. It's well for them, she says, standing around jawing about the end of the world while everyone else is frantic trying to dig themselves out of the hole they're in right now. The pair of them, she said, doom and doomer. They get on the motorway, and before long the local radio begins to crackle, and the voices disappear and Mam switches to RTE. The big blue motorway sign flashes up Dublin, and PJ starts to get excited. He sends Ethan a message. Guess where I'm going? And then, when there is no response, Dublin, with me mam. He goes on. But maybe I can sneak off for a while? We can check out that game shop. Though he knows she probably won't let him meet up or sneak off. Anyway, Ethan doesn't reply. Cass, who has been quiet, bent over her phone, lets out a little gasp. Elaine says her dad's taking her to Dublin tomorrow to look at apartments, she tells Mam. Is that right? Mam says. She wants to know if I can go. She looks at Mam hopefully. Mam looks back at her, then at the road, and then at Cass again like she can't believe Cass is asking. How would you go to Dublin tomorrow? Isn't that the day of the dinner? But can't I go anyway, like if we went in? No, Mam says. No, but if we went in the morning, we'd be back in time for... Cass, no. I said no. You're not even listening to me. We're only going to look at a couple of places, Cass. What am I after telling you? We're going to the dinner. It's a very special occasion for our family and we need to be organised for this. But why do I even have to go to... But, Mam cuts in. Why can't you go with Elaine on a different day? You can go any time. You could have gone today. Aren't you going to be in Dublin in half an hour? Because tomorrow's the only day her dad is free and he needs to pay the deposit. Oh, of course, lest we forget. The whole world revolves around Big Mike and his schedule. No, Cass, you heard me. She raises her voice over Cass's protests. I won't tell you again. Elaine can take pictures, can't she, and send them to you. It's the 21st century. Let you figure it out between you. Cass starts to cry. You hate me, don't you? She sobs. Just admit it. You hate me. Oh, merciful hour, Mam says. You hate me because you think I'm going to have the life you never had and you can't stand it. The car's engine lets out a high-pitched roar. Careful, Mam says in a low voice, and PJ in the back seat shivers because Mam never talks in a low voice. Careful what you say, miss. And Cass doesn't argue any further. Just bows her head and swipes at her phone. Look it, girl, Mam says after a few miles. I don't know what your father's told you, but if your granddad doesn't come through for us, there'll be no college and no apartments. You'll be spending next year scrubbing toilets in Supermax, do you hear me? Cass nods. Good, Mam says. PJ is confused. He heard Cass tell Rowan she didn't even think she'd get into college. So why is she making a fuss about an apartment she'll never live in? But nothing is ever 100% clear with Cass. Maybe she just wants to be with Elaine while she still can, he thinks. And he slips into a fantasy where he and Elaine are viewing apartments together. Let's get one with a hot tub, baby, she croons in his ear. He doesn't say anything. He's still wearing the mirror sunglasses. It's a couple of years since Mam came to Dublin on a shopping trip, but as soon as she steps into Arnott's, you can actually see her powers returning. She walks taller, speaks louder. Random men do double takes over the aisles. A makeup girl asks her if she's interested in modelling. She pays no attention. She is 100% focused on shopping. It's just like in a movie where the hero's been living in a cabin in the mountains and then they come out of retirement for one last job and they're still amazing at safe-cracking or ninjutsu or flying a dragon or whatever it is. She can scan a whole wall of clothes in a minute, then strike and pluck out the one perfect thing, like she's spearing a fish. A dress, a cardigan, tights for Cass, a shirt, a jumper and trousers for PJ. Shoes too while we're here, maybe, she says. That's when PJ panics. What's wrong with these ones? He says. I haven't had them long. They're not formal, she says. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If there's one thing people will judge you on, it's your shoes. He has no choice. They go together to the shoe section. Mam picks out a pair. Those look fine, he says. I don't need to try them on. Sit, Mam says. The assistant takes one shoe off. Mam and the assistant look at PJ's foot. My God, Mam says. After a moment, the assistant forces a laugh. Think you might have outgrown these ones, he says. But Mam is not laughing. She is kneeling down with PJ's heel in the palm of her hand. She looks up at him with a kind of sorrowful wonderment. These shoes are much too small for you, she says. PJ nods slowly, dumbly, like he hadn't noticed till now. Why didn't you tell me? Do they not hurt? Not really, he says. Your foot is bleeding, she says. It's bleeding. It's not actually that sore, he says. I mean, I know it looks bad, but... He trails off. Mam starts to say something, then stops. Her eyes linger on his. For a moment she looks so sad. And PJ hangs his head, feels his face turn red. It isn't important, he says. But she is still holding his foot and looking up at him, and now his own eyes well up, because it's like she really has been away living in the mountains, but now she's here beside him again, with all of the love from years ago flooding back like the dragon trainer's powers. And it is too much, too much. The assistant comes back with an expression like, Please be normal. We'll take these too, Mam says. At the till, she watches the card in the reader as if she thinks it might explode. Her fingers dig into his shoulder, both of them ready to turn and run. Well, she says as they get back into the car, as my Aunt Rose used to say, if it doesn't pan out, we'll be the best-dressed lags in the workhouse. By that evening, the house is transformed. The smell of drains is finally gone. There are flowers in the vases. There's fruit in the bowl. Every surface sparkles. PJ's got to admit it's pretty impressive. And they are transformed too, stiff and scrubbed in their new clothes. There was no need to go to all that trouble, Dad says. He said he didn't want a big fuss. That's what he said, Mam says. Your own father. Have you no clue at all how his mind works? At night in his room, he looks at his spreadsheet. €50. That's what he still needs, €50 exactly. A few days ago it seemed like an astronomical figure, impossible. Now it's just a case of asking Grandad the right way. But what if he doesn't come? He lies awake imagining all kinds of things that might go wrong. A bomb in Portugal. Fires raging through the country. Grandad's plane dropping out of the sky, exploding on the runway. A stranger coughing on him, passing on some fatal germ. Grandad in his bedroom sound asleep and oblivious to the cloud gathering in his bedroom mirror. Death getting ready to stretch his claws through the glass and pull him away. In the middle of the night his phone pings. He has a message. You know what your problem is, PJ? You're a dirty lying Jew. You rat, I hope you get flayed lying Jew fuck. You think you're smarter than me? I know where you are. I will find you, I will take you, chain you up, disembowel you. I will eat your entrails, rape your soul. You will beg to die. On it goes like that for pages and pages. Then in the morning he can't find the medal. He turns the room upside down. It isn't anywhere. Could Mam have thrown it out in her blitz? She wouldn't throw out something holy, would she? But if she did, what happens if you throw out something holy? What happens to the prayer? He goes downstairs to ask her if she's seen it, but she's in the middle of an argument with Dad. Grandad has sent Dad a message to say he won't be staying with them after all. Instead, he has a room at Burke's Hotel where the dinner is being held. And he's only telling us now, Mam says, after me running myself ragged cleaning the place. The Lions Club booked it, Dad says. They only told him now. Mam presses her lips together. He's on to us, she says. He's keeping his distance. She picks up a rag and starts polishing the already sparkling counter again. Oh, he's a sly fox, that one, she says. He's not going to let himself be caught up in our shite. We're still going to see him, right? PJ says, trying not to sound worried. Like, aren't we? Of course, Dad says. He'll come out here to us before dinner, then we'll all go in together. He's managed to turn a blind eye this long, Mam says, scrubbing. You watch. He'll have his dinner eaten and be turned tail back to Portugal before anyone can lay a finger on him. I can't say I blame him. She looks up, then jumps back from the counter with a shriek. What in the name of God? Victor is standing at the window, looking in at them. Mam turns to Dad accusingly. Now, today, are you joking me? We just need to finish up a few small jobs, Dad says. PJ can actually hear Mam grind her teeth. When Dad has left the room to join Victor, she says, It's no bloody secret why we're going out of business, is it? It is not a good day for being unobtrusive. Wherever he goes in the house, Mam is somehow there before him. She tells him to make himself useful, gives him tasks, and then is unhappy with the way that he does them. When there are no tasks left to do, she tells him to try on his new clothes so she can see what they look like. By the time he gets changed, Mam has moved on to a fresh crisis. A cake! They have no cake for Grandad. There should be cake and there is none. Aren't we going for dinner? PJ says. Won't he get cake there? We have to have something to offer him when he comes out here, Mam says. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. We can't just give him a couple of Jacob's cream crackers. Her face is red. She pulls at her hair and exclaims, Am I the only one in this house who understands what's going on here? He volunteers to go into town and buy a cake. It's good to get out of the house. The day is hot and still, but the air streams through the vents in his helmet and roars in his ears. He locks his bike in the main square and walks down to the supermarket. Grandad will be here in a couple of hours, he tells himself. It's all going to work out. Mam thinks it won't, but that's what Mam always thinks. Your stomach thinks it won't, but stomach cells are replaced every 2 days, so by the weekend you'll have a whole new stomach. As he waits in line with the cake, he visualizes a successful outcome in which Grandad hands him €50, and then he himself hands Ears €163. He's so busy visualizing that returning to the square he forgets to take the long way round, and as he walks past the arcade 2 hands seize his shoulders and he's dragged down an alleyway and thrown to the ground behind a skip. Cake! Ears is really angry. You're buying fucking cake. It's not for me, PJ cries. Shut the fuck up. Ears kicks him in the balls. PJ squeals, writhes around on the damp concrete. Do you think I'm messing around? I told you to get me my fucking money. PJ tries to explain that he's actually about to get Ears' money, but he can't speak, and anyway Ears is not listening. They're in a yard behind one of the pubs, it looks like. There are kegs stacked by a door and steam coming out of a vent. Ears has gone to the back wall where a couple of steel barriers have been left from last match day. He picks one up and lifts it over his head. Where's my fucking money? He shouts, with the barrier ready to throw it down on top of PJ, who squeaks, I have it, I have it. Then where is it? PJ shrinks himself up. It's at home, he says. And then, in the interests of honesty, I just need to get another €50. Clang! The barrier crashes down mostly on the ground, but somewhat on his head. Please, he says, I'll get it, I'll get it. Ears kneels down. He is kneeling on PJ's head. You had your chance, he says. PJ's head feels like it is about to crack open. I'll get it, he whispers. Something is pouring out of his nose. My granddad's coming. I'll get it. Ears grabs PJ's ear, twists it around, drags him to his feet. "Look," he says. He is holding out his phone. On the screen is PJ's kitchen, seen from outside. It is night time. PJ is in the kitchen at the breakfast bar talking to Mam. The camera zooms in on PJ's face, then it moves from the window to the person with the camera's other hand, which is holding a hammer. "Today," he says. "Where were you?" Mam demands when he gets home. "He's going to be here any minute." She steps back, looks him up and down. "My God, what happened to you?" "Oh," PJ says, "yeah, I fell off my bike." "Your new trousers, PJ. That you haven't even had a week." "I know, yeah, sorry." Mam stares at him with a mixture of frustration and despair, like a painter at an unsalvageable artwork. "There's no time to wash them," she says. "You'd better go upstairs and change." In her room, Cass, still in her pyjamas, stares into the mirror as if gazing into a lake of sadness. PJ continues to his own room, taking off the muddy trousers. His head pounds where ears kneeled on him, where the barrier fell. But thankfully nothing left a mark. He smiles into the mirror. "Hey, Grandad, would you like to support me in a sponsored run? It's 10 kilometres. People are mostly given €5 per kilometre." He looks like he needs a blood transfusion and a heart transplant. So much for the best way to get money is to look like you don't need it. He stretches out his glassy smile. Sponsored run. School roof. 10 kilometres. Whenever he closes his eyes, he sees fires, explosions, the air unravelling. He takes a deep breath, beats them back. "You can do this," he tells himself. "You are going to get through this." The sound of a car. "Oh, Jesus, he's here!" Mam shrieks from the hall. Fuck. He comes downstairs as the taxi is crunching up the drive. Mam has already rushed outside, and now here is Grandad, climbing out of the car, silver hair gleaming in the light, shopping bags hanging from his arm like candy canes from a tree. Straight away, PJ's heart gladdens. How silly it was to think anything could stop Grandad coming. Just one look at him, and he knows that his plan will work because this is a man who can fix everything. "Grandad's here," he calls, not to anyone in particular, just out of joy. Grandad comes inside and stands in the hall, looking up and around. "Place looks well," he says. "Seems more spacious than I remember." Mam blushes because probably the reason for that is she has sold a lot of the furniture, but Grandad has already moved on. "There's the boy," he exclaims. PJ smiles but hangs back, suddenly feeling shy. "Well," Grandad says. "Come here till I have a look at you." He puts his hands on his hips and stares hard at PJ. His eyes are the same blue-white as the bars of the Insecutor, and when you look into them, you get a zap, like a tiny part of you has been annihilated. But then he'll smile and that little piece is resurrected again, all in a moment. When he smiles, you can see his gold tooth. He used to tell PJ it was the seed he was grown from. PJ would reach into his mouth and try to tug it out. These days, instead of a seed, Grandad likes to say it's in case he forgets his bus fare, and everyone laughs because we all know that Grandad would never take the bus. But it still makes him feel like Grandad's made of different stuff to the rest of them. "How's my boy?" he says. "You look more and more like your Uncle Frank, do you know that?" "Yeah, people are always telling me," PJ says. Grandad looks pleased at this. "How's your game coming along? Where do you play? Your uncle was a forward and a kicker. My God, that boy could kick." PJ blushes. "I'm not that good." Grandad musses his hair. "Well, I'll tell you his secret. It's the secret of anybody who's successful. He used practice day and night. Every spare moment, he'd be out there kicking the ball against the wall. He'd have your poor grandmother driven demented, God rest her. He rises to his feet. And where's my girleen? Cass appears at the top of the stairs in her new dress. It is long and tragical, and she comes slowly down the steps like she's wading into the sea. Hasn't she grown? Grandad says. Look at you, he says. I'm the same height as the last time you saw me, Cass says. I've been the same height since I was 13. It's not the height, it's the face. Grandad reaches out and grips her chin between thumb and forefinger and studies her. Yes, he says. You're a woman now, he says. Have you been breaking the boys' hearts? I bet you have. No, says Cass. Her cheeks going bright pink. What about Rowan? Mam says. Oh ho, Rowan is it? Grandad says. She's grown up all right, Mam says. It's only a couple of months now and she'll be off to college. I haven't even got in yet, Cass mumbles. You will get in, Mam says. Yes, we're very proud of her, she says to Grandad. Rightly so, Grandad says. She'll be the first member of this family to graduate from college. Of course your father had a stab at it, he says to Cass, but it didn't pan out. On his very first day in the big city, the poor fella stepped out of the college gate directly into the traffic and got himself mowed down by a bus. His gold tooth, his blue eyes, his silver hair all twinkle together as he tells this story, which they have heard many times. I shouldn't laugh, he says, composing himself. He was in a desperate state. Back home for months. So, he says to Cass, it'll be up to you to right the old wrongs. He bends down and picks up the shopping bags pooled at his feet. Now, he says, gifts. Oh, you're an awful man, Mam says, as he hands one to her. It's just a few small bits, he says. Inside the bag is a tiny box. Opening it, Mam gasps. Oh, Morris, it's breathtaking. God, it must have cost you an absolute fortune. That's the trouble with buying a gift for a beautiful woman, Grandad says. It must be exquisite too, or next to her it would look dowdy. For you too, miss, he says, presenting Cass with an identical bag. You're a rogue, Mam says. She looks at herself in the mirror with the necklace pressed to her throat. And for you, young man, he turns to PJ, don't worry, it's not jewellery. Thanks, PJ says, as Grandad presses another shopping bag into his hand. A little bird told me you might like this, he says. Is it the right one? PJ peeps into the bag. Can't stop the goofy look from crossing his face. Ha, it's the right one, Grandad says and musses his hair. Then he pauses, narrows his eyes. Did you hit your head? You've the makings of a bruise. He fell off his bike, Mam says. Is he all right? Grandad says. You always need to watch out for concussion, any headaches, nausea. He's grand, Mam says. He's excited about seeing you, that's all. Grandad squints at him. Are you grand? PJ nods. Grandad watches him a moment, then rises to his feet. Now where's that scapegrace calls himself my son? Oh, he's out in the yard somewhere with Victor, Mam says. They're installing something or updating something, I don't ask. Grandad tilts his head. Victor McHugh. You've let him back in, have you? Well, I'll tell you, Morris, it's like rats, that man. Once they get in at all, you'll never be rid of them. Here, I'll take you out to him. No need, Grandad says, patting her hand. I'll dig him out myself. He exits through the patio door and Mam looks after him as he crosses the yard, dreamily kneading the hand he has just held. PJ looks after him too. Is this the moment? It seems like he's in a good mood. But just as he's about to set off, Mam spins around on the two of them. Well, she barks. What kind of performance was that, might I ask? Cass doesn't say anything. She stands there with her gift in her hand. She looks like she is now fully underwater, her eyes vacant, her hair floating in 100 different directions. It's bad enough your father doesn't see fit to show himself. What's all this mealy-mouthed business of I haven't got into college? You're sulking because you couldn't go to Dublin with Elaine, is it? You're getting your own back. I haven't got my results, Cass murmurs. You'll get in, Mam says. And now it's she who has the bugs up her eyes. I'll tell you this, miss, you'd better get in. It's hard enough to hold my head up in this town as it is. And as for you, now it's PJ's turn, what's the matter with you all of a sudden? Nothing, PJ says, I'm fine. Good, Mam says, because you're going to this bloody dinner if I have to carry you in on the stretcher, do you hear me? You can wait and die till after it's finished. She steps back, hands on her hips. Listen, lads. She tails off, hangs her head. She looks like the music teacher at school right before she had to go on a career break. Then, from behind her, comes the sound of laughter. Grandad reappears with Dad in tow. Both of them are laughing. Beside his father, Dad looks younger, boyish, a freshness about his mouth and a wideness to his brow. I found him out in the woods, Grandad said, building himself a fort. Well, I'm here now, Dad says. And then to Mam, can we offer the man a drink itself? Where are my manners at all? She says. No need, Grandad says, and then Scotch. A single malt, if you have it. Yes, he says. This is a real treat. To be back and see you all again. Shame I have to go to this bloody old dinner. It's a great honour, Mam says, handing him a glass. For the whole family. Don't feel under any obligation, Grandad says. There's no need for you all to be dragged along. It'll just be a load of old geezers like myself making speeches. We wouldn't miss it for the world, Mam says. Isn't it a celebration of everything you've achieved? Aye, Grandad says with a chuckle. Better do it quick so, while there's still any of it left. Isn't that right, Dickie? He claps Dad on the back, raises his glass. Cheers. From his bedroom, PJ listens to the hilarity below. He can't remember the last time he heard Mam and Dad laugh. Now there's no stopping them. It's like they've saved up their entire annual store for today. He takes off his new jumper, new shirt, new shoes, old trousers, pulls on his school PE kit. What are you doing? Cass is in the doorway. We're going for dinner in like 20 minutes. Oh yeah, he says. She looks at him, and then, when he doesn't say anything else, she rolls her eyes. I feel like I'm living in an insane asylum, she says. PJ laces up his new shoes, goes to check himself in the mirror, puts on a hearty laughing smile like Uncle Frank has in the photograph. He takes a deep breath, heads out to the stairs. New strategy. This one's much better than the roof idea because it's personal. Still, the next moments are crucial. He waits on the landing till he hears the dining room door open, Grandad humming as he walks down the hall. That's his cue to go bounding down the stairs, football under his arm. Whoops! Whoa, sorry, Grandad. No harm done, he laughs. Where are you off to? You know we're leaving for dinner shortly. PJ nods. Yeah, I thought I might practice my kicks for a few minutes before we go, he says. You know, like Uncle Frank did, he adds. Good man, Grandad says. He turns for the toilet. Come back, shrieks PJ's heart, while his head goes, You idiot, you should have stuck with the roof plan. What kind of boots did he use? He blurts. Boots? Grandad says. He pauses in the hall, then turns around and looks at PJ's feet. You're not wearing those, are you? Says PJ, looking down at his new shoes. Have you no proper boots? PJ looks sorrowful. Well, no. See, my feet have had a growth spurt and the old boots don't fit. Grandad scratches his magnificent silver head. Well, you can't kick with those. They have boots for sale in Elvery's, PJ says. They're marked down to €50, but the sale ends today, so if you happen to have €50 cash, I could go and get them before we go in for dinner. Or that's what he means to say, but it all comes out in a jumble, and right in the middle of it, Mam appears and starts yelling, "PJ, what in God's name are you doing in that get-up? We're going out in 15 minutes. I just want to go and practice me kicks," he says in a low voice. "You're what?" Mam looks blank. "We're discussing a new pair of boots," Grandad explains. "Oh, those bloody feet of his. You'd need a bank loan to keep up with them," Mam says. "Go back upstairs, you, and get changed, and stop bothering your Grandad." She hurries off to put on her makeup. Grandad chuckles. "Your Uncle Frank was always looking to me for a dig-out too," he says. He takes out his wallet. PJ's heart thuds. At last, this nightmare will finally be over. "However, I don't actually carry cash much anymore," Grandad says. "Wait, what?" "I find it bulky and inconvenient," Grandad says. "I mostly use the card." PJ stares at him in horror. "However, after dinner, you and I will take a little trip into Elvery's and we'll buy the best boots they have," Grandad says. "Will that do you?" He twinkles down at him like God, infinitely able to do everything except understand what you need from him. PJ nods, tries to smile, though he feels like his skull has preemptively turned to ice and is about to fall through his, "Oh wait, there's a 50, Grandad says. He takes a note from the wallet and puts it into PJ's hand. "PJ, for the love of God," Mam on her way back. "Yes, ma'am," PJ says, and this time the smile is real. Back in his room, he starts stripping off the jersey and putting on the new clothes, but he's so happy. He's so happy that he can't resist taking his phone out from the locker where it's hidden and switching it on and taking a photo of the cover of the game with the Statue of Liberty wearing a swastika and sending it to Nev. "Look what my Grandad brought." Nev gets the message but doesn't reply. PJ pictures him in his room, scowling, jealous, and takes a moment to exult before sending the same photo to Zargham. "Check it out! Black Dawn too!" "Whoa," Zargham says. "Want to come over and play it later?" "I'm busy later," Zargham writes back. But then right after, "Okay, maybe." "Kids," Dad calls from downstairs. PJ throws on his weird new clothes, keeping the €50 note bunched in his hand the whole time, then runs downstairs and is all set to get into the car when he realises, just in time, that the rest of the money is still hidden in his rucksack out in the bunker. He can sneak out during the dinner and pay ears off. "Back in a second," he shouts over his shoulder. Dad makes some sort of sound of protest or mystification, but PJ's already gone through the garden into the field. It's a beautiful day. The sunlight so strong that even when he enters the woods, it's almost blinding. In the far distance, he hears Dad calling him again. He shouts back something meaningless, hurries on. It's hard to run in the new shoes, but already his feet hurt less. He takes the left fork after the fallen oak, skids down the slope into the gully and out again. He is not worried about the tattooed man. Nev says he's staked out the house for 3 days and there is no one there. See, everything is working out. Everything is going back to normal. "Hey dude, did you get a bunch of weird messages from me yesterday?" He passes the log where he saw the red squirrel. In his head, he's at the hotel, handing Ears his €163, bringing this whole sorry saga to an end. "That everything?" he says with a touch of haughtiness. "Yeah," Ears says, then grudgingly, "Thanks." "Hey, my phone sent out a bunch of messages, sorry if you got some." And PJ walks away unbeaten, live streamed back to the dinner, which is a success. What a lovely time they have. Everyone is so happy. "Why did we ever fight or worry?" Dad says. "Just because of money. Money. Grandad repeats. I have loads of money. You can have as much as you want. But one condition, you can't get divorced. Mum and Dad look at each other and burst out laughing. Did you seriously think we'd get... And then the same conversation over again, only this time it's, boarding school, did you seriously think we'd send you to... Someone hacked into my account, some weird Nazi sicko. And next thing you know, everyone wants to buy cars again, and Dad's chasing him and Cass, laughing through the woods like when they were little. Then Cass goes to college in Dublin, but frequently returns to see them. Then PJ goes to college too, and studies AI plus robotics, lives with Cass, has a lab in the attic. I asked my dad to find out what happened. That is a brilliant invention. Elaine coos at his shoulder as he works with his lab coat on. Stand back, it's highly dangerous, he tells her. Sorry, dude, I hope everything's okay with you. PJ is so busy with these happy envisionings of the future that it isn't till he's almost at the bunker that he realizes the forest is silent. The birds aren't singing, no squirrels scurry out to check who's coming. Light wheels through the branches, but suddenly it feels freezing cold like panes of ice breaking over him. Someone's been out here and now everything is still and watching. He walks on slowly, fallen leaves crackling conspiratorially under his feet, and when the bunker appears through the trees, he grows tense in case someone is hiding inside. Someone who'll come lunging from the doorway. It's only when he draws nearer he realizes there is no doorway. In its place stands a slab of metal. He puts his hands on it, pushes it to see if it's real. It's real. He puts his shoulder to it, shoves hard as he can. It doesn't budge. There is a whimpering sound. It's coming from him. How? What? Why? Push it again. Nothing. He turns away from it, mouth open, scouring the ground, scouring the sky for an explanation. And now the forest comes to life with a chorus of caws and croaks and clicks and tweets and screeches. The wind in the leaves, a mighty multi-tongued hiss from every direction, as if to laugh at his predicament, as if to say, well, little boy, what now? Jesus, PJ, what are you at? We need to get going. Dad's standing at the car's open door. In the white sun he looks simultaneously young and old, like a boy who hasn't slept for 1,000 years. Dad, PJ's voice is faint in his ears, like it's blown in on the wind. Dad, what happened to the bunker? Come on now, PJ, we're all waiting for you, Dad says. From inside the car, faces look out, blue-grey, half invisible. The bunker, the shed out there. There's this metal door on it. I couldn't get it open. Yes, we sealed it up. We're going to do some work on it. But how do you open it? You're not supposed to open it. It's not safe to go into. Okay, but it's just I left some stuff. I had some stuff in there. We don't have time for that now. We'll talk about it after. It's just I need to get later, Dad says, after the dinner. But I really need it now. It'd only take a second. Will you get in the car? Will you please just get in the damn car? What a glorious day, Grandad says as Dad starts the engine. Of course, in Portugal it's always like this. His face appears between the seats to peer back at them. How are we all? Oh, thrilled to bits, Mam says. Her face bone white, though it's covered in makeup. You've never been to a Lions Club dinner, or you'd know there's not much to be thrilled about, Grandad chuckles. The speeches, God, they go on and on. Are you still there? I think you might be ignoring me, sad face. No, I just had some stuff going on. My granddad's here. Oh, cool, great. You know I didn't send you those messages, right? Smiley face. I would never do that, we're best friends. Sure, smiley face. Grandad is telling Dad what the roads are like in Portugal. Dad is driving. Beside PJ, Mam's hands are white on her purse. On the far side of her, Cass lets out a sound between a gasp and a sob. She brings a hand to her mouth. He sees the colour drain from her face. Her phone raised up before her like a dagger. Listen. Would the plan still work if I came today? You're going to come today? I'm trying to figure it all out. Would it still work? Great news! Oh, we will have such fun! He says he will come and meet PJ at the station. He says his mam will be there too now. She has come back early. He has told her all about him. He says the video game shop is having a sale. He says they have got a new puppy. Wow, that's great, awesome, PJ says. There's a bus leaving the town square 1 hour and 45 minutes from now. 15 minutes before PJ said he'd meet Ears. He will be in Dublin before the Angelus rings. Incredible! So you're definitely going to do it? Yes, but... His thumb hovers over the keyboard. There's just one thing he needs to know. But how to put it, how even to ask. Something like, Ethan, are you real? Are you real? Like, are you really a boy? With a mam who makes cookies and a spare room with a skylight and a friend who works in the zoo? The moments pass. His thumb hovers. There is no way. The car slows, arriving into town. Ethan writes, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. And still PJ doesn't reply.
The Widow Bride. 1. On the way to the hotel, she thinks she will shit. Literally shit. It's only a 10-minute drive. She went to the toilet before she left. Still, passing Craigan's, it comes on her suddenly, so strong she's on the point of telling Dickie to turn the car around and take her back home. But then thinks, would she even make it back? Should she just say, pull over, let her run out onto the grass? My God. That would be about right, wouldn't it? On the side of the road, with her knickers down and the whole town gawping at her as they pass. That would about put the tin hat on it. No. She grits her teeth, clamps her legs together, recalls someone, PJ, probably, telling her the sphincter is the most powerful muscle in the human body. In the front, meanwhile, the two men, father and son, cool as can be, Morris primping himself in the mirror, giving a little nudge to the silver hair at the back of his head. Dickie watching the road, expressionless, as if none of this has anything to do with him. Sitting on the speed limit, though there's not another car in sight. Will he say it to him at all? Or will he let him slip off back to the Algarve? He still doesn't get it, does he? Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he still doesn't see what's coming at them. You're a martyr to that man. That's what the girls say. The things he put you through, Imelda. Beside her, the kids both buried in their phones, till Morris turns in his seat. You're awfully quiet, he says. Are you there at all? Imelda nudges PJ. No point talking to the other one. Your granddad's speaking to you, she says. PJ looks up, wild-eyed, like he's just been pulled out of a dream. How's that game? Is it the right one? The fellow in the shop said it was the latest installment. Yes, no, it's definitely the right one, thanks a million, PJ says. What is it, World War II? Fighting the Nazis? Right, only this one's set in the present, so like if the Nazis had won the war, it's an alternative reality. Alternative reality, is it? Morris says. He turns back around. Well, they couldn't do much worse a job than the current shower. He reaches into his jacket pocket, takes out a small bundle of note cards and leafs through them. Then, satisfied, looks out at the road again, the world rushing to greet him. Dickie was hoping to have a word with you after the ceremony, she pipes up. Because if she doesn't, he never will. Weren't you, Dickie? Dickie doesn't say anything. A quick word about the shop, she says, before you go flying off again. Because he's told her 10 times, if he's told her at all, how he's leaving first thing tomorrow for a golf game. A 4-ball, he called it. At first, she thought he was saying he'd a fur ball, like a cat. She wondered if that was something rich people get, like the gout. Of course, said Morris, the whole world's pal. Nothing the matter, I hope. No, she says, thinking. He knows well what's the matter. Sitting by the pool in his Portuguese golf resort, watching Dickie make a bigger and bigger mess of things and not lifting a finger to help. Does he take her for a fool? Now she said it, the pressure eases a little. She takes a deep breath, takes out her phone. Someone off Strictly caught doing the dirt Balenciaga runners on special. Those are nice. The 38 best cures for puffy eyes. Someone off X Factor caught doing the dirt. She scrolls and scrolls. It will be okay. People never have to shit by the side of the road. It just doesn't happen. But then the car slows. She looks up sharply. What's going on? Why are we slowing down? Tractor, says Dickie. Yes, an ancient old jalopy, chugging along in front of them. An owl lad up in the cab, swaying back and forth, giving no sign of knowing they're there. Can you not go around him? She says. There's no overtaking for the next 2 kilometres, he says. Oh, Jesus, Dickie, we'll be late. Could you just pass him out? But no, he will not. Instead, he waits patiently as the orange tractor judders along at a snail's pace, and looking behind her, she sees a line of cars has appeared, and her bowels lurch back worse than ever. She clenches her whole body, but she can't hold it any longer. She can't. They will have to stop here, at the side of the road, where there is only a field and not even a bush you might hide behind, and every bloody car in the county lined up to bear witness. Is that Imelda Barnes? They will say. What is she doing? Squatting in the grass with her knickers down, shitting her guts out. The final humiliation. Forget about a dig-out after that. But she has no choice. She reaches out to tap Dickie on the shoulder, tell him to stop the car, thinking, it is hell to be alive. Hell to be a person. Hell! The tractor turns off the road. Dickie changes gear, speeds up. Air streams in through the window. The wave subsides. She sits back, unclenches. It is going to be okay, she tells herself. It is only a hotel, only a place. There is nothing there now that can harm you. A martyr. That's what the girls say. Honestly, Imelda, we don't know how you can stand it. It's not till they've parked that she realises Cass is crying. Dickie and PJ and Morris are already on their way up to the entrance where the big wigs have assembled. But Cass won't get out of the car. She stares up at Imelda, white-faced, tears dripping all over the dress that's brand new. And she not even in the door of the hotel yet. What is it? Imelda says. Sarah Jane Hinchy was at the viewing, she whispers. What? Imelda says. What viewing? Sarah Jane who? She was looking at apartments with Elaine, Cass says. She covers her face. What if they end up living together? Well, on another day, Imelda might have indulged her a little, though she can't make head nor tail of it because clearly the girl is upset. But the fact is that if she doesn't find a lady's immediately, it is going to be Ragnarok. So she grabs her daughter's chin between her finger and thumb and twists her face around to look at her. "Not now," she says. "Do you hear me?" Cass's teary eyes look back with a mixture of grief and defiance. "Do you?" she repeats. Cass nods. "We have made it this far," she says, speaking to herself as much as to Cass. "All we have to do now is get through this dinner, and then, please God, things will start looking up." But then she climbs out of the car, sees the hotel facade shimmer in the heat. It all comes in on top of her once again, and she thinks, "I cannot do this, I cannot." Then she feels an arm slip through hers. It's Morris. "You won't mind if I borrow your wife momentarily," he says to Dickie. Leads her away without waiting for a reply. Through the grand entrance past the mayor and the other men in their black coats, bending in to her, he murmurs, "I have never seen you look so sublime." "Oh, God, you're as full of it," she says back to him. But she lets him carry her onwards through the lobby, past the sweeping staircase to the doors of the ballroom at the end of the hall. And there she is glad of his arm, because for a moment that is all that's holding her up. She had told herself that it surely would be different now. After 18 years, it would have to have changed. But no. It looks exactly the same. Same carpet on the floor, same paintings on the wall, same flock of white napkin swans floating on the tables, and smell of soup in the air, and the same red curtains behind the stage where they had the band. All of it comes rushing at her at once. All of these details she doesn't even remember noticing, roaring up to her like a horde of ghosts, like they've been waiting all this time for her to come, to make her look at them. Remember, 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 remember. And she feels sweat trickle down from under her arms. It was hot that day too. She was sweating in her dress. The straps of the corset dug into her. Her eyelid throbbed like it might explode. The air was like the air of a tomb. Through the white mist of the veil, her breath came back at her, damp and warm, making the stuffy room warmer still. Stuffier still, and she felt in her lace heavy as lead concrete. A girl in a concrete dress sinking down through the floor. Applause breaks out as the guests realise Morris has arrived. Then around the room others turn and join in, and the noise builds. Morris, suave and magnificent, receives it graciously, modestly, and leaning on his arm. Imelda smiles and smiles. When in doubt, smile. That's what Clara Langan says. When it hurts, smile. "He has a good turnout for it, at least," Dickie says, as Morris relinquishes her to meet his audience. "He has, it's true. He'll be in good humour afterwards. You'll be sure and talk to him, won't you, Dickie?" she says to her husband. Dickie doesn't reply. He looks pretty shook himself. Is it the thought of speaking to Morris, or does he remember it too, that day? He must. But before she can ask him, someone comes over to shake his hand, and Dickie pastes on a smile of his own and gets to work. It seems endless, the parade of well-wishers, taking her hand and kissing her cheek. Many of them had been here then, too. Men on the up, as they were then. Influential men that Morris calculated it would be good for Dickie to know. That's how he had thought even then, even after everything that had happened. A businessman to the core, and he was right, wasn't he? For 18 years later they are installed in the Chamber of Commerce, the Common, the Dairy Council, for all the good any of them ever did for Dickie. They laugh and laugh, and call her a darling, while their wives look her up and down with unconcealed distaste, their eyes like needles unpicking a stitch. Yes, she knows well how they talk about Dickie hereabouts. After everything he's done for these self-same lions for the Rotary Club, and the Winnies and the football club, as well as giving jobs to half the layabouts in the town. Gombeans who wouldn't be let stack a supermarket shelf, let alone run a cash register. Who was it had taken them in and paid them good money to sweep the shop floor? Only Dickie. Even when times got tough, out of pure kindness. Not to mention the others, the ones even he couldn't employ, but who'd shuffle up to him regardless with their tales of woe. I fell out of a digger, I did in my back, I lost me job because money was robbed from the till, but it wasn't me who took it. And Dickie, out with the checkbook, out with the cash, slipping 10s and 20s and 50s even. You're a soft touch, she'd tell him. You think Morris got where he is forking out money to every sad sack that tries it on with him? But he couldn't say no, though she knew as soon as the money ran out, they would turn on him, rich and poor alike. And so they did. They call him a fool now, and they are right. And what do they call her? What is she in their eyes? Only the biggest sob story of all. They look at her, no doubt, and they see where it all went wrong for Dickie Barnes. In this very spot, they tell each other. This is where it started. People. Could you be up to them? She takes out her purse and tells Cass to go to the bar and get her a gin and tonic. And get a Coke for yourself and your brother too. PJ, put that phone away or I'll take it off you. I won't tell you again. Can we have crisps? Cass says. Crisps, Imelda says. Aren't you about to have dinner? But then her eyes fall on PJ, pale as a ghost. He is not himself these days. It is all this worry. You try to keep it from them, but they always pick it up. Oh, jeepers. All right, she says. Cass goes off with a scowl, with PJ limping after her. Every time she looks at him now, she sees his poor foot as it was in Arnott's, blue-white and cut to ribbons. She could have died of shame. God, if it will only come off at Morris. Imagine having money again. Imagine not worrying. But it will come off. He is not an unkind man. And they were right to wait till they saw him in the flesh and not be asking him on Skype. It's harder to say no to someone if they're right in front of you. Anyway, isn't it his fault they're where they are, landing them not just with the garage, but the bloody house? He sticks them with a dying business and €1 million of negative equity, then fecks off to the Algarve. The parade continues. She greets the Monsignor and Phil, the head mechanic, and the Cronins, and the Woodleys, and some bigwig or other from the microchip factory. She smiles her brightest smile over and over, a lighthouse blinking into the indifferent ocean, wondering are they ever going to sit down, when who salutes up to her except Big Mike Comerford. Well, says he. Well, Mike, she says back, as politely as she can manage. You're looking very well, says he. Thank you indeed, she says, peering about for someone to rescue her. But the entire room has its back turned, it seems, so she's stuck there with Big Mike saying, well, at her. That's a lovely dress, he says. Thank you, she says again, looking off in the other direction. It suits you, he says. The cut or whatever, the fit. Says Imelda. It's Clara Langan, isn't it? He says. Imelda, in spite of herself, does a double take. I recognise the leaves, he says. touching the patterned sleeve of her dress. The oak leaves. She puts them on everything because she's from Kildare. It's a motif. Well, you could knock Imelda down with a feather at this point. It's as if the postman's dog had suddenly come up to her and struck up a conversation. And though she never has been able to stand Big Mike, even before he bought her beloved Touareg to give to the housekeeper that he was having it off with, or left his half-built houses there on the land at the back of the woods with the doors open for any rat or tinker that might want to stop by, still, the fact remains that the motif or the fit or the cut were not things that Dickie had chosen to comment on, nor how well or otherwise she might have looked in it. Instead, he just stood there biting his lip as she took it out of the box, and she could tell he wanted to ask how much it cost, but he didn't dare, because he knew she would have picked it up and literally stuffed it down his throat. "I saw her on the Late Late," Big Mike says. "She's a mighty woman. Started out as a model and now she has her own fashion line." "And furniture," Imelda says. "As she does Whole Foods too, gluten-free." "Is that so?" Big Mike says. Well. He shakes his head a moment, and then, "Did you ever consider that line of work?" "What?" she says. "Making furniture?" "You think Clara Langan is there in her shed knocking wardrobes together," he says with a laugh. "She's the face of the brand, the one people recognise. You'd be well able for that," he says. "A woman like you." "A woman like me 20 years ago," she snaps back. "You may get along now, Mike Comerford, with your old blather." Though it's true the girls have said similar things to her. "With your looks, Imelda, you could still do it. Start off with your picture in the Sunday Independent posing in a bikini with a box of dishwasher tablets. Next thing you know, you're an entrepreneur." They mean well, she knows. But how it sounds in her ears is, "Look what you could have done, Imelda. Look what you could have been if you hadn't stayed here, if you hadn't reached for the first lifebelt thrown to you in this very room," she thinks, and again everything seems to swirl around her. So it's a mercy then when Cass reappears, walking hunched forward with the drinks clasped together in her hand. Imelda turns away from Mike and takes her glass and mixer before they all go crashing to the ground. Cass gives her back the money. "They were free," she says. "Uh-huh, a free bar," thinks Imelda. "That explains the crowd." "Have you met my granddaughter?" Morris says to the mayor. Everything he says, he makes it sound like he's donating a Ming vase to a museum. "Cassandra will shortly be commencing her studies at Trinity College Dublin, studying English literature." Big Mike takes out his phone. "Let's get a picture of you all together," says he. "Smile." "Where's PJ?" Imelda says, but Mike is already taking the picture. He looks down at his phone. "Lovely," he says, and then, "Give us your number there, Imelda, and I'll send it on to you." What can she do but give it to him? A moment later the photo duly arrives with Imelda's hair like a bird's nest, Dickie looking like he's about to have a stroke, Cass with a face on her of the purest misery, and Morris and the mayor beaming in the midst of them like they're paying a visit to a mental hospital. "We met a friend of yours up in Dublin," Big Mike says to Cass. "Sarah Jane Hinchy. She has a sister who's an estate agent who's on the lookout for a flat for the three of you." "The three of us," Cass repeats. "Oh, you're going to have a ball up there," Mike says. "A ball." "I told you we would have been back in time," Cass mutters at her when he finally shambles off. "What's that?" Imelda says. "If we'd gone up for the viewing, we would have been back in time," Cass says, and gives her a look murderous. as if the whole dinner had been engineered by Imelda herself specifically to torment her daughter and stop her from getting to view flats with her friend. When the whole reason they're here, practically, is so they can get her to Dublin, and though she regrets speaking to her sharply in the car, she thinks she may nonetheless blow her top. When somebody prods her in the back, and a voice says, "I've my eye on you, Imelda Barnes." She turns around, Geraldine and Maisie with her, the cavalry. Thank God. "Where have you been?" she says. "I didn't think you'd come." "Are we late?" says Geraldine. "We went for a glass of wine in Bojangles." "You look gorgeous," she says. "I do not," Imelda says. "I'm a state." "Isn't this brill?" Maisie says, looking around her. "It's like a wedding, only everyone's old." "I see he's sniffing around after you now, is he?" Geraldine nods to Big Mike on the other side of the room, with his arm around his wife. "The brass neck on that man," Imelda says. "How can he show his face here among decent people?" Though it strikes her that people are probably saying the same thing to each other about herself and Dickie and their deaths. "Have you heard the latest?" Geraldine asks. "What?" says Imelda. But then she notices Cass, of course, long ears, drinking all this in. "Go and find your brother," she tells her. And Cass stalks off with the usual roll of the eyes, sighing, etc. "What's she so down in the mouth about?" Maisie says, peering after her. "Oh, don't talk to me," Imelda says. "She's your penance," Geraldine chuckles. "For whatever you were yourself at that age." "Who else is here?" Imelda says. "Una had to go up to Dublin for her radiotherapy," Geraldine says. "Roisin's on her way." "Here she is now," Maisie says. "That's a gorgeous eyeshadow, Roisin. What's it called?" "Maniac," Roisin says. She looks around her. There's not one single man here under 50. The girls meet once a week in the back room of Una Duan's shop for tidy towns, but much of their time is spent discussing Big Mike and his doings. The consensus among the girls is that while he is undoubtedly at fault, Joan the wife had a hand in it too. "How could she have let a woman like that into her house?" Geraldine says. "Blonde bombshell, thin as a whip, apart from a set of knockers you'd give your eye teeth for. It was hardly a mystery how that would turn out." "The mistake was to get a Brazilian," Maisie says. "She should have got a Pole. The Brazilians are too sexual. The Poles are better looking, but they're frigid." "Sexual or not," Geraldine says. "She had gold digger written all over her. Who would trust a woman like that?" "He's lucky Joan took him back," Maisie says. "He's signed 90% of his business over to her to stop the bank getting hold of it," Geraldine says. "That's what woke him up in the end, I'd say. Big Mike's an Egypt, but he's no fool. However nice Mrs. Brazilian knockers are, he'll be damned before he gives all that up." "He'll never give up, that fella," Maisie says. "He'd try it on with anyone." "Joan'll be keeping tabs on him," Geraldine says, "and her spies too. You know what this bloody place is like. Everybody sees everything." There is a silence for a moment, then Maisie says, "Are you not afraid you'll get seen?" "No, because I'm careful," says Geraldine. Her eyes dart left and right, then in a lowered voice she says, "He might be here right now." "What? Mystery Mickey? Here?" The girls all clamour at once, then start looking over their shoulders. "Who is it? Tony Daly? It's not the mayor, is it?" Geraldine wears a cat's smile, then whispers, "Will I show you a picture of him?" She takes out her phone and swipes through it. then passes the phone to Maisie, who lets out a sort of yelp, then stops her mouth with her hand, then passes the phone to Imelda. "What do you think of that now?" says Geraldine. The picture is of a penis. An erect penis. "Look at her face! She'd love to get a hold of that, wouldn't she? Oh, our Imelda's far too pure for anything like that. She's not pure at all, she just prefers teasing them, don't you, Imelda? God, the amount of wanks the men of this town must have had over you. Thousands, literally thousands." "Ma'am, can I have €1 for the video game?" PJ says, appearing out of nowhere. Imelda whips the phone out of sight, then reaches for her purse, then drops the phone. Geraldine laughs and laughs. Geraldine is having an affair. She is, what's the word? Unrepentant. "Look it, girls," she says. "I've been married 22 years and I'm done trying to con myself. I backed the wrong horse and that's all there is to it." At the same time, she doesn't want a divorce. "Why put yourself through that at this stage of the game?" she says. "Why put the kids through it? No, this is much better, and when I get tired of him, I can just chuck him and no hard feelings." "What happens if you fall in love with him?" Imelda asks. Geraldine just laughs and says she'll take her chances. What Imelda wanted to say, of course, was, "But it's a sin." Just like when Roisin is waving her white band around and telling them how wonderful it is being swingle, as she calls it, she wants to say. But it's a sin. But she doesn't, because she knows what they will say back. "Honestly, Imelda, do you still believe in all that stuff after everything you've been through?" People are starting to take their seats. There must have been some signal. The girls run off to the bar to stock up before the speeches start. Imelda goes to look for her table. Big Mike winks at her as she goes past. She pretends not to see. The nerve of him after all his carry-on. Although sometimes she wonders, could you blame him? The girl was a real beauty. The housekeeper, Augustina was her name. And he, meanwhile, stuck with a woman like Joan, dull as dishwater, and uptight to boot. One of those types that speaks with her jaw clenched, as if her teeth are loose in her gums, and if she opens her mouth, they'll go tumbling to the pavement. But he didn't have to marry her, did he? Only she had money. Her family had money. That was why he did it. Though no one ever calls him a gold digger. Yes, if she could have talked to that girl, she would have told her straight. Forget Big Mike. Forget cleaning houses. Forget about little towns like this one. You need to act quick. Use those looks God gave you, so by the time they're gone, you have your next life ready to step into. Designer, influencer, nutrition expert. Otherwise, you'll be no more than a former beauty waiting to be betrayed. The wrong horse. The horse who became old. The one people will tell each other, "You'd never know it now, but she was once." Roisin is by the seating plan, looking put out. "I spent a full hour getting into a backless dress and they've stuck me with a table of nuns," she says. "Someone's having a feckin' laugh." And maybe someone is, because when she looks herself, she sees they've been given the very same table they were at before. Just when she thought she was getting used to it being here again, the self-same table and the self-same seat. Looking back over the guests, looking back at her. It's as if someone or something is determined to make her see that it has all been here, all this time. The hotel, the past, waiting for her as long as it took. That's where the cake was. There was the band. Dickie sat on her right, and across the table, Rose. Yes, she remembers, staring over at Rose through the veil, trying to catch her eye, Rose looking away. Of course, she is the only mug who has bothered to sit down. The rest of the guests have drifted halfway to the tables, then stopped. Are they all looking at her? Are they thinking, that's the very place she was sat then, that day too? She wishes she had the veil again. Takes out her phone instead. Clara Langan and her family having a picnic in a park in France. The kids so gorgeous in their frocks, spooning strawberries out of little polka dot bowls. Hashtag summer fun. Clara Langan is wearing the same Balenciaga runners that are in the sale, and now a pop-up appears. Treat yourself, Imelda. Additional 10% off. And she's thinking she almost would, just as revenge for being dragged back here, when a waiter swoops by and sets a tureen of soup in front of her. Then suddenly the room is full of waiters swooping back and forth like seagulls. 4 identical tureens have appeared at the unoccupied places around her. Dickie sits down beside her. Well, he says. She doesn't reply at first, gives him a moment to see if he'll realise. Look over his shoulder, say, Jesus, Mel's, am I going mad, or is this the very self-same table we were at for the wedding? Can you believe it? She'd say, and they'd laugh, and the ghosts would fade away, shaking their bony fists. Tony Daly's after getting one of them self-cleaning ovens, he says. Is that so? Imelda says. That's right. He says it's the business. A martyr to that man, Imelda. You're a martyr. Next, Cass hoves up at the table, slings herself into the chair, plonks a full glass of Coke down in front of her, and sits there, scowling at it. Where's your brother? Imelda asks her. Cass doesn't even look at her. How would I know? Imelda feels rage fizz up into her head like the bubbles in the glass. Everything handed to her on a plate, and none of it means a thing to her. God, but she'd love to bring her back in time. Back to her own childhood. That would put some manners on her. What's for breakfast? Nothing. What's for dinner? Nothing. The sheriff's knocking at the door. The guards, the social, the galoots from this self-same Lions Club with their cardboard boxes of tinned sweet corn and Terry's chocolate orange a week past its expiry date, gawking in past you with looks of horror, like they'd stumbled into a crypt. Learning to sew by putting stitches in your brother's head after Daddy hit him with a claw hammer. How about that for starters? But where is PJ? Most of the guests are sitting now. But she still can't see him. Wasn't he playing video games? Dickie says. But there is a video game cabinet over by the bar, unattended. Maybe he met someone he knew. Who would he know? She says. He's the only child here. Dickie presses his lips together, twists his ring. He couldn't have gone, could he? She says, and a sudden panic rises up in her. Gone, says he. How do you mean gone? Gone, gone, she snaps, without knowing exactly what she means, except that out of nowhere her heart is battering against her chest, and amid the sunlight streaming through the broad windows, everything has gone dark, and in her mind, wherever it has come from, is the terrible certainty that he is no longer here, that the room has devoured him as the price for what happened that day, the life she should never have had. Now she will never see him again, nor will anyone even know who she means when she speaks his name. There he is, Dickie says. Look, there, by the fire exit. And he points to the back of the room where PJ stands fixated on his phone, leaning into the long curtains. Probably texting his pals, Dickie says. I'll round him up. Relief flows into her. No need, she tells him. But he goes and she keeps her eyes fixed on their son as Dickie weaves his way through the tables towards him, as if otherwise he might disappear. He looks so small among the gabbing fatzos, and yet his expression older than it should be. Harrowed. Is that a word? Anguished. This summer she feels she's barely seen him. Can't get a word out of him. The bloody garage, it's fucked everything. The bane of her life, that bloody place. He arrives back at the table with Dickie's hand on his shoulder, sits down and starts mechanically spooning the soup. She resists the urge to interrogate him, waits instead to catch his eye. "Everything okay?" she says. He gives her a smile, and she flinches. For what is it but her own lighthouse beam being shined back at her? A moment later, Morris picks his way through the crowd, whispering greetings and shaking more hands along the way like he's Frank Sinatra. And the moment he sits down, as if everything has been waiting on him, Tommy Shields, head of the Lions Club, gets up onto the stage. "Chicken or beef?" a waiter murmurs at Imelda's ear, then turns to Dickie. "Chicken or beef?" "A few points of business first," Tommy Shields says, and starts pointing out fire exits. Imelda lifts the lid from her tureen. What did she eat that day? Or did she eat at all? It would have been hard with the veil on, but if she didn't, what did she do during the meal? Stare at Rose? Search the shadows? To her right, Morris has put on his glasses to look over his note cards. To her left, Dickie twists his ring round and round, readying himself to make his own sad speech. Across the table from her, where Rose once sat, Cass leans back in her chair, sips her coke, gazes aloofly into space, soup untouched. Last week she'd suddenly taken a vagary that she wanted to visit her. Rose, that is. Kicked up a stink when Imelda told her no. Typical. For years, you practically needed a bulldozer to get her out to the nursing home. Then, soon as you don't want her to, you can't keep her away. Poor Rose. It's been God knows how long. She must get out to her. Once this is over. If it's ever over. Now, Tommy Shields is rehearsing the good work the Lions have done this year. The hampers given out, coal and firewood delivered to the town's neediest. And they are not always who you think they are, he says. From around the room, the faces of the guests are arrayed before her, gazing past her at the stage as they tuck into their soup and soda bread. Monica Chambers, Odette O'Leary, Angela Batt, the dentist, the school principal, the kids' GP. For months now, she has been having the same dream, of a flood that sweeps through the house, carries off clothes from the wardrobes, toys from the cupboards, food from the table. In the dream, she is trying to stop it. She is wading around, pulling things out of the water. But there's too much to hold in her arms, and it overcomes her. The current grows stronger, pulls away the appliances, the kitchen island, tiles from the floor, paint from the walls. The clothes are tugged from her body, till she, too, is carried away. The townsfolk gathered at the edge of the water, watching her go, staring down as she's swept past. In their eyes she is old. Her youth is gone, too. It has all been washed away by the water. Then, as if he can hear her thoughts from the next seat, he reaches out a hand to cover hers and clasp it. A voice whispers in her ear, "You have never looked more beautiful." Dickie? No, are you joking? It's Morris. Never in a million years would it even occur to Dickie to say something like that. "I mean it," he says. "You look sensational." "I don't," she says. "My hair's a disaster." "You're perfect," he says. "You've outdone yourself." Then squeezing her hand again he whispers, "Will you run away with me, Imelda?" Will you come back with me to Portugal? I'm an old man, I won't wear you out. She pulls her hand free and slaps his. Would you go away, Morris Barnes? She has never minded his flirting. She knows that it doesn't mean anything to him, no more than it does to her. They understand each other. They are the same in some ways. Here we are, he says. This is my send-off. My carriage clock. Makes you wonder what it all was for, doesn't it? Don't say that, she tells him. Across the table, Dickie's ears are practically leaping off his head, trying to make out what they are saying. You're in your prime yet. I've a couple of girlfriends now. I'll name no names, but they'd eat you up, so they would. Morris smiles to himself. She bets he has a little senorita back there in Quinta del Lago, and that's why he wasn't home at Christmas. I'm glad you could come, he says. It means a lot to me. I wouldn't miss it for the world, she says. It's a testament to you. Now, our guest of honour today is truly a man who needs no introduction, Tommy Shields is saying. It's strange being back here, Morris says, isn't it? She says nothing to this. I haven't been back since that day, he says. I was almost about to say the funeral. God forgive me. The wedding, I mean. Mention the name Morris Barnes to anyone in this town and they will respond with words like selfless, caring, munificent, Tommy Shields says. It must bring back memories for you, he says. She just smiles. He embodies the spirit of generosity. That is what the Lions Club is all about, Tommy Shields says. That bee, Morris says, shaking his head. Peggy thought it was a sign. But I never doubted that it was the right thing, that you did the right thing. He looks away into the middle distance, the smile lingering on his lips like a keepsake he has forgotten. And for an instant, she sees him again by the graveside in his black coat, his eyes closed, as if he would never open them again, his face emptied, as if that was where they had dug their hole. Get up here, you old so-and-so, Tommy Shields booms from the stage. Morris's eyes reopen. He jumps to his feet, shoots his cuffs and bounds up the steps of the dais. Approaching Tommy Shields, he bows his head in the manner of one well used to being given medals, and Tommy slips the ribbon over it. Around her, everyone's getting to their feet, clapping and cheering. Ma'am, PJ whispers urgently. Imelda turns, sees that Cass is crying, slumped back in her chair, tears flowing down her cheeks, as if from a tap, as if all the grief in the world were flowing through her. The whole room is standing now, the roar of the applause, something thunderous like a river in spate. Dickie stoops, trying to persuade Cass to get up. You have to, he's saying. You have to. Cass pushes him away. Watching the tears fall, Imelda thinks of herself crying behind her veil. It is as if she is looking at herself, looking into the past, as if that day had been waiting here locked up for her to come. So that as Dickie reaches down to tug Cass to her feet, she turns her back on the stage, gazing through the sea of faces that look in turn through her, a tiny fragment of that old hope alight in her heart, to the back of the room where she had waited for him to appear. Her beloved, her betrothed. Frank. 2. Who was it told her the story? It couldn't have been Daddy. He only talked about himself, and Mammy didn't tell stories. just like to brush Imelda's hair. It must have been Rose, so she remembers Rose was there in the house when she was little. And it was the type of story she'd tell, a warning before either of them knew there was anything to warn about. The tale was of a traveller making his way home after a long journey. One night, he finds himself out in the fields after the sun sets, with no house nor inn to be seen, where he might ask for lodging. It is a bitter night, but what choice does he have except to lie down where he is, on the side of a hill, and spread his cloak over him to keep off the cold? A white moon hangs overhead. He shivers on the grass. It takes him a long time to get to sleep, but sleep he does, in the end, only to be woken by the sound of music. He lifts up his head. The moon is gone, the sky pitch dark. Not a soul to be seen wherever he looks, yet still he hears the music. A fiddle, a squeeze box, a bowron, playing a tune for dancing too. He gets to his feet and he moves towards it, and then sees on the other side of the hill there is a door. The door is open a crack, and through that crack light is coming, and music. The traveller pauses, having heard tales himself of the Sidhe, the fairy folk, who live side by side with us invisibly, but from time to time may be glimpsed near a particular tree or a well or a hill that is theirs. Fair to look upon, but masters of cruel magic. If you rub up against them, there's no knowing what they'll do. Kill your cattle for sport, steal your baby, make you sick, or play a trick on you so your face trades places with your arse, or a tree is set growing inside you till the branches reach out of your mouth and your eyes and your ears. Stay away from them, that is best, he knows. And yet the night is so cold. The night is so cold, and the music is so merry, and surely nobody who makes such music would want to do him harm. So he finds himself edging towards the door. He will stop just inside it, he thinks. Listen to the music, stay just until he is warm. He need never speak to the ones inside, whoever they are. Though who's to say they are the fairy folk at all, and not simply people living inside a hill? So he tells himself, and he steps through the door. And he finds himself not in an earthy hollow, but in a mighty hall. A feast is taking place. On the table are plates of every kind of meat, jugs of mead, wine, and whiskey. The people around the table are comely, like no one he has ever seen before. Their hair is yellow, their eyes are blue, and as soon as they set eyes on him, they let out a cheer, as if they have been waiting for him before they begin. They sit him down, put a goblet in his hand, tell him to eat his fill, which he does. And when he is full, they take his damp old cloak and put a fine robe on his shoulders, and on his head a circlet, and on his finger a ring all of gold. The goblets too, the plates are gold. Gold chains around each feaster's neck. Gold lines the walls. A maiden takes his hand, her hair golden as a summer's day. The music restarts, though he can't see who's playing. The maiden dances him round and round, kisses his forehead, his cheek, his lips. He tells her he has a wife waiting for him, and she laughs. Those things don't matter here, she says. This is a place without care. So he dances and he drinks, and every time his goblet is empty, it's filled again, without his ever seeing how. And the feast goes on, but he doesn't get tired. And the kind people who have brought him into their feasting hall stand in a circle around him as he dances with the maiden, and they clap and they cheer. Such friends, he thinks. And then he wakes up. It is morning. He is lying in the grass on the side of the hill. His old cloak spread over him, damper than ever. With a groan, he gets to his feet. His bones ache. In the daylight, he can find no sign of the door in the hill, however he searches. Till he gives it up as a dream, nothing more. Continues on his way back to his village. Along the road, he notices differences. An inn he didn't see before, a wood where he remembers a farm. When he reaches his village, things are stranger still. Someone has made off with his house and left in its place only a pile of stones, and his wife, his children, are nowhere to be found. He asks the villagers where they could be, but those villagers, too, are changed. It is another man now who calls himself baker, another man who calls himself priest, and none of them knows where his family have gone to. Till at last they bring him to a man, an old man with a long grey beard. Yes, he says, he knew of a woman of that name when he was a child. But she was very old, old as I am now, he says, and today lies buried in the churchyard. That is not she, the traveller says, for his wife is young and bonny. Tell me, says the old man, where did you get that ring? And the traveller sees on his finger still the gold ring that was given him by the kind people beneath the hill. And he begins to tell his tale, but before he is done, the villagers rise up, seeing that he is cursed, and they drum him out of the village. And he takes to the roads, and for the rest of his days he goes alone, 100 years away from his wife and children and everyone he once knew, searching in vain for a door in a hill, so he might beg the kind strangers to set him back as he was before he met them. But who knew why that should even have stayed with her? For she didn't live in a hall of feasting fairies, nor in a village either, with a baker and a priest, but on a street of little houses squashed up against each other, like in a big city, with all around them open fields. Over one field was the Texaco that did sausage rolls, and over the other was the Statoil that had pies, though you would have to cross the motorway for that. Their house was at the end of the terrace, so there was space in the yard for the car and the van and the swings and for Daddy's sheds. There were 6 sheds, though one was full of rubbish still from when he had his garbage collection business. He was after the council to come and clear it, but they would not, and that was out of spite, he said. Of the other sheds, 4 contained his wares, though Mammy said no one but he could tell them apart from the rubbish. 200 dolls without heads, 2 pallets of 5-year-old tea bags, a load of radios that only spoke French, cracked Tupperware and dusty disposable barbecues. Some of the stuff had been lying there for years. It was older than she was. Imelda and Lar played in the sheds when Daddy wasn't around, only not the rubbish one, because of the rats. And the 6th shed, he told them they must never go into. That was where he brought Butch, after the council came out about the barking. "What am I supposed to do?" she heard Daddy say to the man from the council. "The kids love it, I can't just kill it." "Nobody's saying to kill it," the councilman said. "Just don't keep it tied up in the yard all day." "When are you going to pick up that garbage?" Daddy said. But the man was already getting into his car. "It was Nolene dobbed them in," Daddy said. She was always giving out about the barking, She wrecked his head worse than the dog. Well, she could plug her effing ears so she could. But then on St. Patrick's Day, they were all watching the parade on TV. There was a girl on the milk float, Miss Premier Dairies, who was the prettiest girl she'd ever seen. And Butch was barking out the back, barking, till finally Daddy roared out, "Fuck's sake!" He got up and went outside and grabbed a brick in one hand and with the other pulled up the stake from the ground and dragged the dog into the shed, the 6th shed. She and Lara tried to stop him, but he sent them back in. It was Nolene next door they should go crying to, he said. After that, they didn't speak to Nolene again, nor she to them. Yes, Daddy could be very hard when he got in a rage. He was on disability now, but he used to be a fighter, and his arms were like the carcasses she'd see hanging in the butcher's van with the heads still on them. She often watched his videos with him. He'd have a beer in one hand, and the other he would put on her shoulder, and he'd say to her, "Watch this fella now that he's about to try and snake up on me with a left." And she'd hide her face away because she thought, Daddy might die. Look it, see him," he'd say, tugging her head up, getting excited as if it were all happening again, and he'd half rise off the couch, bringing his fist up. "Pow!" he'd shout, as the other man fell down on the tarmac, and Daddy descended on him with the fists like hammers. "It was no joke when those fists fell on you," the older lads said. When they took off their shirts, you could see the marks. "You think he's bad now? Yous have it lucky," they said. "Back then, you wouldn't know if he might kill you for real. Back then, when he was drinking." "But he is drinking," Lara said, and they laughed. "That's not drinking." With her, though, Daddy was always gentle as a lamb. The boys are jealous because she had her own room, and she got new clothes while they wore hand-me-downs. But most of all, because Daddy would never hit her, no matter how bad she was, though she was never bad with him. Nor would he let them lay a finger on her, nor anyone else. She was too good for the Scots and savages that lived around these parts, he said. A natural beauty. Some day she'd win the Rose of Tralee. Some day she'd marry a millionaire. In the meantime, she had to be careful. He was careful too, keeping an eye out after school in case some boy should start trying to put the chat on her. Pulling up in the van, they'd peg it before he even got out the door, shouting after them. "None of you mongrels will ever get near a thoroughbred like that, so put it out of your head." And the brothers too, that as soon as she started getting breasts, would always be mocking them. Tits, they called her. "Here, tits!" Always trying to grab her, grope her, pull the towel off her when she came out of the shower, till Daddy put the fear of God into them with a wire coat hanger or the heel of his shoe. But not her. She remained untouched, an untouched beauty like a princess in a fairy tale. And she combed her golden hair and dreamed of the day that her prince would come for her. Mammy said she was vain. "Keep looking in that mirror, miss, and the devil will appear." That was what she said. She had been beautiful once herself, and Imelda was like her doll. She used to dress her up in little smocks and frocks and berets, so the women would coo over her on the steps of the church. But now, Mammy was sick, and she did not go to Mass or anywhere else. There was no more dressing up for either of them. Instead, she sat in her bed and called down to the brothers to bring up her dinner. Though she was sick, she was huge, a mountain of fat, half sunk in the bed, but she spoke in a small, high-pitched voice, like there was a little girl trapped inside the blancmange of her body. When Imelda was born, Rose had told her she'd be her last, and so it turned out. She had tried to have more babies, but they never took. "The gowl is banjoed on her," Imelda heard Daddy tell Nat O'Neill. "The curse never stops." Yes, the gowl was broken, and Daddy's heart was broken too. When he did wrong on her, it was from the grief, he said, of the children he would never have. Mammy thought Imelda was to blame. She thought Imelda had done something to her while she was in her womb, making sure none would follow after her, scheming to take Mammy's place even before she was born. "I see through you," Mammy said. "You might have your father fooled, not me." She called her a troublemaker. She kept tabs on her. Whenever Imelda was alone with Daddy downstairs watching a video on the couch, sooner or later she would hear the groan of the bed above and the thud of the feet on the floor. Then 5 minutes later, Mammy would appear in the door, too out of breath to speak, just staring in at her like an enormous fleshy ghost, till Daddy turned from the telly and yelled to stop letting in a draught, and Mammy, without replying, would turn and huff and plod her way back up the stairs, and the bed would creak and groan again like a coffin lid closing. "I'm wise to you," she would say, when Imelda brought her up her tea. "I'll tell the nuns about you, and they'll lock you away for 100 years. "Don't mind her," Daddy said. "It's just 'cause she's sick." But Imelda was not so sure. What if Mammy saw something he didn't? What if there was something bad inside her? Something that made people want to do bad things, pulled them like a magnet to chase after her on the way home from school, grab her as she passed on the stairs, that made the devils stir in the depths of the mirror. All she could do was try her best to be good. And she was good, she told herself, because wasn't she untouched? While the brothers had black eyes or split lips, and Mammy even sat with an ice pack in her bed before the TV, Imelda was untouched. And that was the proof, and she felt a glow of specialness. And she would stay untouched, she vowed. For though Daddy had plans for his thoroughbred, the truth was that she had no wish ever to be touched by anyone. Then, one day, some men came into the house. She was on the couch with Lar, watching Neighbours, when the van screeched up outside. At the same moment, John Joe burst through the door and hollered, "There's 2 of them!" Meaning vans. The second one they'd driven 50 yards on to block off the road. But she didn't find that out till later. Right now she was looking at the Hiace out the front, which 3 lads came piling out of. One with a lump hammer, one with a car jack, one with a slash hook. A second later, 2 more appeared to join them, a gingery fellow with a bat and a boggle-eyed type that she couldn't see what he had with him, and they all went running out of sight down the front lane, trying to knock down the door. But it was the wrong door they picked. It was poor Nolene's door, their neighbour, which was pretty thick of them, because any idiot could have told them which house was which. Nolene had her yard full of gnomes and wishing wells and climbing roses and little shrubs in pots, while theirs had a Datsun up on blocks and a load of parts strewn over the grass and a ripped sofa with Lar's pony eating the stuffing out of it and a clatter of broken-down sheds. But Imelda thought maybe it was Nolene they were after, that maybe she had complained to the council about them like she had about Butch, and she turned to the boys to tell them, But then she saw Lar looking back behind him with his mouth open, and when she looked back too, she saw John Joe sprinting off down the back garden and jumping over the wall. Then she looked at Lar, and Lar looked at her. "Run," Lar said. Outside, Nolene was shrieking that she'd called the guards, and the men must have realised their mistake, because now, through the frosted window of the front door, she saw a shape appear. "Go on, go," Lar said, pushing her up the stairs, because he mustn't have thought she could make it over the back wall, but anyway, she wouldn't have left him. "Who is it?" Mammy called from the bedroom. "Who's at the door?" She didn't reply. Downstairs, she heard a thudding at the door, then Lar opening it and saying, "Daddy wasn't home. No one's home except me," he said. The man at the door mustn't have believed him, because next thing the house was full of thundering steps. Men's voices as they crowded into the hall, then the front room and the kitchen. "What's going on?" Mammy said, sitting up in her bed. Neighbours on her telly too. "Who is in the house? Where's Daddy?" "Shh," Imelda whispered to her from the landing. "Stop talking." But Mammy did not hush. On the contrary. "I'm a sick woman," she exclaimed. "I can't have all this commotion." Imelda ignored her, ran into her own room and slid under her bed. Through the floorboards, she heard a din of shouting to and fro, and things falling to the floor, and then a clatter of feet on the stairs, and a moment later, closer to her, Mammy's voice saying quieter, "Who are you?" She held her breath, but if there was a reply, she didn't hear it, and after a moment she breathed out again. Then slowly the door creaked open. From under the bed she saw a pair of muddy boots, then hairy hands, then a pair of wolfish black eyes. "Well," he says, "isn't this a nice surprise?" Downstairs the men were taking the house apart, tipping out the cupboards, chucking the cushions off the couch, then turning the couch over. "If you're looking for money, there isn't any," Mammy shrieked from her room, but they paid no attention until Imelda appeared on the stairs. Then they all stopped and looked up. One had pulled out the phone. One had the TV in his arms. Lar was there among them, waving his hands. They all of them stopped and looked up at her. "See what I found," said the wolfish man from behind her. Ringed below her, the men grinned up at her like she was a prize they'd found in a cracker barrel. The lanky one was Golly's age, the ginger one about Christie's, the one with the slash hook about John Joe's, the boggle-eyed one Lar's. The wolfish man was older. He dragged her out by the hair. He pushed her from behind, and she started down the stairs. "Maybe there's another way to settle this," he said. Lar looked at her with his big, white turnip of a head and his dark eyes as she came down and she looked away. The men, or boys, stood aside like she was the guest of honour being escorted to a ball. "What's going on?" Mammy yelled from her bed, but no one answered her. They all followed Imelda and the wolfish man into the kitchen. There were plates on the table with half-eaten sausages and cups of cold tea. On the radio, Larry Gogan playing Boyzone on the golden hour. Like everything was normal. And in her mind, she tried to hook onto those normal things and not see the rest of it. "Let's have a look at you, so." The wolfish man turned her around and beheld her. "Well," he said, "haven't you grown into a fine thing?" She said nothing. After a moment, he gave her a shake. "Haven't you?" I don't know, she said. You have, he said. Your daddy was right about you. He stared at her, and it seemed like his eyes were covered in gunge, like your teeth when you don't brush them. Not the eyes themselves, but the look from them. Where is your daddy? He said. She didn't reply, because she didn't know the answer. Has he gone and left you? He said. His breath rolled up in her face. On the radio, the Just a Minute quiz, and away off upstairs, Mammy yelling and Lar from out in the hall in a fake grown-up voice saying, Now, boys, can we not settle this reasonably? An outside glass still tinkling from Nolene's smashed window and the engines of the two vans that they'd left running, all of it piled up together like a garbage heap of noise, but inside her, silence, where she remained, untouched. And in the silence, the wolfish man, close to her. Have you nothing to say to me? She didn't reply. She breathed through her nose, trying to tamp down the fear, for she knew it would only get him going. But she couldn't stop it. The fear, flaring off her like the steam from a horse on a cold morning. And it did. She was right. It did get him going. Got all of them going. The fear. Or was it whatever was inside her? The magnet, the badness. But she could tell, though they didn't move. She could feel them drawn to her. She could feel something opening up inside each of them. And in their hands, the slash hook, the baseball bat, the car jack, the lump hammer, and the Stanley knife, which she only saw now, but which scared her the most. A Stanley knife in the hand of the boggle-eyed boy, in a super-dry hoodie, who had not said a thing so far, and she shivered, though it was June, and warm, stifling even, with all of them crammed into the tiny kitchen. The quiz still going on the radio, the picture of Jesus on the wall, looking down sorrowfully, pointing at his heart, and the fear flaring off her, and the magnet tugging out of her and coming back to her as a glistening in their eyes, and terrible thoughts going through her head of the girls in Daddy's magazines, with their gowls so red like wounds from touching, and Mammy's own gowl that was busted, and the Rose of Tralee committee that would want to check you, and the knife twitching in the hand of the boggle-eyed boy that made her think all of a sudden that they would not only do what they would do, but afterwards leave her marked forever, a punishment for all those hours mooning at herself in the mirror. And in fear, she tried to make herself smile at the wolfish man, to please him. But it had the opposite effect. He darkened, his mouth twisted, and he said to her, You must think you're God's gift. From upstairs, Mammy started squealing, like it was her they had taken, and the wolfish man shouted over his shoulder, Someone take care of this cat fucking yowling in my ear, then raising his voice, I'll give you something to yowl about, you old bitch, when we're done with this one. And one of them goes off up to Ma, and with his arm, the wolfish man swipes away everything that's on the kitchen table, plates, cans, bottles, a carburettor. They all went crashing to the ground, and that too exploded in her head. No! Lar shouts, and he takes a swing at the ginger lad, who just blinks like he's walloped in the head 10 times a day, then hits Lar a smack that knocks him to the floor, lifts his bat over his head, but the wolfish man says, No, let him see this. And there is a screaming coming from somewhere. Then a hand clamps over her mouth as she knows it's from her. The hand tastes of grease. Inside her head the screaming continues, mixing with the judder of the vans, the still falling glass. Ma banging on the door of the bedroom upstairs, and the hand twists her head back, and the other hands grab her arms and pull her onto the table, and the others too take her ankles, holding her down, and she thinks of Daddy's horses, white rolling their eyes, tugged onto the van by their blue ropes, and then the wolfish man steps forward and pushes his fingers into her thighs and says, "By the time we're done, no one will ever want to look at you again." And he squeezes his face up like the devil come at last out of the mirror and pushes her thighs apart. And then the back door opens and Rose comes in. The wolfish man freezes with his hands on Imelda's thighs, and with the rest of them turns and stares while Rose waddles, huffing and puffing, right past them to the hall, where she hangs up her coat, then back again by the table where they're holding Imelda down to the counter, where she heaves up 2 striped plastic bags and starts unpacking them. Plants, herbs of some sort. One by one she lays them out on the draining board. Only then, when the bags are empty, does she turn and look at the men. "Who's this we have?" she says, and screws up her eyes at them. "The Finlay boys, is it? Francis, Bernard, William, Patrick, John." The men don't say anything to this. "Is your mammy's ankle better?" says Rose. "I was out to her yesterday fortnight." The lanky fellow begins to say something, but the wolfish man cuts him off. "We'd be obliged if you would move along, Rose," he says. "We've business to attend to here." Rose does not reply. Humming to herself, she takes a cup from the draining board and rinses it, then another cup. Behind him the others are confused. The wound-up energy of a moment ago slipped away, though they're still gripping her wrists and ankles. "We've no quarrel with you, Rose," the wolfish man says. "It's Paddy Joe we're here for that done us out of a grand." When she doesn't reply, he says impatiently, "Get her out of here." Before any of them move, though, Rose, filling the kettle, says over her shoulder, "Is that your dog, lads, that's out there barking in the front street?" The boys look at each other. "We've no dog with us, Rose," the lanky one says at last. "Well, that's mighty strange," Rose says, "because as I come in, I seen a black dog sitting in the front street barking his head off like he was calling for somebody." There is a moment of silence while they think about this. Silence. Yes, because somehow the noise of the van engines has gone, and the glass, and everything else. Mammy, the radio. But just as she realizes this, a new sound breaks in. A dog barking. A savage sound like nails hammered into stone, over and over. The wolfish man gives a nod and the gingery lad lets go her ankle, and she hears him open the front door. And for an instant, the barking is louder than ever, seeming to shake the whole house. Then the door closes and the gingery lad comes back again. He is pale. He says something that Imelda doesn't hear. One by one, the lads go into the hall, and finally the wolfish man unhooks his fingers from her, and he goes too. After a moment, Imelda sits up on the table. She doesn't know should she get down or what. She rearranges her skirt, and she waits. Rose has put the kettle on and opened the cupboard. "She knows where the tea's kept in every kitchen for 10 miles round," Mammy said once. The men come back into the room. They seem disturbed. "It's not ours," says the lanky one. Rose pours water into the cups. "Well, it's looking for one of you boys, it sounds like," she says. Is it year? The lanky one says to Imelda. She shakes her head. They've had no dog since Nolene wrote to the council and Daddy had to take Butch into the shed. Is it a black dog? She asks. The men don't reply. It's just a fucking dog, the wolfish man shouts like he's lost his temper. But the others don't say anything to that either. Maybe like Imelda, they're thinking of stories that they have heard, such as the black dog by the lake the day before the Gallagher boys fell through the ice, or the black dog Harriet Maguire saw when she was sick with the cancer, though it was Rose who saw it first and told her, and Harriet smiled for the first time in months. And the black dog that appeared one night under Cawley's window, and when Mary Jo Cawley woke up next morning, their little girl that was so bright as a button was stretched out cold. The men know, like Imelda knows, that as well as healing, Rose sees things. Looking in the patterns of tea leaves, or birds flying, or frost in the well, she sees what'll happen. And sometimes what she sees is death. But does she only see it? Or is it her seeing it that makes it happen? There's a question. Here's what Lars said he saw when he went out to the hall. The 5 lads were gathered around the open door which looked outside to the front street, on which there sat nothing but the barking, she said. You could hear it. No, nothing, he said. Not out there. But they could. They saw it. They heard it. That was the thing. Well, you wouldn't know with Lar, who liked to tell stories himself, but something clearly had passed in the hall, which was why, when they came back to the kitchen, the boys were quiet, and their hooks and their bats and their knives hung by their sides like they'd forgotten about them. You'd best be on your way, lads, Rose said gently, and the back door was now mysteriously open, and like they'd just been waiting for someone to tell them what to do, they turned and filed out. And did they go over the back wall to avoid the dog, or round the side and over Nolene's? Imelda didn't know. But when she looked out the front, the van was gone, and the other was too. Rose pressed a cup of tea into her hands and gathered the plants she'd brought and went upstairs to Mammy. Imelda didn't know what to do now. When she went to the toilet, she could still see the finger marks pressed into the insides of her thighs. But apart from that, she felt okay. Lar had a big lump where the ginger-haired lad had hit him a smack. Maybe you'll start talking sense now, Imelda said. When the guards came, Rose told him it was men from out of town, and Nolene next door said the same. Paddy Joe will get them breakages fixed for you, Rose told her. Then off she went. It was the lanky boy that died 6 months later, after getting a punctured lung from a screwdriver outside a lock-up in Gort. She must have known they were coming, Lar said, when Rose was gone. It takes an hour to walk to ours from her place. She must have left before the vans even got here. Wasn't she coming to see Mammy? Imelda said. It was just good luck. But Lar shook his head, and Imelda didn't believe it either. They were out in the yard in the twilight. John Joe had come back, and then gone out again for chips with them. It was a shame Daddy wasn't there, Lar said. He'd have taught them fellas a thing or two. And the brothers too. Not John Joe, who'd run for it, which was just like him, but Golly and Christy. Can you imagine? Lar said. Them lads coming in and meeting Daddy and Golly and Christy. It'd be a massacre. Yeah, Imelda said, and then, where do you think they were? Who? Said Lar. Daddy, she said, and the boys. Lar thought about it. They must have gone out on a job, he said. As soon as he said it, she knew that's what it was. When Daddy hears about it, he'll be raging, she said. Right, Lar said. Them lads better get out of town if they know what's good for them. But it was Daddy who had gone away, she learned. Over to England with Golly and Christy. He did not come back for weeks. And in that time, something else had happened, which is that Rose came back to the house and told her to pack her things because she was coming to stay with her. Imelda was surprised. Does Mammy know? But Mammy did know, Rose said. Mammy needed a room of her own now, and she would go into Imelda's when Imelda was gone. What about the boys? Imelda said. What about him? She said, pointing to Lar, who was asleep in his clothes on the couch. He can look after himself, said Rose. So can they all. So Imelda packed her bag and went outside with Rose, where there was a man waiting she had never seen before, and she never saw him again after that, and the only thing she remembered about him was that he had a car that the seats went up and down when you pushed a button, and he drove them to Rose's cottage. She had been there before, of course, when she was sick. It was a proper little cottage, like something from a story, with snowdrops in January, and daffodils in spring, and a patch for vegetables, and another for herbs to put in spells and remedies. There was a rain barrel and a hen house, and a jam jar full of water and wasps that had drowned in it, and a tiny scrap of land behind with a cow that would come over to the gate and lick your face. There was an infant of Prague in the windowsill, and a crow's wing nailed over the door. The cottage was far from anyone, but Imelda was never afraid there. Rose put her in the room where the lodger had been. She said he was a teacher, but under the bed Imelda found a suitcase full of parts of old phones, or that's what they looked like. She showed it to Rose, who said to leave it there in case he came back. Where is he now? She asked, and Rose said he had gone to England. Have you ever been to England? Imelda said. She had never been there, and in her mind it was not a place at all, but a kind of grey mist that people disappeared into and sometimes never came back out of. But Rose just told her to stop talking and chop the carrots. Rose was a healer. Every mother in the county came to her when their baby had colic or wouldn't go down. She told fortunes, too. She knew people's secrets. Visitors called to the house at all hours with maladies or questions, or just to talk. Many of them called her Auntie, as Mammy did too, though whether she was all of their aunt or nobody's, Imelda couldn't tell. She had grey eyes and grey hair, and it was impossible to imagine her ever being young. She might have been there for 100 years, doling out poultices, laying hands on the dying. Well, of course, as soon as Daddy was back from wherever he'd been, he came looking for her. The van pulled up outside and he got out and banged on the door, and though it hadn't been so long since she'd seen him, Imelda was struck by just how big he was. Big and red, with sunburn, and filling up the doorway. He told Rose she had kidnapped his daughter and he wanted her back. But Rose stayed calm and kept her arm across the door and said very coolly that the girl's mammy had given her permission to take her from the house where it was not safe for her. Not safe, Daddy said. How is it not safe? Rose just looked at him. She did not mention what had happened at the house with the Findlays. Who's going to cook? Daddy said. So from then on, Imelda lived with Rose. It wasn't always easy. Rose was strict. Although she never locked her in her room, She always made her go to school, do her homework, go to bed at 10:30. The TV had only RTE, and if no one called to have their fortune told or play cards, they often sat there listening to the wind whistle through the holes in the roof. She often wondered, was it really Mammy's wish Rose take her? Hard to imagine, seeing as Mammy always took Daddy's side. But maybe she knew she was dying, and that changed it. Or maybe Rose knew, and it was she decided, and Mammy just went along. When she died, Rose would not let Imelda go to the wake. At the funeral, Daddy's face was red and sagging like a bag of mincemeat, and John Joe wore his sunglasses inside the church. Lar told her that none of them had slept, and that Daddy had hit a bollard parking the van in town. After they buried her, they all went back to the house. Daddy was drinking and started getting angry at Rose. Told her it was time for Imelda to come back. Didn't care what promises she had made to Mammy. A house needs a woman, he said. We'll see, Rose told him. When they got home to the cottage, she shook her head and said to Imelda, What woman needs a house like that? Still, she started going back more often. Every time the place looked worse, everything tipped everywhere as if the Finlay boys had come again and this time stayed. Daddy in the middle of it. He had barely left the house since the funeral, barely moved from the couch, not even to go to the bookies, just sat drinking in front of the TV, watching his wedding video over and over. Sit, he'd say to Imelda when she came in. Look. Just as he did with his fights. Only now, it would be Mammy and him arriving at the church, or kissing on the altar, or dancing together at the reception. Mammy from a distance chatting with her friends, checking her makeup, looking over her shoulder and smiling at whoever held the camera. My Molly, he would say, tears rolling down his cheeks. My Molly. And then, you filthy bladin' lowlife, as the video player sent white lines up through everything. Oh, you rotten piece of junk, Lar! As it groaned and spat out the tape, and her brother would come scurrying in and try to get it working again. She knew he was beating Lar. The marks were all over his face. Golly and Christy too, though they were bigger than him now, and could surely have knocked him down if they'd wanted. She alone could soothe him. That's why she came. Then he turned on her too. They were sitting together watching the video, and she said without thinking how beautiful Mammy looked. Because she did. You could see it, even through the fuzz and the white lines. It was just something she said every time they watched it. Hadn't bothered him before. Why would it? But this time, the moment the words crossed her lips, she felt him stiffen and her heart sank. He leaned forward with a hiss, reached for the remote, paused the video, then turned and looked at her and said, Well, of course she was. Do you think you licked it off a fucking stone? There was nothing she could say to that. Still he waited, like he expected an answer, staring at her with bulging yellow eyes. Then at last he turned back in disgust, picked up the remote, unpaused it, but only for a second, then paused it again. You have a lot of nerve, he said. And she blushed, though she didn't know what he meant. For a long moment he stared at the screen, at Mammy's frozen face, muttering to himself, as if he was suddenly discovering something that had been hidden for years. She knew he was like this because he was grieving, just as Mammy had said the things she said because she was sick. But she wondered. So she had to keep coming to show him she was good. Not one of the glamour pusses. It didn't work. The more she did for him, the worse he got, as if he saw it all as a trick. "You showed your true colours when you moved into that cottage," he said, "abandoning your home place, your family. What kind of child does that?" "I didn't abandon you," she said. "I'm here now, haven't I?" But that was not the same, Daddy said. She'd been bespelled, he said. That old witch, she'll turn you into a crone like herself, and good enough for you. The brothers stayed out of his way, lifting weights in the shed. They were always saying they would leave, or they would kill him. One day, he threw the frying pan at Lar, and the grease burned his arm right up to the elbow. One day, she came and found the television on its back on the floor, with the video recorder stoved through the screen. Rose forbade Imelda to visit. "It's not safe," she said. Lar said it too. "Don't come. He's not himself." When she went to bed at night, she found herself remembering. Things she'd forgot had ever happened. People running up and down the stairs in the middle of the night. Lights flashing in the yard. She remembered playing with her doll on the floor of a strange room. Her brothers standing around or sitting on the beds. A woman with her hand on Mammy's shoulder, speaking into her ear. While from downstairs came a roaring, the walls shaking like someone was trying to batter them down. No, not safe. Still, she kept going. Who else did he have with Mammy gone? And anyway, she knew he'd never harm her. She knew he knew deep down that she was still his untouched princess. Then one day, Lar called her up and said to come over. "What is it?" she said. She was alarmed because usually he would call to tell her not to come, and this was the opposite. But he wouldn't say anything more. When she got to the house, it was dead quiet. "Where are they?" she said. "Gone," said Lar. "Gone?" she said. "Gone where?" But he didn't know. He had come back from the shop and found the place deserted. The van was gone and the washing off the line. "You think they're off in a job?" she said. "Dunno," Lar said, shrugging with his hands in his pockets. There was something off about him. "What's up with you?" she said. Nothing, says he. But a big grin broke out across his face. For a second, the thought came to her that he might have done them in as they slept, and they were lying upstairs with their heads split open. But no, that wouldn't be Lar. "What is it?" she said again. But still he would only keep giggling and not telling her, till she got angry and turned on her heel to walk back to Rose's. But at the gate he called her back. "Look," he said. He took a hand from his pocket, and there was a wad of purple notes the size of a brick. "Where did you get that?" she said. And he shrugged and giggled again. And when he saw she was about to lose it, he pointed to the shed. "In there," he said. "In the shed?" she said. "You went in there?" She started towards it, but he grabbed her arm. "I want to see it," she said. She had never been in there. It was the shed where Daddy had taken Butch that time. But Lar shook his head, not giggling now. "What's in there?" she said. But he wouldn't answer. She looked again at his hand with the wad of notes. "How much is it?" she said. £3,320, he said. She stared at him like he was winding her up. But there it was, in his hand. "How?" she said. And that was all she could say for a minute. She was thinking of all the times there was nothing to eat, All the times they stayed shivering in their beds because the heat was cut off, their shoes full of holes, the roof full of holes, the van half rust and with no reverse gear on it, Mammy getting sick and not going to the doctor because there was no money to pay him. "What'll we do with it?" Lar said. "Put it back," she said. Her head was swimming. The sight of it made her sick. "Back," he said. "He'll find out," she said. She didn't need to say what he would do. "He left the lock off," Lar said. "It could be anybody gone in and took it." But that didn't matter. "He'll have you in that shed like poor Butch," she said. "Put it back. Please, Lar, he could be on his way back this minute." All right, he said. But first he peeled some notes off the top. "We're getting a night out from it at least," he said. They bought ice creams in the garage, then they walked into town. The evening was warm still. The tar was soft under their feet. Lar kept taking the money out of his pocket to look at it, and then laughing. His face was lit up, like he'd been huffing polish. When they got into town, they couldn't decide would they go to McDonald's or to Burger King. So they went to both. After that, they got a pack of John Player and a naggin of vodka and sat on the riverbank, passing the bottle back and forth. The sun was setting and the river reflecting it like a bonfire, and watching the midges dance around in the fiery light over the water, Imelda felt that there was some enchantment going on, like the man that finds the door into the hill. Or maybe it was just she was outside and free. For when in her life had she ever been out with money, and no daddy or brothers to keep an eye? "Maybe they'll never come back," Lar said. She laughed because they always came back. "Imagine, though," Lar said. "Imagine not seeing him again." He turned to look her in the eye, as if he was asking her to really imagine it, and her blood quickened because she knew what he was going to say. "What if we took it?" "Took what?" she said, though she knew. "We could be gone," he said. "We could take it and get away from here." Her heart pounded. "What are you talking about?" she said. "Get away? Get away where?" "England," he said. She looked him in the eye. He was grinning at her, but behind it was something else, and it dawned on her that he meant it. "You wouldn't dare," she said. "I would if you came with me," he said. "He'd come after us," she said. "He'd kill us." "He'd kill me," Lar said. "I don't know about you." He raised the bottle to his lips. She saw the scar there on his arm from where the grease had burned him. "England's big," he said. "Much bigger than here. We could go to London, change our names." Instantly, ideas came into her head. Crystal Scott, Megan St. James, Ivy something. She had always liked that name, Ivy. She looked at the river, invisible now in the darkness, and imagined Lar and her getting away, and it being like this forever. The two of them free with no one to be afraid of, and she felt a rush like the milkshakes and the cigarettes and the vodka all together at once. They could do it. The lock was off the door. They only had to go through. But then she saw it all yawn up in front of her. London, like a dark river, the names like midges dancing in dizzying specks and disappearing. "I need to think," she said. "Right," said Lar. "Only we'd need to do it soon, to be sure we had a head start." "Yeah," she said. "And if you went," he said, "you couldn't ever see him again." Right, she said. Suddenly, she was tired talking about it. Here, she said. Are we going out or what? Will we go to paparazzi's? And they did. And that, as it turned out, was the end of the London plan. She had never been to paparazzi's before, only heard the girls at school talk about it. Paps, they called it for short. It was packed to the rafters and roasting hot with the smell of links that would knock you down. Inside her, everything was dancing around from the naggin, and all she knew now was she had to keep the buzz going. They bought Jaeger bombs and necked them. Then Lar found a purse that had another 50 in it, so they bought more Jaeger bombs, then went out onto the dance floor. It was heaving. She had to push her way through the bodies. The towny girls wore so much tan it smeared your clothes if you brushed up against them, while the lads all had shirts on tucked into their chinos because you couldn't get in wearing a jersey. Some of them were real slick, but others had the crazed look of boggers from little far-flung villages. Places Daddy would drive the van through without stopping. Nothing you can sell to these people, Daddy would say, which was his greatest insult. Lar's eyes were on stalks looking at the towny girls, with their jabs hanging out and sweat pouring off them, because it was melting in there. A song came on she knew, Wonderwall. A cheer went up. She closed her eyes, and it was like she fell backwards into the music, and it rose up to meet her. Then she opened them again, and then there, in the lightening, darkening, shifting mass of dancing bodies, she saw one body was stood stock still. It was a boy, standing there looking at her. Not in the gawping way of the Chino lads and the boggers. More like she was a puzzle he wanted to solve. He was handsome, like a knight in a storybook. She looked to her left, then to her right. There was no Daddy, no brothers, only Lar, wearing the face off some fatso in white jeans. Nothing to stop the boy as he came towards her. It seemed the crowd parted to let him through. Heads turned to follow him. Even in the gammy light of Paps, his eyes were clear blue like mountain pools. And when she looked into them, everything around seemed dim to nothing, like it had turned to steam. "What's a girl like you doing in this kip?" he said. "Huh?" she said, not understanding, because to her, paparazzi's was like Buckingham Palace and the MTV Awards rolled into one. He smiled, asked her name. She told him Rachel Rice Parkinson, said she was from England, London. She didn't know why she lied. He smirked like he didn't believe her. He had a high opinion of himself, she could tell. And she found it hard to talk. She kept thinking Daddy would reappear, and she couldn't help noticing all the towny girls making sheep's eyes at him. They were looking at him the same way the boys were looking at her. Though in fact the boys were looking at him too now. And as they talked, lads kept interrupting, wanting to say something to him or buy him pints. "Are you some kind of pop star?" she said. He told her he'd scored the winning point in some match or other last week. "Oh," she said. None of them at home followed the GAA. Daddy had the racing on all the time. "It's not important," he said. Though he liked that everyone else thought it was, she could tell. "You're gorgeous," he said. "I suppose everyone tells you that." He made it sound like it was very boring of her. She stared at him, thinking how if her brothers were there, he'd be on the ground now, with 3 pairs of size 10 boots stamping on him, and he wouldn't be smirking then. But then he kissed her, very gently, and she stopped thinking of anything. She had disappeared, turned into steam mixed in with the dry ice, while her body careered pell-mell into sin. Then Lar was there, yanking on her arm, eyes wide. "We've to go," he said. The security was after him for taking the purse. She pulled away from the boy. "Wait," he said. "Give me your number." But there wasn't time. 2 big lads in puffas were wading through the crowd towards them. "Please," he said, sounding desperate. It was very romantic. Lar tugged at her. "Come to the match," the boy called after her. "I've a match next week in town. Will you come?" Okay, she said over her shoulder. "Promise," he cried. But they were running already, weaving through the tunnels of sweating bodies like rats till they escaped into the night. She didn't say anything to Rose about him, though she wondered if Rose knew already. The day of the match, she was still saying to herself, would she go or wouldn't she? Even putting on her makeup, she was debating it, though she knew all along that she would. It was on in the next town over. She didn't want to go on her own, so Lar said he'd come and they would get the bus together. But the time came and Lar never appeared, and when she called him, he didn't answer. Maybe he was angry at her for slowing down his plan, she thought, because he was still talking about that going to England. "If we're doing it, we can't hang around." That's what he'd said. And he was right, she knew. Daddy would come back any day. But she'd made a promise to the boy that she'd go to his football match. "Can we not wait till after that?" she said. "What boy? The fella you were shifting in Paps." "I wasn't shifting him. I didn't shift anyone," she said. "Just wait till Saturday. After that, I'll go with you." "What if after Saturday there's another match?" Lar said. His voice was low and sorrowing. She thought again of the scars on his arm. "After Saturday," she said. "Just that one match, I promise." And she meant it, even though in truth, since meeting the boy, she had thought very little about England, or how they would get there, or what they would do. But now Saturday was here, and Lar was nowhere to be seen. And if she didn't leave now, she would miss the bus. She finished her makeup, then looked in the mirror, and took it off again, then went outside to the gate to see could she see Lar, but there was still no sign of him. So she went back, put her makeup on again, then set off on her own for the bus stop. Thinking of the boy, imagining the things she would say to him. "Darling, I must leave here, and you cannot follow me." Enjoying the sadness of it. When she felt coming over her a kind of chill, a shadow, then realised it was more of a sound, then knew what it was and who as it slowly drew up alongside her. And the window rolled down. "Where are you off to, done up like a brasser?" Daddy said. His arm was rested on the roll-down window. There was a new tattoo of a woman's face that she realised was supposed to be Mammy. Behind him, 1, 2, 3 brothers staring out at her. "Oh," she said, trying to sound glad to see him. "I'm just doing some messages." "Hop in," Daddy said. "I'll give you a lift." The van was dark, stinking of damp, though the weather had been sunny for days. When she got in, she saw Lar was in the back, sitting in the shadows looking at his hands. No one was talking. The door slammed shut. "Where is it you're going?" Daddy said. She had to tell him then. What choice had she? Either she lied and never saw the bonny boy again, or she told the truth and opened the door to who knew what. "I was going to a football match," she said. She looked straight ahead to avoid Daddy's eye. "A football match," he said. "What has you going to a football match?" She wondered if he already knew, if Lar had told him out of spite or to save his own skin. What difference did it make anyway? It was all ruined, the boy and the plan both. Lar was right. They should have gone that day as soon as they had the money. "A friend of mine is playing in it," she said. "I told him I'd go see him." There was silence. She could feel the brothers' eyes glow like jackals in a forest. But Daddy said only, "A match, is it? Sure, we'll all go. Why not?" The grounds when they got there were small and smelled of pea. But there were lots of people making noise, singing songs and letting out roars, rowdy in a good-natured way. Everyone was wearing jerseys and scarves. Some had braided strings in the team colours around their heads too, and there were girls that had those same colours daubed on their cheeks, which actually looked quite well, she thought. You had to pay in, which when Daddy found that out, he sent the brothers back to the van. The teams came out and her heart skipped when she saw her boy. She wondered, would he look for her among the crowd? But in fact, he did not lift his eyes away from the pitch the whole length of the game. Still, she flushed whenever he came close to where they stood, and when the crowd cheered him. When they called out his name, she felt pride in her heart, even though she didn't know what was going on. Nor did Daddy. He kept asking questions. "Who's that fella now? Why is your man blowing his whistle? Was that a goal?" But he noticed her boy. "God, he's a fair turn of speed, that wiry fella," he said. "That's him," she said. "That's my friend. That's Frank." "Christ, but he's fast," Daddy said. Then he cupped his hands around his mouth and he bellowed, "Go on, Frank!" Around them everyone was shouting the same thing, "Go on, Frank!" She shouted it too. He had already made it to the far end of the pitch, so fast, so graceful. "That's Morris Barnes' boy," people said to each other. Afterwards, when the whistle blew, he stood at the sidelines in a welter of people. The crowd was moving for the gate. She told Daddy she was going to the toilet and she'd meet him outside. Then she slipped down and waited for her moment. They had won the match. There was a mob of supporters wanting to talk to him and shake his hand. Girls too, but none you'd look twice at. He was in the middle of them, covered in mud, breathless, laughing. His eyes so bright. Next to him the fans looked pale and wispy, even with their meaty chops and their hay hair and the lipstick scrawl on their cheeks. Just like that night in the club when everything around him had turned to steam. But here he was, real in the daylight, and she knew that she had been wrong to make her promise to Lar, because she could never leave now after seeing him again. But there were so many people crowding around him, and she began to think, who was she to talk to such a person? She who lived in a cottage with an outdoor toilet. He hadn't seen her yet. Next time, she thought, and she bowed her head and ducked away. She wanted nothing more than to go home then, and cry in her room for a while. But Daddy had decided he wanted a pint. People were heading to Cody's, he said. She told him she was tired, begged him to take her home. But he said they'd just stay for one. She had no choice but to go along, hoping to God Cody's wasn't one of the places he was barred from, because sometimes he'd forget, though the barman never did. The pub was jammed full of people in the scarves and jerseys of the two teams. Daddy sent Lar up for the drinks, and they stood together in a little ring. Daddy banging on at the top of his voice about the game, so loud that even in the packed pub People kept looking over and she was ashamed. How could one man not know so much? And if he didn't know, why couldn't he stop talking about it? Her head ached. She was realizing then what she'd known in her heart, that it was impossible. It could never have worked. There would be no next time. She would not see the boy again. Then a hand gripped her arm as she turned around, and it was him. And like that night in the club, everything melted away. His eyes were like stars. There in the crowd, it was just the two of them. "You're here," he said. "You came." "I thought you were gone," he said. "I saw you after the match. I was calling your name. Didn't you hear me?" "Oh, yeah, no," she said. Now that she thought of it, someone had been calling Rachel. She'd forgotten that was her. She blushed. She laughed. He laughed. He was perfect. Then from somewhere very far away, it seemed, she heard a voice, Daddy's voice. "You look very familiar," he said, peering down at the boy. "Are you not that lad that was playing in the match?" The boy looked up in shock, seeing for the first time the leery faces ringed around him, the brothers with their gobs stuffed full of chips. She could have sunk into the ground. But he kept his cool. "I am," he said. "Frank," he said, and stuck out his hand. "Good game," Daddy said. "Wish I'd stuck a few bob on it. Horse racing would be more my line." "Sport of kings," Frank said, and Daddy liked that and started gabbing away to him about the gold cup. She had never seen Daddy like this. Usually any man came within 10 feet of her, Daddy would be rolling up his sleeves, ready to put the frighteners on him. But it was like he thought Frank was there for him, not her. He never stopped to wonder why the brilliant athlete, the miraculous young sportsman, beloved of the whole town, should be there, hanging on his every word and buying him pints. That was Frank's gift. That's what she learned about him. He talked to anyone, a duke or a derelict. And when he did, he made them think they were the only ones in the world. A gift, yes. A curse, too, because all of those people thought they had a claim on him. But she didn't know that yet, and listening to the two of them, she would have begun to think that it was, in fact, Daddy Frank had come over to talk to, only that every so often he'd steal a glance at her, and there would be a shock ran through her, and he'd smile, and she'd smile, and she knew. But then the crowd parted, and a man appeared. He looked like something out of The Godfather, a head of silver hair slicked back, an enormous coat you could fit 2 or 3 people in, a pink tie, a polka-dot handkerchief poking out of his top pocket. Someone who had made money, it was plain, and wanted you to know it. He comes up to them, this fella, and fixes them with an eye like he'd caught the servants drinking his sherry. And Daddy's speech that he's making dies away in his mouth, and there's silence. "Howdy, Pops," says Frank. Pops, who was Morris, of course, doesn't reply at first, just looks at the bloody rogues gallery of Imelda and her family, clearly thinking to himself, "Who in the name of Christ is this shower, and why are they talking to my son?" Then he huffs at Frank. "Finish up now. We will be dining shortly." "Ah, hold your hour," says Daddy, and he reaches out a hand to stay him. "Come and have a drink with us first." Morris looks down at the hand, Daddy's hand, on the expensive wool coat, and if he'd been sprayed with toxic gas, he couldn't have looked more disgusted. Frank, meanwhile, is grinning away to himself. as if this is the height of comedy, and in that moment, she sees how it is. Now, no one at that point in time would have called Imelda canny or shrewd or anything of that nature. Far from it. But there in Cody's pub, beholding them both, father and son, a voice in her head said to her, "Here's where your work is, girl. This is the one who calls the shots. He's the one you've got to get on your side." Clear as a bell she heard it, and that was before she knew who he was or anything about him. She didn't know anything about anything then, but she could see well enough he was a self-made man. A man on the up who would most definitely not let the likes of Imelda Caffrey drag down his family's good name. His son might find it romantic or entertaining to associate with outlaws. He did not. No, sir. And if there was a battle over it, he would win. Outside, the clouds had parted. The sun fell crookedly through the window, showing up the thinning crowd. Morris got impatient. "That's enough now," he said sharply. "Let's get going." And she could tell that he was all set to yank his son out by the ear, and that would be the end of it. And she stepped out into the light. She lit off her stool and over to Daddy, started adjusting his shirt collars, fussing at him. "Oh, Daddy, you've this buttoned all wrong." As if it was something she did all the time. Not heeding the other man, the other father, but knowing he heeded her, watching without looking as he drank her in, as the sun snared in her hair and blazed up gold. As she moved through the light, falling through the dust-streaked window. Then she turned to him and smiled with a roll of the eyes, and Morris was caught. He was a ladies' man, a connoisseur. She found she knew that too. "Well," he says in quite another tone of voice, "and who is this?" "This is my daughter, Imelda," says Daddy. "That is the Sunday in every week to me, and the image of her poor mother that we buried in the spring." Morris took her hand. "Charmed," he said, gold watch looming up from his hairy wrist like a shining mechanical eye. Then glanced at it. "I suppose we have time for a quick half." Yes, they both understood it right there. She and Frank, though they barely knew each other, they could see that if they were ever to have a chance, they needed to keep the fathers happy. And so they did. Frank beguiled Daddy, just as Imelda beguiled Morris, both knowing it bound the two of them together too. But that was good. Though they hardly knew each other, they wanted to be bound. And that was how it went from then on. Frank took care of Daddy. She took care of Morris. A little was all it needed. Then they were left free to fall in love. And love was what it was. There was never any doubt about it. Though it wasn't the falling off a cliff feeling she'd always expected. Not a plummet, more like a leaf dawdling down to earth in swoops and circles. They were always happy. That was how it felt. Pure and simple when they were together. They were happy, and from the first day they were together all the time. Drinking in Cody's or in Finnegan's or in the Bannister. She could match him pint for pint, the one good thing she got from Daddy. Or else just drunk on each other, kissing in a car park down a wood path, walking through the shopping centre eating crisps. Every day a blur, a haze of laughs and kisses. He'd carry her on his shoulders. She'd try and cut his hair. All the time the two of them laughing. It felt like an enchantment, but it was real. From out of a shift in paparazzis, she and he. The rich boy and the girl from the back arse of nowhere. It should have been impossible. It was all so easy. After that first time, they did their best to keep Maurice and Daddy apart. Sometimes, nonetheless, at a match, the two men would meet and her heart would be in her mouth, that Daddy might start gassing about, for instance, his experience as a horse breeder, meaning the poor nags he'd bring over in the van from his cousin in Lincolnshire, or his interest in classic cars, meaning the Datsun he'd had open the blocks since forever, waiting on parts. But Maurice would always have a dinner reservation or something like that, so he never had a chance to get going. And though he was always saying they should all get together, and though Maurice always made a point of asking her about her father, as he might say, the chairman, or the Monsignor, it never happened. The fact was that Maurice didn't want to see Daddy, and Daddy wasn't quite fool enough to want to rock the boat. Because here at last was the millionaire he'd been dreaming of. Frank's father had a car business right in the middle of town. It had his name on it, Morris Barnes Motors, and on any day of the week you'd walk past and see him in the showroom, with his gold cufflinks on and his silver hair swept back, talking to a customer like a king to a peasant. Frank worked there too, in sales. They were raking it in, he said. Everyone was falling over themselves to buy new cars. All he had to do was open the shutters in the morning, and he'd have half the fleet sold by lunchtime. There was that much money about, he said. It was almost like the cars were driving out by themselves. Frank was always taking the mick out of the old man for his ways, but he liked to flash the cash himself. Always wore designer jeans, designer shoes, designer sunglasses, a Tommy Hilfiger jumper out of Shaw's, with a good shirt underneath. He had his own little phone he carried around in his pocket. If you didn't know him, you'd want to give him a puck in the gob. At work, he wore a suit and he looked like an FBI agent from TV. She could see him in there too, in the showroom, talking to customers. Talking to people was all they ever seemed to do. That's the job, he said. She couldn't figure that, but they must have been good at it, him and Maurice, because they lived in the biggest house she had ever seen. It had no number, only a name, Golden Hill. It used to belong to an earl or a lord or something like that. There was a meadow behind it and a big woods like you'd have in a story. Inside, the house just went on and on. Maurice took her round one day. Everywhere you looked, there were things, shiny things, china things, little tables to put the things on, ornaments and knickknacks and picture frames, a family portrait, a stuffed fox, couches and chairs, and ottomans covered with throws and blankets and cushions, layers and layers of everything in a way that reminded her actually of Daddy's sheds, though that was wrong, because this was all the very best. And furthermore, they wouldn't just have one of whatever it was, they'd have a load of them just lying around or piled up in a cupboard, or one of the rooms upstairs. More ottomans, more Air Maxes, more tennis rackets, some still with the tags on. If you liked red wine, this bottle was 60 years old. If you liked cartoons, they had all the films on video, and a framed photograph on the wall of the boys holding Mickey Mouse's hand at Disneyland. That's before you got into the watches and bracelets and necklaces, because they had all that too. Her eyes were on stalks, even if she didn't know what most of it was. "Not bad for a lad from Piggery Lane," Maurice said. That was one of his catchphrases. He'd point to his trophies and say with a shrug, "Decent enough for a lad from Piggery Lane." Peggy didn't like it when he said that. She was not from Piggery Lane. But you had to hand it to him. For all his grand talk and show-offery, he'd done it. He'd come from nothing and made all this. He hadn't sat around moaning about the bad hand life dealt him. Instead, he had seen his opportunity and taken it. She respected that. She always liked Maurice, in fact. She understood how some people couldn't stand him, but the two of them always got on. She knew he thought she was trying to get her hooks into his son. And she knew he knew she knew. But with a man like that, the knowing was part of the game. And the way that she played was to pretend she was trying to get her hooks into him instead, and he into her. "Oh, Maurice, you're a scream," she'd say, when he made a joke. Or, "Maurice Barnes, you're wicked." And she'd slap his hand when he held onto hers too long. Other times, like if there was a GAA reception Frank had to go to or some other grand event, she'd look into his eyes and say, "But Maurice, you'll be there too, won't you?" Or if they were in a restaurant, "Maurice, what does this word mean?" And point at the word in the leather-bound menu with her eyes wide and vacant, and he'd gaze into them with delight, like a miser at his treasure. "Langoustine, darling," he'd say, with his face lit up gold by her. "Langoustine, it's a type of lobster." Where had she learned to act that way? How did she know what he wanted her to say? A sophisticated man like that, and she who was always the quiet one. The only girl in a house full of cavemen farting and punching each other. Sometimes it would worry her that she knew how. She would think of what Mammy said about her. "I see who you really are." But none of it meant anything. It was only pretending. Except that it made Maurice like her. So it meant an awful lot. Because he did like her. She could tell, whatever else he made of her. Peggy was different. Peggy was complicated. Speaking to her was like a game of chess. Frank had taught Imelda drafts, and now he was doing chess with her. And so she knew Maurice was drafts, black versus white, man versus woman. A battle that was fast and only for the crack. Peggy was chess. A game that Imelda didn't know. Why would anyone even want to play it? It was Peggy who had invited her to the house that first time, after they'd been together a couple of months. When Frank told her, she felt like she'd swallowed a bucket of ice. "What for?" she said. That made him laugh. "She wants to meet you, that's all. Why wouldn't she?" She couldn't sleep all week. She asked Rose, had she a potion or a spell she could cast on her? On Frank's mother? Rose just pursed her lips. To be honest, Imelda didn't know that Rose was all that gone in her seeing Frank. Maybe she just wouldn't go, she thought. Say she was sick, or Daddy was sick. But even then, early on, she knew there were countless girls Frank had gone through and forgotten about. They would sidle up to him in the pub, looking bashful, ashamed, though it was he who had dropped them. She felt sorry for them, at the same time determined she would not be like them. They had never been invited to Golden Hill for dinner. Peggy hadn't come to the match that first time. In fact, she never came to Frank's games. She got too anxious, Frank told her. They made her physically sick. Imelda thought that was incredibly glamorous. So the first time she met her was there at the house. She was grey-haired, though she was not old. Quiet. Kept herself off to the side or in the background. At dinner, Maurice did most of the talking, telling Imelda about his successes and the places he'd been while Frank horsed down food and Dickie the brother sighed and sniffed, and Imelda kept smiling and tried not to drop anything. But then, like a shark, Peggy would swim up out of the deep.
So, what are your plans, Imelda?
Imelda, clamped in her shark's jaws, just gaped.
Plans? Now that you've finished school, what do you intend to do?
Oh, I gotcha, Imelda said, nodding in the hope that this might be enough. But Peggy waited, with her bird head tilted, gazing at her, and her fairy godmother's smile, while Imelda turned redder and redder. Ma'am, don't be interrogating her, Frank said laughingly, as though it was all a joke.
I simply want to get to know her,
Peggy protested.
Is she thinking of college? Has she a career in mind? I'm interested, that's all, in how she imagines her future. How do you see it, dear?
Plans, the future. Yes, they loved all that talking about what would they do. Where would they go? Next week, next month, the Christmas holidays. The best hotels, best beaches, best restaurants, talking, piling it up like more stuff in boxes to go in the spare room. And when she listened, she realised that this was what made them different. Because in her house, there was never a plan. No thought for the future. Life just came at you like a gang of lads getting out of a van. From the hall, the grandfather clock ticked like the slow beat of a drum. She looked from one pair of eyes to the other and she thought, Who are you? What am I doing here? Then at last, Morris stepped in. Imelda lives in the moment, don't you, darling? He said. And I can't think of a better place for her to be. And he kissed her on the top of her head and got to his feet. No, he said. Dessert? So that's how it was. She needed Morris to like her not just for himself, but to ward off Peggy. Morris never asked her about her background or her plans, anything like that. He knew that if he disapproved of her, it would only encourage Frank. Also, he liked flirting with her, so he had decided to let Frank sow his wild oats. But Peggy could see there was more to it than wild oats. She was keeping a watchful eye, and of course, Morris, liking Imelda, turned Peggy against her all the more. It was all lost on Frank. The questions, the little digs. You'll stay safe, won't you? As Imelda was getting into the car for Frank to drive her home. Seat belts, I mean. These roads are very treacherous. Treacherous, yes. Such a beautiful house, so warm, such lovely food and hospitality. She always dreaded going there. Always such a relief when she could leave. But maybe he saw it too. The first time she brought him back to her home, she warned him. It's not like yours, mind, with all the fucking turrets and what have you. And he laughed and said, Thank God for that. She didn't want to bring him at all. The thought of him seeing even the front yard gave her chills. But Daddy was starting to nag at her. Are you hiding him away from us? Is it ashamed of us you are? Frank didn't care about the front yard. He liked it there. Sitting down in the kitchen with Daddy and the brothers and cracking open a can. He said it was like the she-beans he'd drink in sometimes up in the hills. And Daddy liked it too, of course, because Frank would always come over in some new car he'd taken off the lot. He'd roar up outside and the neighbours would peep out of their windows to see. And Daddy would come huffing down the drive, looking very important, and start talking to Frank in a loud voice about specs and camshafts, and then loudly, Come in, come in. And in they would go and sit at the table, and the brothers would come and join them there, as if it was a normal kitchen in a normal house, and tell stories about high jinks and characters they'd met, just as normal people might, until, as she had at Golden Hill, With Frank's parents, she found herself looking at them and thinking, "Who are you? Where am I?" "Your brothers are real characters," Frank would say afterwards. "They're gas." Only Lar hung back. While they were sitting drinking, he'd be around but doing something, making sandwiches or tidying or something. After the first match, when Daddy was just back, she told him to go himself. Take the money before Daddy noticed the lock was off the shed and get out of there to London or wherever. But she knew he wouldn't, not without her. And he hadn't. And since then, they didn't talk so much. But it was Daddy who was most changed, that had been in a slump ever since Mammy died, but now was in the best form she'd seen him. And it was all thanks to Frank. Daddy couldn't get enough of him. Just thinking about him made him happy. He'd be sitting back in his chair, quiet. Then suddenly he'd say something like, "Do you know what? That Frank's a real gent." Then go back into his thoughts, smiling to himself. He'd started shaving again, taking care of himself in case Frank might call round. It wasn't only the money either that he thought might be coming his way. They had a connection, as he saw it. They were sportsmen. Sportsmen, yes. It never crossed her mind, but Daddy was keen that Frank knew all about it. He'd tell long stories about his fights. "The pressure. How you'd be that close to giving up. You know how it is, Frank," he'd say. "I do, sure enough, Mr. Caffrey," Frank would say. So when Frank came to whisk her off in his fancy car with dealership plates, there wasn't a meg out of him. "The lovebirds," he'd say, and he'd chuckle. The same man who kept a crowbar in his van to show to any fella who might think of walking her home. "Lads are only after one thing," he'd say. Well, maybe it was the money he was thinking of, and that's why he left her go off with him. Or maybe he thought Frank the gent was too saintly ever to dream of such a thing. If that was it, he could think again. That boy did not stop. He liked to drive down to the lake, with her in the big A6 saloon. That was his favourite because you could push down the seats, and it was like being on a double bed, there by the waterside. She'd know whenever he pulled up in the A6 he was looking for it, though the fact was, she told him, he'd have a better chance if he took her out in the TT, even if there was less comfort. Yes, in the TT, by the water, with the sun going down in his eyes, and her hand in his hair, and his head on her heart. Then it was hardest. Everything in her wanted to give herself to him. Her boy. Her beloved. But she kept remembering what Mammy said. The badness inside her. If she was touched, would it come out? "Soon," she said. "It's okay," he told her. "We've loads of time." Yes, time. The future. The world to him was a palace of wonders, every nook full up of treasure, adventure, just waiting for him to find it. He was working in the garage, but he didn't plan on staying there. "I don't want the old man breathing down my neck the rest of my life," he said. He'd made a business plan with his friend Dolly, some kind of fantasy football thing they were going to put on computers. She could never make head nor tail of it, but Frank was convinced they were about to hit the jackpot. Dolly was the numbers man. A genius, Frank said. It was he had the computers sussed out. She never figured out why he was called Dolly. He wore a woolly hat the whole year round, and the one time he took it off, she saw his hair was going in tufts, like a dog with mange. He didn't look like a doll, or a genius either. But that was Frank. He saw the best in everyone. Still and all, she couldn't see why he wanted to get out of the garage when he was doing so well out of it. "Morris won't be there forever, will he?" she said. "He'll retire someday. Hasn't he his money made?" But Morris wanted Frank's brother to take over when he stepped down. It had all been arranged. Right now, Dickie was home for the holidays. But in October, he'd be going back up to Dublin studying business to get ready for it. "And there'd be nothing for you," she said, "once he took over." There might be a job, but it wouldn't be the top job, and Frank didn't want to be under anybody's thumb. Not that he held it against Dickie. This was Morris's plan, not either of theirs. Frank idolised his brother. He was always talking about him, how clever he was, the smartest man you'd ever meet. Though that didn't cut much ice with her after him telling her Dolly was a genius, who had set himself on fire once doing a bong. Dickie mightn't be as bad as that, but he'd never made much of an impression when she met him in the house. 2 years older than Frank, but it was Frank who seemed the man of the world, while Dickie barely even opened his mouth. Had his nose in a book most of the time, never came to Frank's matches even, because supposedly he had an air condition that was set off by the crowd noise. "You mean he gets sick when he hears people cheering for you?" she said. But Frank didn't seem to find anything strange about that. And in the end, it was none of her business. Families. One's as mad as the other. You can't interfere. And who knows, they might have worked it out between them. Frank, Morris, and Dickie. The garage was not the problem in the end. Nor was it Daddy. Nor Peggy. It wasn't even she herself. The problem was the football. Everyone said Frank's team was the best the town had in years. They had won 8 matches in a row, racked up a record number of points, and though people said it was too early to talk about the All-Ireland, they talked about it nevertheless. Now, Imelda didn't know one end of a ball from the other, and until then, she'd never imagined how obsessed an entire town could be about lads playing football. Wherever you went, you heard the same conversation. Would Joe Bla's knee hold up? Did Shawnee What's-His-Face deserve another crack at a starting place? Had they a chance of making it to the next round? It was like a fever that had driven everybody mad, and she thought they were all crackers, till she caught it too. And then she was just like the others, tossing and turning at night over cruciate ligaments and points per game. Every weekend there was a match, and they would go, herself and Daddy, in the van, to the Bockety Stadium in town or some other even more godforsaken prison yard of a place off somewhere beyond. Frank said the rules were too boring to explain to her, but she copped on quick enough herself. Figured out the teams and rounds and banish doors, just like she'd figured out langoustines and cashmere coats, and she stood on the sideline and screamed until she had no voice left at all. People said Frank had a gift. They talked about his stamina and his technical mastery, his precision kicking and his ideal physique. What they meant was he was fast, tricky to catch. When he kicked the ball, it went where he wanted. He'd slip by his markers without seeming to try. It was a joy to watch, people said. And it was a joy, too, to see the town lifted up and thrilled by this boy. Her boy. The doleful old mugs bursting out with smiles. Yes. When he was on the pitch, everything was perfect. The problem was, the game didn't end with the final whistle. Everyone had an opinion they needed to pass on to him. Everyone wanted to buy him a pint or shake his hand, In the pub, on the street, they would come up to him, they would crowd round him. Everybody wanted a little piece, their share of the magic. It surprised her to find herself playing second fiddle. She, the great beauty. But that's how it went. The lads lining up, stammering and blushing it was for Frank, not her. And as for the girls, well, they wished her dead in a ditch. And personally, she wouldn't have minded. But for Frank, it was hard. Talking and talking, drinking and drinking. Though he loved to talk, and he loved to drink, it took its toll. All the love, all the hands slapping his back. There was a time when none of these people wanted to know me, he told her once. He didn't explain, and she couldn't work out what it meant. Did he want them slapping his back? Or did he see through it? Or did he think both things at once? But it struck her for the first time that, for all that he liked everybody, and they all liked him, he was lonely. Maybe that's why the two of them got on so well, she thought. That had never had friends either. In school, the other girls jealous of her, or looking down on her, were scared off by her family. He was happiest she knew when it was just the two of them. She learned how to tell when he'd enough of his fans and find a way to pull him free. There were some people, though, he could not slip away from. Why did you kick for a point when you had a clear shot on goal? Why did you go for a goal when you had two men free in the centre? Why did you let their defence close you down like that the whole second half? Yes, everyone had an opinion, but Morris had an opinion 24 hours a day. At work, Frank was getting it. At home, too, game plans, strategy, training. He was always on about that. I suppose in training they've got you working on your kicking? I imagine they've said to you in training about building up your core. Frank never responded except to nod or mumble and look about for something to distract himself with. The only time she ever saw him pick up a book was when Morris started talking about training. I know he thinks I'm going hard on him, Morris would say to her. I just want him to make the most of the opportunity he has here. He thinks life will be full of moments like this. It won't. Let's face it, he said. Frank is a great lad, but he's a waster. A kick up the hole does him no harm at all. And it was true, indeed. Frank could be lazy. How many times did he miss coaching his under-10s because he was lying in bed with a hangover? With his own training too, he'd be late or skip sessions, knowing he'd get away with it because he was their best player. Maybe Morris was right, and he did need to kick up the hole. But when he said he only wanted Frank to excel, his two favourite words, that wasn't the whole truth, for it was Morris who loved the cheers and victories. The glasses hoisted, the car horns honking in the street. It was he cared who was man of the match, or if the county manager was there in the crowd. When the people said, that's Morris Barnes' son, he'd swell up, as if Frank's speed and his kicks and his ideal physique were just another part of him, like the enormous coat and the enormous car and the enormous house with its breakfast room and its Cecile oak forest, and its piano that no one played. Well, so what? She said when Frank complained. He's your father. He's proud of you. Isn't that only normal? It's got nothing to do with him, Frank would say, or he'd curse or change the subject. But once he said, if he's so proud of me, why won't he give me the job at the garage? The garage, she said. What's that got to do with it? But it had everything to do with it. The dealership was the club's sponsor. Morris's name was on every shirt. When Frank excelled on the pitch, he was advertising the business. The same one Morris had decided he was not good enough to run himself. Because Frank was the athlete and Dickie was the brains. She tried to talk him out of it. Who cared about Morris? Wasn't he playing for himself, for the team? Because Frank lived to play football, was never happier than when he was out on the pitch. But the more that Morris nagged at him, the more Frank came to feel like he was only doing it to please his father. And he didn't want to please his father. The team was doing well now, the best they'd ever done. They beat the county favourites, Clonabry, handily. Had a record score against Ulach. Frank was at the heart of each win. Though by now the opposition thought they had him pegged. Had sussed out his tricks and his moves. He'd just invent new ones each time. New tricks, new moves, breeze past them as he always had, and the team cruised along in his wake to the county final against St. Fursey's, where he'd scored a goal and could have had 2 or 3. That was the first time they'd been county champions. There was a parade, with the team waving out the back of a flatbed truck. The whole town out on Main Street, all going balubus. Jesus, lads, we'll make Croke Park yet! That's what they were saying. But not him. He made it look easy, but it wasn't, she knew. The youngest on the team, carrying all that weight, it took its toll, and the dossing and the messing, skipping his practice, all that was only a way of hiding how hard it was. Now they were through to the provincials. He couldn't hide it any longer. If people came up to him and started in on their theories, he'd cut them short. "We'll see," he'd say. "We'll do our best." And then he'd shuffle off. But from Morris there was no escape. "The provincial championship," he'd say over dinner. "This is the big time, all right." "You've had an easy run of it so far," he'd say. "This will be your first time facing a team of real ability." Imelda did her best to change the subject. "Hasn't it got awful warm?" she'd say. Or, "Are those begonias, Peggy? Those blue things?" But it didn't work. "The cream of the crop, the best in their county," he'd say. "Yes, this'll sort the men from the boys, all right." And Frank in response would say nothing at all, just stare at his plate, turn his mashed potatoes over and over. As the day drew closer, he started acting strange, going in on himself. She couldn't say anything to him for fear he'd bite her head off. For instance, if she told him not to worry, that those lads out of Ballyrea were only a bunch of posers, he'd turn on her, start telling her that Ballyrea were in fact probably the best club in the country right now. Better prepared, technically more advanced, on and on, wagging his finger at her like a guard giving her a ticket. But if she told him, on the other hand, that if he lost, it wouldn't be so bad, because at least the two of them would have some time to themselves, he didn't like that either. "Jesus Christ, Imelda, are you trying to demotivate me?" he'd exclaim, and throw his hands in the air. He'd stopped going to Cody's. He ate his lunch in the workshop in the garage, and if she wanted to see him, she had to go there or up to the house. She could understand that, wanting to have his space, but then he stopped going to training. He'd disappear for hours, she didn't know where. He'd got her a phone like his, but he never answered when she called him. He was off in another world, and she started to think, was there more going on here than the football? The thought came to her that he was seeing someone else on the sly, one of the moony sidling girls from the pub who'd give him the ride. She felt sick, heartbroken at the same time. She'd been so busy worrying about Morris and Peggy, she never thought anything could go wrong between the two of them. She didn't know what to do. She couldn't ask him, so she tried asking Rose. "Is he cooling on me? Is there someone else?" But Rose, if she knew anything, wouldn't tell her. "I'm not getting into that stuff with you," was all she'd say. Instead, she found out from Dolly. Imelda had forgotten all about Dolly and Frank's supposed business. She hadn't seen him in months. But he came to her now and told her how a few weeks ago he'd met a lad from Sligo who was selling a load of hash. It was the deal of the century, he told her. He'd gone to Frank, and together they went in on a kilo, and the plan was to sell it on and use the money to invest in their business. Only instead of selling it, they'd been smoking it themselves. Dolly's skin was coming off in patches. When he told her that, she wanted to hit him a smack. But she stayed cool. There was an old shed in the woods behind Frank's house, he said. They kept the hash there in a hole in the floor, went out together to smoke. What had started to happen was that Frank was going there on his own. "I'm getting worried about him," he said. "That's why I came to you." "Well, thank you kindly for that," she said, knowing that Dolly's main concern was that there'd be none left for him. The worst of all the false friends, he was. Still, it explained where Frank had been and about his moodiness. He never smoked usually because it made him depressed. But he didn't want to go to the pub, she supposed, and have to listen to half a dozen gobshites explaining tactics to him. There was a great big forest behind Golden Hill that had belonged to the Lord, or whoever it was back in the day. Morris was very proud of it. He liked to walk around it, pointing to notable trees with his stick. The shed was right in the middle, a tumble-down stone hut barely more than a ruin. Frank had brought her out there once, for a picnic, he'd said, which she knew well what that meant. "Here," she'd said. "Are you mad?" It was a strange, sad little place, with holes in the walls and a dirt floor, cold and dark, even in the sunshine. Some places are like that, always with a shadow on them. The thought of him sitting there alone hour upon hour made her sick. But if she went down and dug him out of there herself, she knew he'd only give out to her. More nagging, he'd say, the last thing he needed. That's when she thought again of Rose. Rose could tell him, she thought. Rose could see how the game would go. Would they win or lose? He'd know what to expect. It would ease his mind. Tricky enough to arrange all the same. Frank and Rose didn't get on. Maybe she was shy of him because of his fast cars and his Ray-Bans, or maybe she knew he made jokes about her, called her Gypsy Rose. Whenever he was over, anyway, she'd clam up and look away, wander out to the turf shed and leave her tea to go cold, which made Frank awkward in turn. Frank, who could talk to anybody. Guards, gougers, nurses, nuns, whatever Egypt he found propping up the bar of Cody's. With Rose, he was tongue-tied, clumsy. After a while, he stopped coming into the cottage at all. If he was picking Imelda up, he'd stay outside in the car and honk the horn. So when she said it to Rose first, she knew well she tried to put her off, and she did. But Imelda kept chipping away. To Frank, she didn't reveal her plan at all, only told him Rose needed a dresser moved. Even then he was full of excuses. "I'm up to my eyes," he told her, when she knew for a fact he'd been off in his shed the whole day. At last, though, He came over, and he did shift the dresser from one side of the room to the other. That part worked out well enough, all right. Then, as they were on their way out the door, she said it, as if it had just popped into her head. "Oh, here, Frank," she said. "Why don't you ask Rose about the match?" Rose was rattling about in the background, pretending she wasn't listening. "Ask her," he said. "Ask her what?" "Ask her, will you win? What'll happen? Just ask her," she said. "Go on, for the laugh." Frank looked like he didn't think this would be a laugh, but she kept at him. "Go on, seeing as you're here. She won't do me." All right, he said. She bustled him over to the table, then called to Rose and asked if she'd read his palm. Rose didn't want to do it, though she'd agreed. It took Imelda grabbing her by the shoulders and steering her over to the table, and there, finally, they were sitting across from each other. On the TV, the lottery was on, Ronan Collins pulling the balls out of the drum, and Frank said, "Forget the match. Why don't you give us next week's numbers, Rose?" Rose pretended not to hear, kept her eyes on the television. "Hush," Imelda told him. "Give her your hand," she said. He stretched his arm across the table. Rose, with a face on her, took it, turned it over, looked at his palm. "I'm afraid those blisters are from self-abuse," he said. "But your niece is the one to blame there." "Frank, for Jesus' sake," Imelda said. "That's not funny." "I'm only teasing." "Well, stop teasing. Ask her something." "Like what?" Frank said. "The match, you gobdaw. Ask her, will you win?" "Well," Frank said to Rose. "You have to ask her yourself." Frank rolled his eyes, but then he took a deep breath. For a moment there was silence, and he sat there with his hand in the old woman's. "There's something else I want to ask her," he said. His voice was different now. "About the future. There's only one thing I really want to know." And Imelda's heart began to dance. He leaned closer across the table and he said, "Will I meet a tall, dark stranger?" With a sigh, Rose let go of his hand, got up from the table and stalked outside. "He's only joking," Imelda said. "Rose!" She turned to Frank. "Why are you being such a prick?" she said. It only made him laugh more. She swore, went out to the kitchen door. Rose was in the yard scattering grain over the paving stones. "He was joking," Imelda said. "It's 'cause he's worried about the match." "Chuck, chuck, chuck," Rose said to her hens, not looking up. "Did you see anything?" she said. "Are they going to win? Will you come back in?" But Rose wouldn't answer, or even meet her eye. Christ, she thought, stamped back into the kitchen. "What is your problem?" she said to Frank. "Look, I'm sorry," he said, "but I've things to do." "What are you doing, dragging me over here when you know I don't believe in this nonsense?" "It's not nonsense," she said. "You seriously believe your aunt can see the future?" Frank said. "Look at where she's living. It's like 100 years ago." "Couldn't you have asked her anyway? What harm would it have done?" "Imelda," he rubbed his face, "I've a match coming up. It's the biggest match I've ever played. I don't have time for this." "Oh, right, because you're so busy preparing," she said, "sitting in the woods, smoking hash like a tramp." That got him all right. Didn't think she knew about that. If you're so worried about the match, why don't you train for it? She should have stopped there. Maybe if she'd stopped there, it would still have been all right. But suddenly she was so angry. Do you actually care what's going to happen at all? She said. Or do you just want to bum around the town the rest of your life drinking, getting wrecked? Where's all this coming from? He said. From knowing you, she said. Your father's right. You're a waster. You'll waste your whole life away. He got up from the table so quick the chair crashed over. Well, I won't waste any more of it here, that's for sure, he said. Fine so, right. Fuck off. Be on your way, she said. She followed him out the door and threw her phone at him, the one he'd got her. It clattered against the car as he got in and gunned the motor and screeched off. As she went back inside to Rose's kitchen, the lottery was still on, though it felt that years had passed. She sat at the table, her head spinning round like the wheel of fortune. What had just happened? Why had they fought? It had all been so quick it made no sense to her. But of course it made sense to her. Of course she knew why. She wanted to see the future. That was her plan, wasn't it? Her secret plan? Rose wouldn't tell her fortune, but she would tell Frank's. Once she had his palm in her hand, she'd see it all. And then Imelda would see it too, know the truth. Would they be wed? Would he be hers forever? Because she loved him. He loved her too, she had no doubt. They had been so happy, hanging around the town, drinking in Cody's, kissing in the car by the lake. But was she the story of his life? That she did not know. And at the back of her mind was the fear that he would let it go, let it slide, wither away, out of not thinking, or out of wanting to prove that he was just as Morris said he was, lazy, feckless, a good time Charlie. To live all that out just so Morris would know that nothing he'd told him had changed his mind. And where would she be then? That's what she had wondered in her secret heart of hearts. That's why she'd cooked up her plan that she'd thought was so clever, getting a big clodhopper of a GAA player in to have his fortune told. Now, he was gone. When she went back out to get her phone, she saw it had been crushed in the dirt. He must have driven over it as he was leaving. She shouldn't have said that about Morris. Now he knew they had been talking about him behind his back. For all that day and night, she sat in the cottage, watching the television with Rose. It felt very far away from anywhere, like the world might have ended and they wouldn't know. Then John Joe came and said he'd seen Frank drinking in town with a bunch of lads. "What lads?" said she, but John Joe didn't know them. He'd gone over and had a pint with them. "Did he mention me?" Imelda says. "What?" John Joe says. Then like it had just come to him. "What was he at? Drinking? Hasn't he a match on Sunday?" Afterwards, there were many more stories like that, about Frank Barnes in this pub or that, sinking pints with 3 days, 2 days, 1 day to go before the match, though she knew well the people telling these tales were the very same that had been buying him a drink and bending his ear with their statistics and play-by-plays instead of sending him home to rest. If she'd known, she could have talked sense into him. She could have brought him home. He would have listened to her if she'd known. Then maybe everything would have been different. Their whole lives. His life. But she didn't know. Not where he was, nor what he was doing, nor whether she should care, because was it a fight, or were they broken up? She didn't know that. Didn't know even whether she'd go to the match, or so she told herself. Right up until the moment came and Daddy pulled up in the van, hollering out the window, We're late. Come on to fuck. Rose was in the kitchen window drying a plate as Imelda clopped down to the gate. She'd asked her if she would come, but Rose did not like big crowds. All that hurly-burly. The bloody roads were clogged up the whole way, and Daddy was in a jock. Kept honking the horn at the unmoving cars, then complaining about his headache. "Stop honking the horn, then," she yelled at him, but he didn't hear. Her own head was full of chaos. She had a bad feeling. A few times she almost jumped out the door and started running back home. When they got there, they had to park half a mile from the ground, and as soon as they got out of the van, it started to rain. A real ha-ha kind of rain that swept in under the sunshine and didn't look like anything but drenched her from head to toe. "Hold on till I see, have I an umbrella?" Daddy said, and started rummaging around in the back of the van, though she knew there was no umbrella. 50 electric sanders with the wrong plugs and instructions in Polish, yes. 2 petrol lawnmowers missing their rear axles, certainly. But something a person might actually want or need? No way. She had to drag him out of it then. She nearly sprained her ankle trying to run in platform heels through streets jam-packed, full of opposition supporters in cowboy hats drinking pints. But they got inside the ground and the game hadn't started. "Come on," says Daddy. "We'll call in to Frank." Where he had got the notion to do that, she didn't know. She tried to put him off. "Look at me," she said. "I'm like a drowned rat." Which she was, but Daddy had his mind made up, and she couldn't tell him the real reason she didn't want to, because if he thought they were split up, she didn't know what he would do, except it would be bad. He took her hand and dragged her along. She was sick to her stomach. She passed the players' girlfriends all together, but didn't look at them, so as not to see if they were avoiding looking at her. All around her, people were singing, shouting, blowing whistles, letting out catcalls. Yo! And the sounds and the smells, burgers, chips, spilled cider came piling in on top of her with the colours of the jerseys, the faces, the grass, and the sky, like a huge house of cards collapsing. And it was all so much she stopped hearing anything, so didn't realise at first the steward at the tunnel wasn't letting them through till Daddy started shouting at him. And that was the state they were in. Daddy roaring his head off and she looking like she'd been pulled out of a drain, when who appears out of the tunnel? Only Morris, dressed up to the nines as usual, wearing leather gloves and his big wool coat in spite of it being about 100 degrees in the ground. His face was sombre. He didn't even see them at first, walked right past them till Daddy called out. And then he turned very slowly and he looked them up and down. And from the jumble in her head, one very clear thought appeared, which was, now we're seeing the real man at last. Now we're seeing what he really thinks of us. There was no charm or flattery, none of that. He literally looked down his nose at them, and even Daddy caught it, and had the wind knocked out of his sails. It was as if some crime had occurred, and now he had the culprits right in front of him. "Is he in there?" she said stupidly, just to say something and stop Morris looking at her. "He is," said Morris with mock politeness. "They are trying to sober him up." And with that, he turned and walked off. The poor steward in the middle of this didn't know what to do, so he turned away too, and they went through. There was not a word out of Daddy as they went down the tunnel to the changing room. It was like going down into a sewer, with the mould and the stench and piss and every step brought her heart lower and lower until they arrived at the changing-room door, rotten, with the paint peeling off it. And Daddy knocked and opened it. And what did she hear? Only laughter. Gales of laughter, the whole changing room, whoever was in there, cracking up. And then Frank, in a stuffy, grand voice, like some Navy admiral, saying, "Lads, ye face today a baptism of fire. You must fight with every atom of your being. I will be there beside you in spirit, drinking a glass of 1976 Cabernet Sauvignon." Taking off Morris he was. Then he stopped suddenly as Daddy went in, and she heard the rumble of Daddy's voice. Then all the lads went, "Woo!" as they always did, and shouted to bring Imelda into the changing room, and they'd show her what a real Mickey looked like, and so on. Standing outside in the dingy, stinking tunnel, it seemed to her an hour went by. A day. A lifetime. Till the door opened again and he appeared. "Well," he said. And all thoughts went out of her head, and she threw her arms around him. He gripped her tight. It was like they'd been apart for months, on different sides of the world. "I didn't know if you'd come," he whispered into her hair. "I called you and you never answered." "You drove over the phone," she told him, and as she said it, she could feel a smile well up from her heart and break across her face. "You feckin' idiot," she said, and he laughed and bowed his head, and she draped her arm over it. He told her he loved her. It was the first time he'd said it, and she kissed him. The love rushed up inside her, like she was literally going to die of pure happiness. No one could be as happy as this and live. "Here," he says. "You'll never guess who I saw on the way up here. Only a tall, dark stranger." "Oh, you're very smart," she said. Then she remembered. Morris. What he'd said. She drew back and looked at him. Was he pissed? She didn't think so. She could tell he hadn't slept much, nor shaved, and there was a smell of fags and booze off him that would knock you down. But pissed? Right at that moment? No. It was something else. He was pale, so pale, his eyes glittering with a sort of strange electricity, so it was like you couldn't see into them. She'd never seen him like this, so charged up, though he acted like it was all a joke. The manager came to the door and called his name. "I've got to go," he said. He hugged her and kissed her. "I'll see you after," he said. "There'll be some hoolie tonight when we win this thing." She walked back up the tunnel towards the light and the noise, feeling so relieved, so happy. Her worries had disappeared. She was filled instead with excitement for the match, for the future, for their love and their lives together. "But that boy's not himself," Daddy said. And in an instant it all went away again. The happiness, the relief disappeared, and the fear came back worse than ever. She didn't say it or show it. She found the brothers and went down the front with the other girlfriends and families, and she was all smiles to them as they were to her. And as the teams came out onto the pitch, she clapped and screamed so much that Daddy gave her a dig of the elbow and told her to save her voice for when she might need it. Everyone was there. The whole town, it looked like. Only Morris was nowhere to be seen. She heard someone say he hadn't stayed, and Peggy, of course, hadn't come, nor Dickie. What a family, she thought. They made hers look almost normal. Then the whistle blew and a cheer went up as the game began. It was clear straight away that these Ballyrea boys were a different class to the teams she'd seen before. though you could hardly even call it a village, Ballyrea, 2 pubs and a combine repair shop. Still, every year they were contenders. It wasn't only that they had the clever players that had slipped by you and the strong men that would cripple you. There was something more that bound them all together. So even when things went wrong, they paid no heed, just kept coming at you like a machine. It was the mental preparation, she supposed, the psychology, that Morris was always banging on about. And they'd drawn them in the first round away, the first real bad luck they'd had. But her boys, though they were looser, gave as good as they got. Matched them point for point, and Frank playing like he was possessed, darting back and forth everywhere at once, chasing every ball, facing down the biggest bruisers they had. All of the joking and clowning and casualness dropped away. You could see the passion Morris was always complaining he didn't have, though he didn't let it run away with him. When someone tried to niggle him with the elbow or a jab in the eye when the ref wasn't looking, he kept his head. She had never seen him play like this before. She wondered, had whatever happened between him and his father fired him up? Was he throwing Morris's rules and advice back at him, saying, "I'll go and get hammered, then I'll play the best I've ever played"? He had scored a couple of points early on, and now, on the mark of half-time, he'd scored again, to draw level. So as the whistle blew, they were still in it, though by rights Ballyrea should have been home and dry. As he disappeared into the tunnel, the girlfriends turned and smiled at her. She felt a glow. She was proud. And when someone behind her said, "He'll never be able to keep that pace up," she pretended that she hadn't heard. And when she remembered the strange look in his eye, the electricity, she told herself, that was just the focus, the passion. And during the break, it was their supporters singing the songs, because Ballyrea were getting frustrated, you could see, and starting to make mistakes, and it might just be that they'd be able to nick it out from under their noses. But that's not how it went. He told her once how the half-time break was like a game in itself, and when they came out after it, they were different. All of a sudden, they looked tired. You could see how it was taking more and more out of them just to stay in it. Ballyrea were tired too, no doubt. But they didn't show it. They kept coming and coming like water flowing downhill, and point by point they started creeping ahead. Around her in the stands, the crowds were doing their best. "Give 'em plenty of it, lads!" they cried. "Don't spare it!" But their voices were ragged, and on the pitch the boys were ragged too, being outrun, making mistakes. Frank lorried into the Ballyrea halfback and got a card for that, and he was lucky not to be put off, after kicking the legs off the same fella 5 minutes later. Meanwhile, Ballyrea kept the head and went on nicking points here and there, and as the clock ran down, it was the fans at the Ballyrea end were dancing in the stands, while their half of the ground was silent. Even Daddy, even the girls were silent. And then, guess what? Didn't Ballyrea give away a goal? It was the same ginger bruiser Frank had fouled, who now miskicked the ball and sent it straight to Brian Pints Cody, son of Patrick J. Cody, the publican, who, with a burst of speed from God knows where, hares off from the halfway line till it's just him and the keeper, hammers the ball past him like he's knocking a nail into a coffin, and now, with 3 minutes left, there's only a point in it. The rain is falling again in soft sheets, and the sun, through it, makes the pitch glitter like broken glass. Everyone's on their feet. Beside her, Daddy's bellowing so loud his eyes look like they'll pop right out. The thick veins on his neck snaking up and his head turned purple as she takes his arm. She can hardly bear to watch. And Morris is nowhere to be seen. long gone. But if he'd stayed, if he'd only seen Frank's face at that moment, streaked with sweat and mud and carved with deep lines like a warrior, throwing orders left and right, shouting and pointing, and the team falling in behind him, like in that moment he had fully become the man he always meant to be. And Ballyrea, meanwhile, like a routed army, running left and right, up and down, not knowing what to do. "Hang on to it!" their coach is yelling from the touchline. For if they can just keep possession for a few minutes more, the match is theirs and they'll be going on to the semi-final instead of having to slog through a replay with their confidence shook. But Ballyrea are at sea. They don't hear the coach's words. And instead of running down the clock, one of them has a try at a point from way up the field that doesn't even make it to touch. And now Joe Daly has the ball again, and there's a roar from all around her that is not just a sound, but a wave of energy she feels rising up from under her, lifting her and Daddy and everyone else all together, like there is some power at work here. And she who had thought it was only a game feels in her stilled heart that her whole life rests on this moment. The pitch is silver in the rain, shining almost too bright to see. As the last seconds tick away, she buries her face in Daddy's shoulder, then peeps out again. To see Kieran, the bollocks O'Neill, puck the ball to Pints Cody. As the ref looks at his watch, and Pints kicks a long ball diagonally across the pitch, and everyone groans because there's no one waiting there. Except suddenly there is. Frank has appeared there out of nowhere, and he catches it up, and once more they feel that wave and pitch their voices together as if they can carry Frank in it too. And Frank pivots, sprints, the goalposts 40 yards away, then 30, 20, as the seconds go down from 20 to 10, the roar around her is deafening. An ocean. A point. If he can get a point, they'll have earned a replay on their own ground. Kick! They're screaming. Kick! But he takes his time. The last seconds that are left to get in close. Taking no chances. Till right in front of the posts, he looks up, looks down again. The whole place is holding its breath, and he draws back his foot to kick. But he slips. On the wet grass, he slips and falls to the ground, and the ball goes rolling out of his hands. And throughout the stand, there is a kind of shattering sound, a wave crashing down and turning back into nothing. Then the Ballyrea halfback, the same red-haired bruiser, grabs the ball and boots it out of play, and the ref blows for time. These things happen, people said afterwards. It's all luck in the end, they said. It'll go your way one day and the other the next. It could have happened to anyone, they told him in Cody's that night, and in the Bannister the night after, and in Devine's the night after that. It's only a game, they said. You can't get too hung up about it. Sure, if you'd got the point, who knows, but they might have hockeyed us in the replay. You've got to take the long view, they said. Anyway, there's always next season. People were decent about it. They were at pains to make it clear they didn't blame him. But they knew. They knew that he'd been out drinking the night before and the night before that. Hadn't they seen it themselves? In this place, everyone sees everything. You might as well be conducting your business in the middle of the town square. So it was a known fact that he, Frank Barnes, had been out till all hours downing pints and God knows what else the night before his big game. Now Frank was a young man, and strong, and fit as a fiddle, and some made the argument that a man like that might well go on the rip the night before, and it would only make a very slight difference to his game. But sometimes a very slight difference is all it takes, isn't it? On another day, without the burden of a dozen pints the night before, might he have stepped on that patch of wet grass and kept his balance, and got to the point, and won the replay? Someone said they'd heard he'd thrown up on the bus on the way to the ground. Though all the same, it could have been the nerves. Someone said the coach wanted to take him off at half-time, but he'd argued so fiercely to be left on that he'd got his way. Someone said he'd had a big bust-up with his girlfriend the night before. Imagine, they said, picking a fight with him, and he about to play a game of that stature. His poor father was in tears, they said. Someone had been standing beside him at the game, and he was heartbroken. Holding no one to blame, and making no accusations. On another day, could it all have been otherwise? That's what people wondered. And Imelda wondered it too. If she hadn't had her stupid plan. If they hadn't fought. If instead she'd kissed him goodbye, and he'd gone home and slept deep and dreamless, and woken refreshed, might he have kept his feet and scored the point, and saved the match, and proved Morris wrong, and been carried through the town a hero, instead of sitting in a half-empty bar, taking the long view. She wondered. She would wonder for the rest of her life. She asked him if he blamed her. He just laughed. "You mad yoke," he said. "Where did I get you?" Daddy, of course, took his side. For weeks after, he was fuming about poor Frank having to play in those conditions where he might have broken his neck. As for Morris, well, you can guess. He had been proved right, and nothing gave him more pleasure than to wag his big, silver, kingly head in disappointment. For a full week after the game, he would not speak to Frank at all. Not a word, imagine. And the two of them looking at each other in the showroom, and in the house, from one end of the day to the next. "He's just in a sulk," Frank said. "He probably had money on the game. He'll snap out of it." And if he had snapped out of it, if after the slip, the fall, Morris had reached down to lift Frank up, said to him, "You are a gobshite and a waster, but you are my son, and I'm going to teach you to be a bloody man," would that have made all the difference? So years down the line, Frank would remark that fall was the best thing ever happened to him. But no, he shook his head over his Chateaubriand, and at the showroom took Frank off the floor and set him to work cleaning out oil sumps. And when customers started to discuss the match, he'd sigh heavily, as if the town itself had been lost and swept away, as in a battle. And that's really where things went off the rails, because Morris making a song and dance about what a disaster it was meant that Frank had to make a song and dance about how much it didn't matter, and so to that end he went on the mother of all benders. Taking up residence in Cody's and drinking till closing, she went there with him, though he didn't ask her. And as she matched him pint for pint, she could feel how he was getting people's backs up. Could feel, too, people watching her and saying amongst themselves that she was to blame for the wrong turn that his life had taken. That she was the root of the wildness that she'd led Frank Barnes astray. A mad thing from some estate in the next town over. She had ruined his life and now was up at the bar sinking pints on his account. But if she hadn't have drank, she would have never have seen him at all. And better that she was there, she thought, where she could at least try to keep some grip on him before he lost the run of himself completely. The problem then, though, was he'd turn up hungover for work and Morris would send him home, and he'd go directly back to the pub, and a vicious circle started up where the angrier Morris got, the more Frank wanted to provoke him, which made him angrier still, and at times she thought they would actually kill each other, that Frank would grab Morris by the lapels one day and throw him through the showroom window. Instead, what Morris did was go round to Patrick Cody and some of the other publicans in the town and tell them Frank was having difficulties and ask them not to serve him. That started Frank going to shadier pubs, sometimes in other towns altogether, and now he wouldn't let her go along. These sessions might go on for days, while she was left sitting in the cottage with Rose watching Nationwide and not knowing what had happened to him. "He's fine," the brothers told her, because sometimes it was they he was with. "He's letting his hair down is all. He's been training all season, doesn't he deserve a break?" Though even they found him hard to keep up with. "By God," they said, "that lad is a whore for the coke." When she saw him, he'd act like he hadn't a care in the world, laughing at nothing, all to show her and everyone else how little that match meant to him, who could clearly think of nothing else. And though she knew the truth, the others believed it, and they didn't like it. It was all right for them to pat him on the back and say it wasn't his fault. That didn't mean they wanted him thinking it. They'd had their dreams dashed by this Luthramon. They wanted him to be sorry. Inconsolable. They wanted sackcloth and ashes. Instead, here he was, carousing and acting the goat, acting like he'd won not just the match, but the cup itself single-handed. She could see it herself how quickly in those weeks he became a different person to them. From a hero to a messer. Harmless, perhaps, but not to be trusted. Not to be got too close to, lest you find yourself caught up in his chaos. If they'd given it some thought, they'd have figured out what was really going on. But people will only go so far to understand you, and she began to wonder how all of this would end. Then he got dropped from the team. The manager, whose name was Peter Eglantine, was a decent man, and had given him a long rope. He didn't want to punish him for what had happened. But with the drinking, Frank was not only missing practice but putting on weight and slowing down, not to mention driving his teammates mad. That did, in fact, blame him for what happened. He must have known that. What would come of it? Maybe he didn't think they'd drop their best player. Or maybe he wanted to prove to himself they'd stick by him even when he was at his worst. And they did, for a while. But then, one day, the team sheet went up and he wasn't even on the bench. That came as a shock, all right. For the first time he saw that this wasn't just a bust-up with Morris, it was his life. A couple of days went by where he was raging at Peter Eglantine, calling him every name under the sun, saying he'd get his father to pull the sponsorship on them. Then he went quiet, very quiet. For weeks he barely left the house. He'd stopped drinking, no pub, not even a can watching the game on TV, but he was still suspended from the garage. What was he doing all day? She saw less of him than she had when he was off in his benders. When she did, he was pale and uncomfortable and full of talk about getting his head together and figuring out his next move. It made her nervous. If he was taking stock of his life, where did she fit? If he was saying to himself it was time to stop the messing and fly right, did she go on the flying right side, or was he stacking her up with the messing? Because she had been there on so many of those wild nights. To make things worse, something had happened to his brother. He'd been knocked down by a car up in Dublin. Now he was back at the house recuperating. When she saw him, he was black and blue with a gash on his forehead where he'd fallen. Frank told her he was scared to go outside, kept bursting into tears. The house, when she went there now, was quiet as a church, and everybody spoke in whispers. They were trying not to have visitors, as he didn't like strangers being there, Frank said. "How am I a stranger?" she said. Then one day, he told her Dolly and him were thinking of going to London in the new year. They were down by the lake. The fields on the far side were bright with frost. They were in the A6, but Frank hadn't put back the seats, so she knew something was coming. "For a match?" she said. He looked at her shamefacedly, like a little boy. No, they were thinking about a longer spell. Her head burned and swam in spite of the cold. They wanted to get their business off the ground, he was telling her. London was the place to network and look for investors. There were tears in her eyes, but she didn't give in to them. "I thought you wanted to get back on the team," she said. "How will you do that if you're off in England?" "I have to be practical," he said, and when she laughed, because only he could possibly think Dolly's fantasy